men and treat men the way that men treated them in their life, especially at the father level. So, like, if a woman has a good father and good male role models in her life, then she will seek out good men in her life as well. She'll hold a standard of all other men based off of those men that she's had growing up with. So that's important also.
Yeah, it's a
That's also
normalcy
true.
bias. Yeah, it's a normalcy bias. Like if you're in a fucked up situation, you think fucked up situations are normal, and you're going to actually seek that.
It's like what's his face's theory. That one psychologist who was like weird. I can't even remember his name right now. Freudian. That's like a Freudian concept.
Ooh,
It's kind of
yeah.
in that sense, but like the whole thing with the parents, it's like men will pick women based on how their mother raised them and treated them, and the same goes for fathers and daughters. So, like, if a daughter grew up without a father, she's gonna pick a piece of shit man to constantly cling to, and she's gonna wonder why she always has bad relationships because she never had a male role model to give her an example of how a man is supposed to treat a woman.
Yeah,
So
it's like a
it
conceptualization of
starts there.
the Oedipus and Freudian concepts. The Oedipus complex and the Freudian, whatever complex, whatever you want to call it.
Well, I think that goes in with like the idea of having like weird dreams about your.
Well, for the
Well,
record,
yeah, because
I already
your
shot up
parent. Well,
cocaine.
I mean, yeah, it does because well, it has everything to do with your relations with your parents. Because under Freud, he believed like your parents influenced you and whatever, and then the Oedipus complex is, like you want to date your parent. So it's like a combination of both of those things because you end up dating somebody who's like your parents, which, like you said, is like could be an abusive person if you are used to that, or you could date somebody who have higher standards because you were treated well. So yeah, but I mean, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a prime example with myself. Like, I used to date women who were verbally abusive, and I would take it. And that led me down the whole MGTOW and red pill back in 2017 through 2020 myself. And it all stemmed from, I didn't know it stemmed from my mother, but I ended up finding out that it stemmed from my mother. Because once I got red pilled and I woke up, I stopped allowing women to treat me the way that I was allowing them to treat me. I then found out that my mom was doing it. I just wasn't noticing it. And then when I finally noticed it, I put a stop to it as well. And unfortunately, it kind of made our relationship more strained, and we don't really talk to each other that much anymore. But now I'm married to a woman that respects me, and I don't put up with the shit anymore. Like, and there's a respect value in that relationship.
Well, I'm
not
sorry that happened.
abusive or anything like that. And we talk about everything. We communicate. I just bought my wife flowers. Somebody was talking about buying flowers earlier. Like, I buy my wife just because flowers all the time. And
Well, first of all, I'm sorry
when you
that
have a
happened, and I'm
healthy,
glad for you.
when you have a healthy relationship, that's what it's all about. But until then, you're constantly bombarded with negative recourse all the time, and that's where Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate come in, Sandman from MGTOW. They all serve their purpose, but at the same time, you can't let it like guide you through toxicity. Like, there's got to be some kind of a balance, and you're going to have to be the one to figure it out. No one's going to be able to tell you how you're supposed to date and everything like that. Like, they can give you examples, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to make the decision.
Yes, thank you for your insight. I'm sorry that happened to you, but I'm glad you were able to overcome it.
I mean, it's no big deal. It's just like, yeah, I'm glad I overcame it too. I don't need any sympathy for it, but I gladly explain it from my own perspective because maybe somebody else is going through it and they can't figure it out. But really, what it boils down to at the end of the day, like Tom McDonald said it in one of his songs. You know, what did he say? Uh, Talking about sending up for, or trying to be a father to your daughter, but then when you pick her up from school on the way home, you put rap music on that talks about slapping bitches, and fuck the hoes, and all this and that. And it's like your 6-year-old daughter is absorbing that music while you're trying to be this good parent. So it really comes from an all around encompassing effort. So that's how it is for me and my daughter. Like while I'm raising her, I don't play any of that like sexy music or anything. And like regardless if I like the song or not, that song gets skipped and I play something that's wholesome and good because I want that image for her to be of me. I don't need her to have that image of Money Cash Hose by Jay-Z or anything like that,
Oh, that's sweet. My dad played classic rock, so I was raised on that. Well, no, it was when I was a kid. It was '90s because I was raised in the '90s. So actually, it was modern rock.
It was no big deal. I didn't want to overwhelm the conversation. I just, like India said, it's a number of factors that goes into it.
Indio's not even here anymore. Indio left. I don't know why he left.
They're probably over and having an extended conversation. But
Where?
we got the frontline server.
Frontline. Okay, well, I'm not invited there, so I don't know about that.
I can't do the invitations, otherwise I would. But don't worry about it.
You don't have to. You don't have to invite me. It's fine. If anyone wants
it's not my server. I'm just a supporter in there.
It's fine. If you want to discuss anything else
here, I don't even know if they're in there. I didn't look. I'm not going to look. I don't care to look. But no, like at the end of the day, it's just to each their own, right? Everybody's gonna have to live with the decisions that they make. For every decision, there's a consequence.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Me personally, I'm single. By choice.
Single and ready to mingle.
No, I'm not ready to mingle.
You are mingling, girl. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not mingling. I'm single.
I know everything about you.
No.
Yeah.
Name one thing. Name one thing. What? You cut out. Oh my gosh, you're silent now. Hello?
Yeah, he cut out for me too.
Yeah, he cut out. What the heck? No, come back, sheepdog. Oh no, he's gone! What the flip?
There he is.
He's back. Does that mean I have to discuss the flat earth?
What?
Does that mean I have to discuss the flat earth?
No.
Okay.
Continue with what you guys were talking about, assuming he's there.
So yeah, like all those things that I know about you.
Like what?
I know you have 3 husbands and they're all millionaires.
What?
And
what, 3? What? I wish I
had. I'm just giving you shit.
What? I have 3 husbands and I'm not even rich? I only have 1 home? What the flip? Who?
Anyway, I gotta go. I just got home.
Okay. Okay, well.
Take it easy, bro.
I hope you have...
Please.
Yep, have a good one.
Yep. No worries. Y'all take care.
Take it easy, sheepdog. Oh, man.
I'm sure maybe he heard you. I don't know.
The birth certificates are on file.
They're in the basement section of the server.
My birth certificate?
No, your husband's.
My husband? Okay, cool. Can you give those to me? I don't actually have them. I need to know where he was born, so if he can become president or not. Of the
He does
United
not become
States.
president.
God. And what is the
He's
point?
today.
What is the point?
Sure. What are we talking about?
Point of.
Okay, should I run an event? Yes, I should.
Oh, hi,
Yes.
Indio. I thought you left for some reason.
I did just switch to my PC.
Did I tell you I passed my CCNA, by the way, Indio?
Oh, did you? Congratulations.
What's
Was it
that?
easy or hard?
Good job.
It's my Cisco Certified Network Associate
You know what it
certificate,
means,
meaning...
goofy.
No, somebody asked.
Yeah.
Did I think it was hard? I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't really study too incredibly hard. The only thing I studied for was the labs, or like
Yeah.
I studied for those really hard because I figured that those were the most important things, and they were.
Studies for Doge?
Those.
Oh. Oh.
Like,
Yeah,
I spent...
I got a shitload of Microsoft certifications from back in 2000. They got all labs and all that shit where you gotta like build out a fucking network, and
Yeah.
when Microsoft used to actually provide everything. They
Well,
had their
like
own
server?
proprietary everything. Oh yeah, servers, firewalls, all that shit. Yeah, Windows 2000, all that crap.
Oh, yeah, I
I'm
did
a
that in
Microsoft
school.
certified network engineer with a security fucking specialization. Just don't really mean shit. None of that means shit, quite honestly. I heard the
You do, like-
CCIE was the toughest test. At least it was 20,
Yes.
whatever it was, 20 years ago.
Still is.
Certification.
No, it's like the C. Well, I don't know if it's called the CCIC anymore. It's called
I
like
heard
the
you really got to build out a network, like on
the
a
CCSP,
console.
like
The CCIE.
CSSP.
CCIE. Cisco
CCIE?
certified. Yeah, what? Yeah, Cisco certified infrastructure engineer or something like that.
Oh yeah,
I think they
You're
still got
right.
that.
Yeah. I don't know. Like,
That's what it used to be.
I'm
Something like that.
a network engineer right now, so like, I get it, but I don't think I could do that.
They got a whole bunch of new certs, it looks like. Cisco certified internetwork expert. I was fucking way off. Must have changed the name. There's no way that's what it was.
I'm like a basic network engineer, so like I just build, basically take a server or take a switch that's like empty, code it, and then that's it. Nothing like too intensive. I would prefer troubleshooting personally because I like that better.
Can be more stressful. Depends. Some people like, if you like doing it, then like the challenge is not stressful.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
Much
I absolutely
respect.
adore.
Respect.
Yeah, I love troubleshooting. Like troubleshooting and actually working, like doing that is one of my favorite things. I don't know, having the pressure to actually fix something, I think is like super fun.
I like making shit that's not supposed to work together.
Yeah, that's fun too. Yeah, that's fun too.
And
I know you're like
the
super
original
computer
hacker
literate.
idea, the original hacker, not the fucking modern idea where you're fucking breaking into a computer system, but the original hacker idea was to take something that wasn't made for that purpose and make it into your own purpose.
Yeah. That's cool. I did something like that one time because I had a theory that one of the switches that I was working on had a firewall rule or a rule on their port that they couldn't have more than they had a specific IP or MAC address that was assigned to that port, and I couldn't prove it, so I ran a network cable up to the switch above me, so I had to splice two Cat6 cables together to do that. That was fun.
So was your theory true?
Yes. And nobody listened because they don't see, like, because I have this female voice, when I say things, people don't listen to me
Body.
because, I don't know what
Wait,
I'm
you're a
talking
guy?
about. What?
Hey, that's the best. That's the
Hope you're not a
best
guy.
kind of hacker.
No, so like most of hacking is actually like social manipulation, or what is it called? What is like the official term for it?
Social engineering.
Social engineering. Yeah, you're right. Because
Exactly.
it is mostly
Your
social
body
engineering.
is perfect for that. Yeah.
Hi, this is
you sounding like
IT.
a
Just wondering what your
female.
password
Yeah.
was.
Perfect.
So one of the social engineering that people used to do back in the day is you would call the secretary at a lawyer's office and say you're one of the lawyers, and they would have a number to get free long distance phone calls. Basically, would bill to the. They'd have like an 800 number, so that when the lawyer was traveling, he could make long distance phone calls, and it would be charged to the company.
Wow.
So it'd be to
That's
get
funny.
get them to give you the number, so you can. This is back when they were expensive, right? Especially like in a hotel, like to call a
Yeah.
long distance phone number. Oh my god, dude, we're talking like $75 and shit.
That's funny. Like people just steal a number. Oh, that's great.
The vulnerability is the gullible secretary, not the computer, right?
Yeah, because especially if it's a big law firm, she doesn't know everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, the vulnerable person can even be like it's like or what is it called? Whale fishing. Yeah. So like when you go for one of the executives and you say like, "Hi, this is so and so from IT. I was just noticing that there was some issue with your connection. I was wondering if you could give me your login details, and I'll be able to take a look at that." Does that sound good?
So
I would assume a lot of these whales would be able to recognize, no, they've got their, or if somebody calls, never give them anything. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, there's usually training. You're supposed to find a secondary confirmation of their identity or contact them in a way that you're initiating the contact to a known trusted number to verify first.
you got to go to their house and call them on their house phone.
You can call my cell
call their
phone.
wife.
That's fine.
Call their daughter or son or something like that. Call the dog.
That's why you don't put pressure on them. You just say, "Hi, this is so from IT. I was just noticing that there was there was a invulnerability. Wow, and talk
Something wrong
on
with your dog's
network.
collar? Yeah.
Something wrong with your internet
dog's
connection.
collar.
I was just wondering if you wanted me to go ahead and resolve that for you."
Yeah, Bottle, I unmuted you to see if you wanted to join the conversation about Flat Earth, but if you don't want to, just go ahead and mute yourself, or I can mute you. There you go. But feel free to say hello if you wish.
Would you like to join the conversation about flat Earth? I can join that.
Otto asked, scientifically, how would gravity work on a flat Earth?
How
Scientifically,
gravity?
what the hell is gravity in the first place?
It wouldn't.
Yeah, Bob,
Which
you
kind
should
of gravity?
Yeah, you should at least say hello, because then if we could give you the VC verified role, then you could see the text that goes along with the live stream, right? The kids, he can't see that until he has that role, because is he talking in the lobby?
Yeah, he was. He hasn't typed anything in a minute.
So which kind of gravity? Big G or little g?
OG.
Good luck with that one.
The DOW G.
Hi, Jedi.
What's up? Hi, gang. I'm back.
Yeah, so if we're describing gravity, we have big G and little g. We have mass attracting mass, and then we have the bending and warping of space-time. So we have to kind of discern which type of gravity we're talking about when we discuss gravity. Who are we discussing this with?
We are trying to discuss with Bottle, but Bottle is not speaking thus far. But Indio read Bottle's question from the lobby.
Bottle, go ahead and unmute so we can address your question. Yes, no, maybe so. Oh, hello. Your mic is not working if you are trying to talk. So, okay, silence. So, Bottle, I don't know if you're trying to talk right now, but we are experiencing no communication from your side. Truth by Proxy is asking to be unmuted. I don't know who that is. Oh, no, wait, you are unmuted.
Yeah, I just unmuted Truth by Proxy. Jenna's here. Hello, Level Linus.
Howdy. How's everybody doing?
Oh, pretty good. Saturday night.
That's good. I was just over at the English Hub and, being at work and stuff. I work at a hotel lobby. I'm a receptionist. So every now and then I've got to mute and deafen when I check guests in, when I see people rolling up. And I was accused of running away from the conversation. Like, okay, I'm an adult with adult responsibilities, but whatever.
Yeah, I got
You could just say you were
Saturday.
walking, not running.
What, Owlish?
Well, your argument to that could be like, well, I was walking, not running, so. Because you don't run from conversations, you walk.
Yeah.
Because you're a lioness. You like. It's okay to walk away, to run away from conversations when, when it's that. Of course,
The topic, of course, was the complete lack of curvature, and Roland Boulder was in there, and he's saying, "Well, if you count the pixels, you'll find the curvature." I'm like, the barrel distortion and the lenses that like all cameras have. Okay.
you don't see the curvature of the Earth. DeGrasse Tyson.
Oh, we're having an event now. I just noticed. How exciting.
What do you say? You can't see the curvature of Earth from 2 millimeters above that beach ball. That stuff is flat.
So my argument to you would be is if all lenses have curvature, then why is the Nikon D whatever it is 9000 the camera that everybody uses to zoom in and bring things out of
Different type of curvature. You were talking about going up high. You were talking about going up high, and because of the distortion of the lens, it curves the horizontal line. The P900 or 1000 is long distance observation, not looking for the left to right curvature, looking for how far we can see.
Right. So but you can't really use the argument that that all lenses have curvature and then use the P9000 as your argument to then bring things
long
back
distance
into
observations. They're long distance observations. I've just pointed out how they're different arguments.
Well, would you not say that everything is long distance when you're in space? I mean, what are you observing in space? It's not long distance.
When you're in space, you said that like you've been there yourself.
It's
No,
like
I've
when
never
we've
been to
got high
space.
altitude observations, are you telling me that the horizon looks curved?
I guess it depends on how high.
That's the argument, right? But when we're at
Well,
the
I
beach
mean,
with the black swan, are we looking for the left to right curvature? Or are we
why
trying to get the
specifically the black
distance to the
swan?
horizon?
Why specifically the black swan?
Because it's an argument about the distance to the horizon, not how the horizon appears, i.e. curvature, which you would get with a distorted lens.
The
It's a
black swan
different
is not a
argument.
very good argument.
Oh, I tried to reason with you. Somebody else, please.
The black swan is not a very good argument because, like, you can
Well,
very easily look at
All
that
right,
image and
Alice, I'm going to try
discern.
one more time. All right, I'm pointing out how there are different arguments. One is the perception of the left to right curvature, which, if
Mm-hmm.
a line was horizontal, would be distorted by a lens, right? Barrel distortion. I'm bringing up the observation because you brought up the P900. That long distance observations. We're not looking for the curvature of the Earth left to right. We're looking for the curvature of the Earth with distance away from the observer. Two slightly different arguments. You do at least understand this, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Fuck me.
You're welcome. I will not fuck you. Thank you. You're married.
You
front to back.
understand, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
You know how when we're on a hill, right? Like let's say we're on a big hill, and we're you have to look down to see the curvature of the hill, right? You're not looking.
So
You know
if
what I
you're
mean?
standing on a hill, and you're looking straight and you don't actually
No. My example is if we're on like a curved surface, like a hill, okay, and we're trying to look at the horizon of that hill,
Hmm.
right, which is formed by the curve of that hill, right? We'd be looking down. Okay, we'd never look straight. We'd always look down. You know, we're looking for that curvature, that curving back to front. When you look through the P9, the black swan, that's the front to back. That's you're looking for that curve down. Okay, but you
So what I'm
keep looking
specifically
straight.
referring
You keep
to,
looking straight. You keep looking straight. Okay, you never look down, which means you're not on
yes.
a hill. Which means you're not
So what
on a
I'm,
curved surface.
I don't know why you refer to the black swan. That's like
The front to back curve. We're talking.
well,
That's what it
it's
Sorry.
not
is.
very.
It's a
It's not very
ubiquitous
good.
term for an observation about the distance to the horizon, not the one single image with just those two oil rigs in. It's an umbrella
Yeah.
term. All right, for fuck's sake. It's an
Yeah, we
umbrella
should
term
like
for all
discuss
long
something
distance
else.
observations that try to estimate a distance to the horizon. Do you understand this?
Yeah, I just think we shouldn't use that specific example. We should use a different one.
Dude, it's the name of the argument. The black swan argument, right? The modus tollens that goes with it, the distance to the horizon.
I thought that like it was just like you pull things back into like so like if a boat goes over the horizon, use the P9000 and you can bring it back in to you. That's what I was
What's the
referring
black
to.
swan argument about?
That it's flat, no, like right?
No.
You can see.
What's the
Okay, I'm
modus
looking at the.
tollens? Sorry, Aulish, you've been around for a long time. This is why I'm frustrated. You should know this. What's the modus
Yeah.
tollens attached to the black swan?
Modus what?
Fuck me.
No, I don't want to. I just said that. You're married.
All right, first of all, young lady, no, I'm not fucking married. Two, stop using that as an escape route to pour some kind of humour into the conversation where you, who have been around for a long time, don't even understand what the black swan argument is and couldn't because you're scratching your head because you don't know what the modus tollens is attached to the black swan. Can you understand how this is frustrating? You've been here for 5 years.
Yes. Yes, I understand. And now I understand. And now I like understand why I didn't understand. So thank you. Hold on a second.
Yeah, not just that. She also said it's a dumb argument, so she didn't even know what it is. That's retarded.
And I don't know what the modus tollens is.
Do not call me retired. I have a job. Thank you.
He he said that's retarded. He didn't call you retarded. He said that's retarded.
She said retired. She said, yeah.
Yeah, she said retired. Yeah. You know, she said, I don't know what a modus tollens is. Well, it's a valid argument form in logic that states if a conditional statement, if P, then Q is true, then the consequence Q is false, and then the antecedent P must also be false.
Oh, so you're a troll, right? I
If
remember
Yeah,
seeing
P,
your name.
owlishness is a troll.
let's see if this jogs any memory. If P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, every horizon distance will be measured at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, not Q. We do not measure a horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Quick maths.
So, remind me, how's the black swan the modus tollens not a good argument?
I don't know. She might have said she was. Did she say she was getting a phone call? I don't know. I thought I heard that. But that's a good question. I'd
Yeah.
like to hear the answer. Did she say that, Jenna?
Yes, she said, oh, hold on, I'm getting a call. And I could hear her phone ring.
She said it's not a good argument because she didn't understand the argument. Then she said, now I understand why I didn't understand. Then she got her.
Cool. Well, when she comes back, somebody hold her to that. I've got to pop out for 5-10 minutes. But I do apologise for being a bit frustrated with her, but she's been around long enough. We've had these conversations and she doesn't even understand what the argument is.
She totally deserves it, Jedi. She needs, some stern British school teacher vibes in her life for sure. She deserves it. Don't feel bad.
She's also married.
Oh, yeah, everybody is, Bong Sao. Yeah, everybody is.
I know that much.
Oh, man.
She's also not retired.
Really cute.
She's got a job and she's also not retired. So I was like, oh, wow, that's.
I'm not trying to. Yeah. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but she must be really cute because she ain't all that bright. It's just my observation. I'm not trying to be an ass.
No, man. Women are sneaky. You just gotta be careful. Oh, not you. I mean, sorry, not the boys. Hey,
Did you join the boys club, Bong Sao? They got to you. Oh my gosh.
Oh no!
no.
No, Bon, no.
No, I wasn't talking about you guys. I was talking about the manipulative. Hey, what's the word? Yeah, that's out there. The feminism spirit, the Jezebel spirit. Yeah, go ahead.
Ew. Feminism is gross.
Yeah, I mean, my Alishness might be better, so we can ask her the question. But I did want to mention because I couldn't get a word in edgewise earlier, but over fences, when you said it's not that normal women are the exception. Yeah, it's like normal women are normal women. Yeah, and then the exception are these kind of glorified, weird little freak shows that they like to trot out and pretend that they're all women. But yeah, side note. Abolitionist, Jedi wanted someone to ask because he had to step away. I think he wanted to ask why he thought the Black Swan was a bad argument, right? Isn't that what he wanted to ask her? I think that was the question.
Yeah, that's about the point where we were in that timeline. Owlishness.
Maybe she's not really back.
And
Right.
there she is.
Is my thing working?
There you
okay,
are.
there I am. So
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
So I think that the black swan is kind of a bad argument. In concept, it is a good argument, but if you're using the black swan itself to actually prove something, I don't think it's a very good argument because of the fact that, like, if you look at the image, you can definitely tell that there's a lot of distortion and like environmental
If you're concentrating on the distortion, you're not concentrating on what the argument's truly about.
That's
The
what I just
horizon.
said. That's what I just
No,
said.
look at the horizon, not the beams. Look at the oil rigs where the positions are, and then look at the horizon where that is.
So that's what I
Are you
just
looking
said.
at
I
that?
said as a concept it works, but if you're talking about the black swan specifically, like the oil rig specifically, it's a bad argument. So I agree with you on that. In that. So
the fact that there's bendy cranes doesn't negate the fact that the horizon is not where it should be.
Not even near.
Even if you chant refraction, it's just admitting the horizon isn't geometry.
So I'm not chanting refraction. I'm the female equivalent of Matthew Learns. Wow, that's a compliment. Thank you.
No, it's not.
Ew, that's terrible.
What do you mean? Matthew Learns is smart. He's like a math teacher or whatever.
No, Matthew Learns literally said that if NASA comes out tomorrow and admits that the Earth is flat, that he still will believe in a globe.
Didn't NASA just recently admit there being a firmament?
That's
I don't know about that, but I just wanted to mention, that Kiwi, when Kiwi says chanting refraction, he doesn't necessarily mean you're literally chanting it. It's just, this is the phenomenon that we observe, that it's just put out there like a magic word, It's like a magic wand. So when you don't understand it, you just heard, you're supposed to say that, and it's going to make flat Earth go away. So that's what he meant by chanting refraction.
Well, you understand refraction and then you argue it. You don't just, like you said, chant it like a magic word. You understand why the environmental...
Okay. Oh, you understand it. You're going to explain it to us then? Yeah, draw us a ray diagram and explain it then, please. We're ready.
A ray diagram? Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
I'm not going to draw you a diagram, but I appreciate the offer.
Well, go ahead and explain it. Yeah, if you're not just chanting it, then let's hear it.
So I don't know the exact environmental factors or the environment that was in play when the photo was taken. I would have to know those exact details. Time, date, time of year, weather, what the temperature was, what it was the humidity, what was the dew point, what was the specific location, height, all of that. I think the height is stated, right? Oh, look!
Yeah, what the height of the oil rig, the height of the observer. It's all posted. You can find all of this information, and those rigs out there are some, what do they say, 90, 100 feet tall?
Is this your first time actually looking at it?
No.
This is not
Why does it matter how tall they are? We only care how far away they are. We only care how far away they are.
They're
That's all we care about. We don't care how tall. They could be a 1 foot stick in the ground. They could be a 1 foot stick in the ground. It doesn't matter how tall they are. We only care about the distance.
I didn't say how tall they were. I said what the height of the observer. It says 1 foot, but
yeah, that would be the observer height. That would be where the camera is placed, 1 foot above sea level, the water's surface.
I do not believe that. I'm sorry. I do not. But that's my personal. Yeah, I know. That's my personal belief. I'm not going to say it's not true. I just do not personally believe it's 1 foot. I can't argue to the contrary that it is or is not, so I'm not going to hold anybody accountable for that. That's my personal belief.
Well, how high for a 12 mile? Let's say the horizon's 12 miles. How high should they have been?
How high should they have been? I don't know. I can't do reverse math.
Well, 100 feet. You think they're at 100? Do you think they're at 100 feet?
I can't say. I don't know where the photo was taken from. Like, that's why I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm saying. Like,
You can't tell if they're a fucking basketball court above the water. Come on, man.
No, but like, I'm just saying that I can't state the specific details about the photo because I don't know the specific details about the photo. Like, I'm just taking like.
But yet you say it's a no good argument without knowing the specific details. Congratulations, you're an idiot.
You're welcome. Yeah, that's why I can't really affirm or confirm that it is good or not. I mean, I don't think it's a good argument personally because I think there are better arguments. I don't think that this specific one is the best argument for flat Earth. I think that there are better arguments. I think this one is antiquated and old. Well, that's what antiquated means. But I think
most globe believers don't like the best flat Earth arguments, so that's not a surprise that you don't like it.
No, I think that there are better ones. I think there are much better ones than
globe Earth argument. Make this a better one.
Well, yeah, there are.
Generally, globe believers don't like 8 inches per mile squared, laser tests, black swan. Things that actually are easily proven, that use have mathematics to back them up, that use airtight logic. So it doesn't surprise me that a globe believer like yourself wouldn't like the black swan argument. No surprise there.
No, I just said that there are better arguments. I don't think that one is specifically good. I think
you're wrong. You're wrong, and you don't understand, and you still think we're living on a stupid globe, even though there's no evidence you're a brainwashed zombie. So your opinion's not really that valuable. Sorry.
Okay. Hold on. Alish, what is the argument? What is the black swan's argument?
So I think that the skyline argument is a better argument for flat Earth than the black swan.
Yeah, what is the black swan argument?
The horizon.
What about it?
The location of the horizon. The horizon should be in front of the black swan, not behind it.
Okay.
Right?
So the argument is that the horizon's not geometric. Does the black swan demonstrate that?
It does, but because...
Okay, then we're done here.
Yep, welcome to flat Earth.
I mean, I get it, but...
The point is the ships over the horizon, the sunset, all these things which are globe proofs, the fact that the horizon's moving around, that destroys all of them claiming that observation would be Earth curve, and Earth curve only.
I don't even think it proves Earth curve. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't even think it proves Earth curve. Like, at all.
Well, we don't have to deal with just you, Alice. We have to deal with every freaking retard that combs the internet and comes and goes ships over the horizon.
Okay, well, like, I don't think it proves round Earth either, if that helps. I think it's a bad argument all around. Because there are better photos, there are better arguments. Personally, okay? Like, I know it works for you. Absolutely. I just disagree with it personally. Like, I think, isn't there a photo of, like, one of the skyline?
Chicago skyline?
The Chicago skyline, yep.
Yeah, I think that's a better argument than Black Swan, personally.
Well, either way, they both debunk a globe, so... Welcome to flat Earth, Alice. Like, I don't know why you've been here so long and you still argue against this objective reality that we are able to prove time and time again, objectively, over and over and over again.
I'm just saying that, like,
you're not saying anything that's worth a damn. I'm sorry, honey, you're just not.
Sorry. I won't say anything anymore then.
No, you're not sorry, because you keep coming in and you keep doing this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, Alice, you highlighted a good point. You brought up the Chicago skyline. And the reputation of that is, why can't you see the bottom? So the very thing the black swan is made to prevent has that observation in it, and they'll say, that's proof for Earth curve. The Earth's not flat because I can't see the parking meters at the bottom of the fucking Willis Tower. Okay? Because the horizon's cutting them up because it's behind Earth curve. Because the horizon's the Earth curve. Right? So that's the point of the black swan, is to destroy that shit.
Yeah, I just think the fact that the black swan has like the distortion kind of leaves open the argument that
well, I mean, we don't have to show that image. There's more. We have more than that.
Saying that. Yeah, that I know. That's why I'm saying the Chicago skyline is a better argument than the black swan.
No, we have more oil rig observations where there is no bendy cranes.
It's like you don't understand. I explained this to you. Black swan.
No, I understand.
Swan is an umbrella term for the argument. It gives a distance to the horizon measurement.
No, I understand. I just said that.
So why do you keep saying that the black swan has got refraction in it? And then Joe keeps pointing out as other images, showing that you don't understand. It's an umbrella term for these types of observation.
I said it's antiquated. That's all.
Have you ever seen John Dee's turbines?
The turbines, the ones that look like they go over the horizon?
No.
Not the one where the horizon's beyond the fucking wind turbines.
There's two images.
No, that's not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about... Hold on.
No, I'm talking about this one.
So Matrix just posted it. See that?
Oh, okay, that one?
Yeah.
Why did they say no curvature? Like, are they shorter? One sec. What is this trying to prove? I don't get it. Some kills flat Earth theory.
When they say there's no curvature, that's because it's not at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet.
So they're clearly. So are they saying that the wind turbines are shorter the further out they go?
No, they're trying to estimate a distance to the horizon, knowing distances to known landmarks. In this instance, the wind turbines. We know the distance from the observer to the many wind turbines, so we can make an estimated distance to the horizon, i.e. it's in front of them or beyond them. It should be in front of them if the Earth was a sphere at 1.225 multiplied, like I said, by the eye height of the observer's height in feet.
It isn't
beyond that. You do understand this argument, right?
Yeah, I understand the argument, but like...
Okay, what's the argument relative to?
Whether it's a geometric horizon or not.
Yeah. So we're trying to figure out the distance to it, because if the Earth was a sphere, it would be at that calculation. I don't want to keep repeating.
Yes, I understand that it's...
Good. So it's got nothing to do with why the wind turbines look smaller.
Why do they look smaller?
Perspective. Fuck.
Perspective.
This mountain that I'm standing on looks really big when I look at it, and it occupies every single angle of my view. But the one that's over there that's far away occupies a smaller angle. It looks smaller over there. Perspective. Things get smaller at angular size with distance, right?
Interesting.
Where is the angle in the ocean?
Where's the angle in the ocean? Well, this is going to be your angle of view, dependent on your eye height, across that surface, so the angles get smaller the further you look with distance. Till eventually your eye can't resolve the angle anymore. That becomes the point of the surface that you can't see beyond because the angle's too small. So if you're talking about perspective and making observations, you must understand things reduce in angular size with distance. Even the thing that you're standing on is going to decrease in angular size as you look with distance across it, obviously.
Well, that's only if I have like a specific
chessboard example. If you look horizontally at a slight angle to a chessboard, you notice that the squares that are closer to you look bigger. The ones that are further away look smaller because you understand the horizontal lines and the parallel and the horizontal lines and the parallel lines vertically are getting closer with distance.
Yeah,
right?
that's a finite distance, though, right?
A finite distance. Yeah.
That's a
so
finite
we're looking
distance.
across the Earth with a larger size than we can see based on the angular resolution of our eyes or an optic.
But with a chessboard,
I'm just trying to show you with a simple demonstration of how perspective works. Things in the distance look smaller, don't they?
Yes, things in the distance do look smaller.
Good. Now we understand. Things in the distance look smaller. So with relativeness to the wind turbines
not the case
looking
with
smaller. Let me keep talking, aren't you?
No.
So relative to the wind turbines appearing to look smaller at distance, are you saying what the tops of the wind turbines that are further away are lower than the tops of the wind turbines that are closer?
Right. So the reason this doesn't work for your argument is because of the fact that you're showing that the horizon is flat, and then the wind turbines, which are getting further away from you, are shorter. So that's
Where
why
should
the argument doesn't
appear
exactly.
to be on a sphere?
Where does the horizon appear to be on a sphere?
Yeah. Using the mathematical calculation that I don't want to keep repeating, where should the horizon be? In front of, in between, or beyond the wind turbines. Notice we've replaced wind turbines in this instance from the oil rigs because we know the distance to them.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the geometric horizon,
good.
and
So
that
understanding
it's
that
sort
the
of.
horizon should be in front of before the wind turbines. Like in the other black swan image of the oil rigs, if the Earth was a sphere, the horizon should be in front of the oil rigs.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Okay.
The horizon
I mean, you
is
said
a
that
bit.
last time, but here we are with me having to explain it to you again.
I mean, it's not bad to explain it again. You always can use another explanation for things, right? Clarification's not a bad thing.
So you think things only disappear that way on balls, right? You don't think it would disappear that way on a plane? Is that it?
When something is parallel to you, or I'm sorry, perpendicular to you, I would assume that it would disappear in a certain way on a curve, as opposed to if it was on a flat plane.
Then, if this is what you think is happening on a curved surface, then what would be happening on a flat surface? Can you explain? Are you saying that's not a flat surface? Are you saying that's not a flat surface? That's not a straight line?
If what is not a flat surface?
The windmills are disappearing behind that line. Are you saying that's not a flat, straight line?
Well, apparently it's not, because the perspective shows you that
Okay. So what would a flat, straight line look like? If that's a curved line, then what's a straight line look like?
No, that's not a curved line. Okay, so when you're looking at something over the horizon,
are you saying that's a straight line?
That is a straight line. Yes,
that's a straight line.
So when you're looking, you're looking at a straight line there, but like as you always state, when the horizon is curving away from you, you're not looking at the horizon curving.
We're seeing the windmills disappear, bottom first, right, on that straight line, right? So you're saying that what you're seeing, right, are objects disappearing bottom first on a flat surface. That's what you're saying, right?
Right. So when we
That's what you're
observe,
saying.
so when we observe a flat
A straight line.
surface,
Yep.
yeah, yep.
We
So,
observe
like
the flat surface, and we observe the windmills disappearing bottom first on that flat surface. You agree we're observing that, right?
So we observe a flat surface. That's correct. Yes, we are observing a flat surface, and and then, but like as we know,
do you
it would be curving
so
away
do you,
from us. So yeah, we would observe it as flat. That's correct. Yeah.
So it's not, are you saying right? So you're saying we observe it as flat, therefore it is what?
Therefore, it is an optical illusion. Yippee!
Oh, I'm asking. Therefore, it is flat or a ball. So we observe it as flat. We agree. Okay. Therefore, it is what?
There are a lot of things you can observe that is not the thing you think it is.
Ball or flat. Okay.
We observe it as flat. That does not mean it is flat.
Okay then. Now we have arrived once again to the idea.
We disagreed.
We have again arrived to the idea that a straight, flat surface is the same thing as a curved surface. Once again, we are here saying that a straight line is the same thing as a curved line. That's what you're saying now, right?
Oh, no.
You just agreed, right? No, we just agreed that we are observing something disappear bottom first on a flat surface. We just agreed to that like many times. Everyone can hear that. But then you say, but it doesn't mean it's flat. It could be a ball, right? Is that what you're saying?
Away. Yeah, curving away.
You're saying it could be a ball. So basically, you are saying
like we can
that
have
a flat surface.
ways.
You are saying the crazy thing. You are saying that flat surfaces and curved surfaces are the same thing. You do not know how to identify the difference, right? Bafflement. That's what you're saying. Androgynous. It's androgynous Earth. Kabbalah Earth. That's what you're saying. You know that, right? Kabbalah Earth. Yes, the Zohar Earth, right?
Go ahead. That's cool.
So what is the so what?
This is how these people work. Yeah, you're here to spread your philosophy, and that's what the globe is. Okay, it's an androgynous idea, right? You see flat, you measure flat, but you think it's a ball. You think it's curved. You see a man, okay? You know, you touch him, you see the penis, but he could be a woman. That's what you're saying, right?
I do not touch the penis. No, I do not.
Right?
Nope, I am not touching the penis.
Well, that's what you're saying.
Absolutely not.
That's what you're saying.
What?
Once again. See, this is the idea. Right? The two, to unite the two to become one. See, that's what the globe Earth is about.
Right, so I get it. You observe it because you're looking, because it curves away from you, so you're observing it as flat. I get it. I totally get it. 100%. Yes, you observe it as flat. No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. I can 100% like level with you. Level. I can 100% level with you in that regard, that you observe it as flat, but like when you take the image literally, you can see that it's curving away. So when you're looking,
it should be curving. I mean, this horizon, this surface that's risen up, perspective-wise, from your feet to the midpoint of your view, says curving away from you. That'd be a change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared. Now we've just sat here saying it doesn't look like it's curving. It looks flat. But now you're going to say it looks flat because it's curving away from you.
So
it doesn't look like it's curving away.
Right. The measurement of 8 inches per mile square is an absolutely perfect measurement when you take into account just the measurement. So that's a perfect measurement.
What measurement?
But the one that you gave, so 8 inches per mile square is an absolutely perfect measurement if you're using just the measurement.
It's not measured.
No, I get it.
Alice, check this out. Yeah, hi.
Jedi did not say that this is measured. This is a calculation. Okay, this is a theoretical construct given the theoretical radius. Now, technically, this should be measurable, right? So I think most people in here would be with you to say that, okay, here's a thing. It looks flat as fuck. The question then becomes, is it actually flat? Right? So the only real way to determine that, right? You guys are theorizing, oh no, it's just really, it's curving very, very shallowly over a very long distance. Okay, so, oh, we're so small. So to us, it looks flat, but in reality, it's curving. You've got to actually demonstrate that to be the case.
Yeah, you're right. I would have to demonstrate that, right?
Well, maybe not you per se personally, for sure, you know, but maybe supposedly somebody has, right?
I mean, sure.
You would think.
Like
you would think.
Like this is
right.
So, like, for example, if I post this image, hold on. I'm sure
the images
before. This is.
Let's check it out
right,
there, but yeah, but you know, the images are not necessarily going to be sufficient in this case.
No, but
because you know,
but you're using an image. That's.
I know.
So
but
that.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Right. So you can't say that like you're using an image that substantiates something, but I can't use an image.
What's the eye height of the observer?
That's what I'm asking. What is the eye height of the observer? Because
see, this is your image. This is why my friend is saying that by itself, it's probably not going to be good enough because we're going to ask questions. What's the distance from the observer to the first wind turbine?
50 kilometers.
50 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
Eye
50
height
kilometers.
Eye height is?
I would assume 6 feet.
Cool. You would assume 6 feet. You understand, though, and I do apologise for interrupting, why that was in contention. It's just not the it's just not the image. It's also the measurements or calculations we're going to be using.
Right, and you can absolutely like dispute the eye height. You can dispute all of that, like 100%. But I can also dispute that in regards to any of the other images.
Not disputing, just requiring to know them at the moment.
Yeah, you can dispute them. You're required. I do know it's 50 kilometers. I do know that for sure. 100%. It says it in the metadata.
Cool.
So it says at 50 kilometers, it appears to be hidden by the curve of the Earth. That's what the image says.
Okay. But the eye height is?
I don't think it provides the eye height. But at 50 kilometers, you can kind of use the 8 inches per mile squared to figure that out, right?
No. We're going to be using 1.25 multiplied by the weight for it. Eye height in feet squared. So I'm going to want to know that to make the prediction when we use the Earth curve calculators for the hidden height of the object that we're looking at. Because it's making a prediction of the geometric horizon being in front of these wind turbines and causing obstruction. Now, this is a big distance, 50 kilometers. The eye height would be really interesting to know because we're still going to wonder whether we should be able to see any of the objects in question anyway. And then I can't underline this issue enough. And then we're going to have to apply how far away the object is going to appear for the observer anyway, based on the angular resolution with distance, which isn't included in this prediction of how far away we should be able to see things.
So, like, if all the things are the same height, though, why do they appear to be at different heights? Even though we can see they're all resolved.
Are they at different distances?
Yes. But we can
maybe
see
maybe that is why the top of the object with distance appears to be lower than the one. I'll use your ceiling and the corridor as an example of why things appear to get lower to your eye line with distance.
So with a ceiling, though, we actually have like a definitive height. In this case, we do not have a definitive. We do not have a height
We
in which
have.
we can actually measure.
It's like you're not understanding. Again, I'm having to explain to you angular reduction. That's the angle getting smaller with distance. The separation between the separation between your floor and your ceiling with distance, that angle decreases, doesn't it?
So your angular reduction only
That's an
really
absolute
applies.
question. There's a question there.
Yes,
right?
it applies when there is a ceiling.
Okay. So being as you understand that there's going to be an angular reduction with distance, why are you still questioning the angular reduction with distance of the wind turbines? In this instance, they look lower with distance.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
Yeah, because there's no ceiling. That's why.
It's like, I'm just trying to explain a very simple concept to you.
Mm-hmm.
There's even images in the side chat.
Yeah, I see them.
Yeah.
Yep, I see them.
It's like trying to explain to a 3-year-old, and I bring this gif out often, why the toy cows in her hand appear to be the same size as the real cows outside in the field. Because those ones are further away, sweetheart.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I get that.
Oh, finally.
Mm-hmm. But we're not
after 5 years until tomorrow you come back and don't understand it?
I don't know if it's been 5 years, but yeah.
She just said
it's been a few years.
Just now. But what? She just...
Wait, so Alish, what's the point in contention here? What do you not understand, or what's not getting in there?
The fact that we're using like the hallway analogy to kind of describe something that's like outdoors doesn't really apply because there's no defined. As long as we have a defined height of something, whereas
this is weird.
No, this is weird. We do have Alish. We do have a defined height in here. The height of these wind turbines.
No, so when we're using the when we're using like the hallway analogy, we have a defined height of the ceiling, not like what the object.
Do you want me to make it better for you? Let's imagine in the hallway you've got a very big fan that you can adjust the height. You make the top of the fan reach the ceiling, and you walk away from the fucking fan. You notice that the fan reduces an angular size, much like the ceiling and the wall that it's fucking attached to. Now replace the fan with a very big one. We'll call it a wind turbine, and it's very far away. It works on the same fucking premise. The angular size with distance is reduced.
Mm.
Yeah, like Alex, if someone, like if you just took a giant fan, you stood it on the ground, right? There's your wind turbine. You walk away, and the same thing happens. The ceiling is just for illustration, right? It just shows you,
right? It's for illustration because it shows.
Because your ceiling is above.
No, but listen,
the ceiling is above your eye line. Much like the top of the wind turbine is above your eye line, like the ceiling's above your eye line, like the floor that appears to be ramping upwards with distance is below your eye line. Things above your eye line will appear to descend, reducing the angular size of objects with distance. Duh.
Oh.
Yeah, like I don't get it, Alish. I don't understand how you don't understand this. I mean, if you don't take the hallway, take the hallway analogy out, okay? Doesn't really matter. What's the problem?
Well, there's a lot of problems, but like I get it. It's observed.
She's correct. There's a lot of problems for the globe. Yeah, lots of problems.
Your contention was the ones that are further away look lower than the ones that are closer.
Yeah.
And we've just explained to that's perspective, shock horror.
It's just like not really the same thing, right?
It is. We're looking at something with distance
like
appear to be smaller than something that's closer to us with distance.
Yeah, Alish, if I may, right? I think what you mean to say is we have these these wind turbines, not only do they look lower in the distance, as we explained, things look smaller and further out as they get further out and lower, in your line of sight, but they appeared cut off at the bottom. Is that what you mean to kind of point out, rather?
Well, yeah, because they're all the same height, and yet some of them look lower than the others.
Are they at the same distance?
Yeah. Go ahead, Jedi.
Are they at the same distance?
No.
No.
Maybe. No.
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 So if they were all standing like soldiers on the horizon in the front fucking row, they'd appear to be the same size, right? But if there were soldiers further away, they'd appear to be smaller, wouldn't they?
Make them like.
The answer is yes.
So that doesn't make them like a different height. It's like, okay, yes.
If you put your thumb in front of you and cover up somebody's head, does that mean your thumb is bigger than their head?
It does not mean.
Yes or no?
So that is a matter. That's what I said. No, I said no. So that's a matter.
Okay.
That is a matter of perspective. But like in this case,
oh no shit!
You wouldn't see the bottom of your thumb.
She's going to tell us about perspective now.
That's what we're trying to tell you.
Perspective selective.
No, because it doesn't disappear like bottom up. Like you can still see your thumb. You can still see the person.
Depends.
Like, it's not the same thing at all.
This is interesting to understand, right?
Yeah,
depends on the please. It depends on the relationship between your eye level and the height of the object. For example, if you've got the object that's the wind turbine, let's say 200 foot tall, but your eye level is only 6 foot, there's less of the object below your eye line than there is above your eye line. Above your eye line, there's more angle of the object, right?
There's no more angle of the object. That's not a thing. There's no angle of object.
Excuse me.
Like, are you saying that your angle does not change? It's either 90 degrees, 30. Like it depends on where you're standing.
It's like you're trying not to understand, and I was very specific at the beginning. I'll try again.
Yes, you were very specific. Yes, absolutely. But the angle does not change to your angle to the object depending upon your height. It doesn't matter. You're either 90% to the object or you're 30% to the object. It depends on where you're standing.
You can be more of the object below your eye level or more of the object above your eye level. Or there can be the same percentage, 50-50, above and below your eye level. This object, compared to you standing at the beach, who's 6 foot tall, I would assume, just for sake of argument, your eye level is only going to reach, 6 foot up the top of that tower. There's less of the, because if you're level with it, on the same horizontal surface, your eye level is only 6 foot up that fucking object. If you were to gain altitude, that angle below your eye level would increase, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, if you're standing.
I'm trying to tell you how you see the world when you stand up.
Yeah. No, I get it. Okay.
Cool.
What I'm looking at. Okay. So I get it.
So being is there's less of an angle below your eye line and more of an angle because there's more of the stuff, the wind turbine in height above your eye line, the angle's bigger. Which angle do you think is going to disappear first? The smaller one or the bigger one?
Which angle do I think is going to disappear first? It's not really
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's not really like a question that like makes any sense to me, but
okay.
Well, I don't know what answer you're looking for. I honestly don't know what answer you're looking for that. Which angle disappears first? I'm sorry, I don't under.
Let me give this a shot. Right.
The smaller angle.
Yay!
Yeah. Yay!
Okay.
Do you
I don't
understand
think so, but
do you understand why?
No, because angles are relative to your position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. And what's our position? What's our eye level position relative to the object?
So if you're like there's a difference between like taking a photo and then your eye level, right? So like I agree with you in that regard that there is a difference between your. No, I do. I absolutely know, because your eye level, if you stand there and you're looking at something, you're looking straight ahead, everything beyond your eye level is going to look smaller compared to what you're looking at in front of you, because that object is further away. But you would be able to see more of it, right?
No, you don't understand. No.
Why would you not be able to see more of it?
Why is the eye level relative to the object? Why am I bringing it up?
That's the observer height, right?
Yeah. Why am I talking about the eye level relative to the wind turbines? It's big, 200 foot tall, but your eye level at 6 foot. Why is that relative? Is it because there's more of the object above your eye level, because it's 200 foot tall, than there is below your eye level? You're only 6 foot tall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So there's more of the object and it occupies more angular space, right? Above your eye level.
Mm-hmm.
Than compared to below your eye level, that occupies less angular space. Yes?
Sure.
Cool. So when you increase your distance, you back away from the object, which angle do you think is going to disappear first? The smaller one or the larger one?
Smaller one.
Yeah. So the bottom of the object is going to disappear first. It's going to reduce in angular size before you can't resolve it anymore. But you can still see the larger angle, even though with distance it's reduced in angular size, but you can still see that larger angle, right? So why can't I see the bottom of that thing? Well, let's talk about your eye level relative to the object first. Because you might just be simply, there might be less of an angle below your eye level than there is above.
Why would that be?
We're talking about fucking wind turbines, you standing at the beach, and why it appears at the bottom disappears first.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you've got to understand this before I get really agitated, mate. I've wasted everybody's fucking time. We don't want to go through this again. I'm not saying it's a single cause. I'm just pointing out that you really should understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And you do?
Yep. Oh, yeah, I understand it from your... Sorry. I understand it from your perspective. Yes.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, you've got a row of 10 red bricks, right? You've got a row of 10 red bricks.
Oh,
extend them out to 5 miles from your position on a plane, right? Do you think that your eyes are going to be able to tell the difference between the row of 10 bricks and the surface that they're resting
on? I do not know the answer.
Probably to that question, not, right? Their angular size will have reduced. Right. Okay. Now, do you think that just because you stack another 10 or 20 or 100 rows of bricks on top of that first row, that you're suddenly going to be able, your eyes are going to be able to resolve the bottom row?
I do probably not. No, probably not.
Right. That's exactly what Jedi's talking about, bro.
So when did you come into this conversation? I'm just wondering.
Time is up. Sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt. So I've noticed you say you like the attention you get, even though I think if you scroll up, you said something like that you like the attention you get from all the guys here. Right, and I'm just
okay. So that comment is an old.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask if that's what you're
several years.
Yeah. No.
That comment is several years.
You pissed off you fucking pissed off a lot of people today, okay, and you kind of ruined their vibe. All right, you're fucking shit up for us. Are you are you here for attention, or are you here to learn something? Real quick.
So you're using a post that I made several years ago.
Or are you here for attention?
Why would I be here for attention? First of all, if I was invited to the conversation.
What do you mean? Have you been listening to yourself for the last, I don't know, hour or two?
But
Alish, only you can answer.
What?
Alish, only you could answer that question if it was actually true. Don't try and throw it on us. Right?
No, so
it
like,
sure as hell
I know
feels
which.
like it sure as hell, let me finish. It sure as hell seems like that because every time you're in here, you know, you spin people in fucking circles every time to no end, to no obvious point.
Come on, guys.
About that,
Her point is having no point. Come on. Tell
It's
him.
right there. I put
See,
it in the
like, I'm not
text
trying to
chat.
waste your time here. I'm trying to.
Yeah,
Like,
this is from you, Alice, a while ago. You guys think I'm a liar and a manipulator, and then you give me so much attention. You love me.
yeah, that was from a long time
So,
ago.
like, you are a liar and manipulator, and you think it's funny that we give you the attention?
I mean, my opinions can change over a certain amount of time, and I do not think that. No.
Yeah, well, you're exhibiting the same behavior as you did before. Why would anybody think differently?
Exactly.
Because I respect you.
Yeah, though you exhibit the same behavior as before, showing that you don't.
No,
you
because
can
I
say
understand
that.
your point of view. I understand your point of view. No, I get it,
But do you?
and I understand your point of yes.
Okay.
What's the other point of view opposite to this one?
So I understand your point of view. You're saying that, like, when you observe something, it looks, when you're observing the Earth, it looks flat because you're looking out and you see something from your own perspective, and it looks like that. I get it, right?
Oh, yeah. Like I said before, right? We acknowledge, right, that if you look at something, it can look flat. It could be very shallowly curved, though is not, but still appear flat. The only way to determine to differentiate, that is to actually make a measurement. So here we are talking about all this phenomena, tangential to this idea, and not actually digging into that idea, right? Whether it is actually curving or not. All these things, like we're arguing over, can be explained maybe by this, by that, by this other thing, with no real concrete confirmation. Right? You think we should just talk about the curvature or not? Right? Rather than, this thing would indicate that it might be curving, yet you take it as, it must be curving instead of maybe. Like, how about let's prove that?
Yeah. No,
Right?
I get your position.
How would you? How would you do that? So how would you do that? How has it been done? I asked this question earlier, it didn't get answered. How has it been shown to be curving in the first instance, from which we got this radius of 3,959 miles?
So, like, I agree. Like, we have not actually made a definitive. Like, we can't sit here and say, like, I took a tape measure and wrapped it around the world, and then, like, I know that it's curving at X.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So we can both agree that we've never done that, and we probably never will.
I didn't ask for it. But to be clear, I didn't ask specifically for someone to take a tape measure and do what you said.
No. So I'm not talking like realistically somebody would do that. I'm saying, like, I'm not trying to be funny when I say that. I say that, like, realistically, that's something that we will not be able to do. We cannot do. So we have to kind of rely on, like, the information that we have, because, like,
and make
realistically,
right?
Yeah, we can make inferences, because realistically it may not even be, like, the radius may not even be what we think it is, because we can't measure from the center of the Earth because we don't know where it is. We've never even been there. So, like, we don't know.
Or how about this, right? Or rather, how about this, right? Whether there's even a radius to begin with.
I mean,
everything, as you just kind of pointed out, is being inferred.
I don't know why you assume it doesn't have a radius, right? I mean, are you assuming it's, like, not?
If it's not a ball,
why we assume it doesn't have a radius? Because we're not assuming it's a ball in the first place, like you are.
Yeah,
if it's not a ball, it doesn't have a radius. Yeah, so you have to, A, start from the premise that it's a ball, and then 2, find some observations from which you can infer specific characteristics of said ball.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you have to.
I mean, I get it.
Your baseline assumption is that it's a ball in the first place. Right? So you kind of almost like squeeze that in there very weaselly, all right, without taking a step back and saying, hey, I'm making an assumption of the nature of the shape, if there is a shape to begin with. right?
Yeah, but
So there's no direct measurement. So there's no direct measurement to confirm the shape, right, or any characteristic thereof. So why would you think otherwise, or why would you cling to that idea without proof? Is the point?
Why? You know, so I personally, and I don't believe you should think this because you can think whatever you want, but I personally believe it because of our ability to take these photos from space, which I think are true personally. But I understand. So I understand your position to be agnostic to the idea that it is round, right? So like
I didn't say that. Sorry.
I didn't say that.
So I don't.
One that's agnostic.
Sorry.
Okay? When you're saying that it can be leveled and curved at the same time, you're the agnostic one.
Hold on. What do the pictures from
that's
space
what I'm
show
saying.
us? What do the pictures from space show us?
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I believe in the idea, and then you are agnostic to my idea, right? That's what I'm saying. My idea, not your idea.
The pictures from space show the Earth to have a curved surface. Right?
Right, and you're agnostic to my idea.
So based on that piece of evidence, we should be able to measure a curved surface. Right?
A photograph? I don't know about that. But see, I choose to believe that.
At the end of the day, the evidence that you've given us shows the Earth to have a curved surface. So that means that we should measure a curved surface. I mean, it's the consequence of the claim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we don't measure any curvature on the surface. There's a problem with the image then, because it makes a claim that we don't measure.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made there, right? And
Yeah, we don't measure what the images show. Yes.
Right. There's like your argument's not like false, right? It's not like I choose to believe what NASA showed me and you don't. You might be right. I might be right. We can't say who's correct, right?
Why do we choose not to believe images that NASA?
I'm sorry, you cut off a little bit.
Why do we choose not to believe the images that NASA show us?
Because we have images like the windmills that show flats, that show line, that the horizon is not curving, right?
Yeah, we don't measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Look, I get it, okay? And I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah. Okay.
But you are disagreeing.
Hey, so
You're effectively.
I'm disagreeing.
You just said I'm not disagreeing with you, and I said no, you are, and now you said yeah. Can you make up your mind?
Well, because no.
No.
That's a solid no. That's a solid no. No, I'm not.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so that explains everything, right? So that's fine, right? So if it seems like you're experiencing pure cognitive dissonance in this whole matter. That's why you're coming off sounding a little crazy. I totally get that. Okay, that explains everything.
About that, because I'm not. Well, the thing is, I'm not telling you that you are wrong. I'm asking my position is correct. That's the difference.
No, you just said two contradictory things in a matter of 2 seconds. That's kind of crazy, yo.
Yeah, I think
and it's okay because you're experiencing cognitive dissonance, right? You're struggling to reconcile these two bits of information that to you both seem true, yet in reality only one is, and you're having a difficulty actually figuring out which is which. So you're in this loop, and that's probably why you still come in here, because you're trying to figure it out, but you don't know how. Go ahead.
Both points are contradicting the other, so both points can't be true.
Exactly, and that's the struggle. That's her struggle figuring out which is which.
Yeah, so once you agree with one of them, you can't really go back to the other one and say, oh, well, I kind of believe that one too. Because both points are contradicting each other and both things cannot be true in reality. So once you already threw away that you don't have any proof of the radius value. Any argument that you come up with, when you have to rely on the radius value to be true, well, you already in contradiction right there. So both points cannot be true. So even when they brought you to the point where you don't have any self-evidence of a radius value or any shape of the earth, you don't have no measurement whatsoever, and you said that no one have definitively actually proved that the earth is actually have a radius value to begin with, and that only leaves you with the measurements, which are flat, because that's the only way that we have been measuring things so far. So both things cannot be true. So once you already agreed to that point, you can't go back and say, well, we could look at these measurements, which are flat and horizontal, but we need the radius value in order to do these calculations. But calculations is not actually, something in reality. Calculations only give you a description of what you observe in reality. But without the observation of a radius value, you cannot put that radius value within that calculation whatsoever. You can only use the measurements and the observations that you see, and that is true. And the observations that you just agreed to, basically only shows you flat horizontal measurements, and you already agreed that you have no definitive proof or observation of a radius value other than the pictures from NASA, which I think that maybe Jedi or one of the other panel members have already debunked due to gas pressure and things of that nature. So both things cannot be true, and measurements are absolutely true, and observations in reality are also true. So you can't say, oh, well, I believe this and I kind of believe that also. If you're going to say that the earth is a globe and you believe that the earth is a globe, you must start with proving that the earth is a globe first, then go ahead and construct the argument. But if you say, I'm only going to assume that the earth is a globe, and come with question proof, like, well, if the earth is a globe, it would do this, or if the earth is flat, it would do that. No, the flat earth argument only goes off natural observations that we observe in measurements. And this is how we measure it with geometry and angles, which is all basically show the earth is flat. So
yeah, the shape of the earth and the container argument are not really mutually exclusive, because one does not really coexist with the other in reality, because one can be true and the other can't. I mean, technically the earth does have a container realistically.
Yes.
Technically, the earth does have a container realistically.
I mean,
so realistically, if we're speaking like both from the globe perspective and.
But before you continue right there, did you just see what you just threw away now? Now you just threw away your argument with NASA. So now you can't even.
Because NASA agrees with me.
Listen, all of it ties together. Because the only thing that you do have, since you do not have any natural observations on the ground with measurements or anything on the ground, which you already admitted to Jedi, now you're saying, well, Earth do have a container and do requires a container in order for us to have gas pressure. Okay, well, therefore NASA cannot be flying around right outside of that container, or else the gas would basically.
Well, they're not. That's the point. They're not. Because
now flying around in the space.
So they never went to the moon.
No, we went to the moon. But when you say NASA,
so it's not a closed system then. So it's not a closed system.
Yeah, which one?
So let me explain, and NASA will agree with me. Due to our understanding of how things like what are they called?
Yeah, I'd avoid my question too.
No, gas pressure. We understand how gas pressure works.
Yeah, I'd avoid it too.
So
I'm right down the end of the road waiting for you. Just fucking hurry up.
So ball lightning is an example of is kind of like a mini example of how the atmosphere works. So the The Earth is encapsulated by something called the ionosphere. The ionosphere is what?
Excited gas, ionized gas.
Yeah, ionized gas, exactly. So the ionized gas, which we can actually witness in real life, something called ball lightning, contains the gases within itself, so it has plasma within it.
Oh,
actually is an example
Can I just stop you? No.
Yeah.
Ionized gas isn't a container for other gas to press against.
So what
ionized
is
gas,
ball lightning?
Ionized gas in the ionosphere also turns on and turns off depending whether the sun's around or not. There's different layers to the ionosphere. Some only come out during the day. Yeah.
Yeah, and it also has to contain 24/7 as well. It has to be a constant container.
So if that were true, if like the ionosphere turned on and off, that means that radio wouldn't work.
Right.
It does.
Hold on 2 seconds. So yeah, you're correct. As I was trying to point out, there's different layers: A, B, C, D, E, and F. It's like in an alphabetical order, right? To keep things fucking simple. Some of them, depending on the electromagnetic activity in the atmosphere, when the sun's around, are more active than they are at night time. They effectively are on and off. That's why only certain wavelengths are used, because other ones either go straight through the ionosphere, or because they were going to require the ionosphere to be there, are only going to be able to be used at certain times.
How does that refute what I said?
The ionosphere is a container for gas pressure, and the cause of it, no.
Yeah. How does that refute what I said? Because
it disappears. The door opens and closes?
No, because you said that there are certain. Off. I mean, it's certain aspects. You're right. Certain aspects do turn on and off depending upon like
on the things that I've just told you, or things that you already know. Because I seem to be educating you, and you seem to want to turn around and start educating me about something that I've just fucking your attention to. Come on, mate. I have a little bit more respect for you than that. Don't let me lose that last bit that I've got.
Yeah, and you kind of linked that part of it too. I guess you thought I didn't know about that.
What? That you didn't know about ball lightning and how it contains itself?
That's not fucking gas pressure without a container. That's a weak analogy.
Was it a weak? It's not an analogy. It's a real thing.
Because it's not fucking gas.
What is it then? What is plasma?
Sorry, it's not gas. There you go. It's a different state of matter.
No, plasma is not gas, but like what is contained within plasma?
We're talking about gas. It's plasma now. Yeah, it's plasma now.
Yeah,
it's not gas. It's like you saying, well, when it's water, when it's gas, not the same fucking thing. We're talking about how you have gas pressure without a container. You're bringing up something that is not analogous. Forgive me for getting really pissed off with you.
Ooh, you really pissed off?
Yes.
And are you saying that's the official mainstream narrative, that within the atmosphere, this plasma is somehow around the entire globe and is containing the gas? Is that the official mainstream narrative?
No.
Right.
No, so that's not the mainstream narrative at all. I didn't say plasma. I said plasma.
You keep talking over me every time I talk. It's a closed question. No, it's enough. So if it's not the official narrative, it is not what NASA is actually saying, then you cannot bring up NASA, or you cannot bring up any official narrative that these so-called scientists is actually talking about, because these so-called scientists is not actually saying what you're saying. This is something that you came up with off the fly because we presented an argument to you. That's against.
I come up with it off the fly. No.
Yeah, but it's not what the mainstream teaches. It's not what you were learning in any high school or any college, that this actually happened and this is what's contained in the gas. So this is something that you came up with your friends on the internet.
What? My friends on the internet? No, absolutely not. I don't listen to my friends on the internet.
It's not the official narrative. I never heard of that.
Where did I come up with it?
Yes.
Observation.
Oh, you can't. Oh, observation. So you went to space.
Yeah,
Well,
so
actually,
as you did observation, I observed, right, that we have something called ball lightning, that we have something called St. Elmo's fire, that we have other things on this earth that are actually ionized gas that is containing within itself plasma. So we have gas containing plasma, and we have that phenomena that exists on
gas
Earth
containing
that is well
ionized gas, which is plasma, containing plasma. Or are you trying to assert that you've got gas pressure? You're trying to. Why are you trying to fuck yourself over, girl? You're only in this room for attention. Piss off elsewhere. Seriously.
And again,
someone take one for the team and take her out. Thank you.
No, fine. I'll just leave. I'll just leave. That's fine.
And on your way out, consider this, right? Sorry, Joe. I'm just going to say on your way out, right? Consider this. If you're going to say that plasma is being contained by gas, ask yourself this then, after that, what is containing the gas to contain the plasma? Right? And by extension, you would recognize that the plasma would then somehow, indirectly require a solid container as well anyway. So it's like, you're just taking, you're just removing yourself by one step to try and make an argument for this. But you're still confined by these rules anyway. So you're not really doing it a favor, man.
Okay. All right. I don't have to make any more comments about this. You can ask someone else's opinion.
Are you satisfied?
Yeah, because it seemed like you're trying to say. I mean, we're talking about like a natural law. It's like you saying like, well, this natural law doesn't exist because you observed it. That's fine, but you would have to. That's fine, but you would have to prove that the gas will expand in an omnidirectional at the space vacuum that is next to the globe. Have you experienced that with this plasma? One of the astronauts said they've experienced it, that they claim that they always go out travel with satellites. They never experienced none of this stuff. They never talked about this.
I just want to know, are you using like Chat GPT or any of these AI search engines to like
No.
Yeah? No? Oh.
No, I don't use ChatGPT. That's
Oh yeah.
embarrassing. That's embarrassing to use. Why would I use ChatGPT when I have observation and my own brain?
Yeah, it's not doing you very good.
Because it'll tell you that depending on the radioactivity from the sun, the ionosphere changes density, effectively turning on and off.
Yeah, you're right. Our satellite communication and other things like are affected by sun flares, right? So like absolutely 100%.
Yeah. Chat,
All things that she's
AI.
observed naturally.
How are you talking about all this, but you don't understand like perspective? Like, how the hell did we spend like fucking a whole hour trying to explain to you something so basic, but now you want to talk about all this bullshit?
Do you think I'm using AI? I mean, I'm not.
Well, what
take my
do
word
you?
for it, you can't.
Yeah, but what's your goal? Are you trying to understand what we're trying to show you here, or are you just trying to piss some people off?
Not either. None of it. Presenting new ideas,
Well, it sounds like you piss a lot of people off, but you haven't learned anything. So that's why I'm wondering.
I don't know. Why are you mad? I mean, I'm not trying to piss anybody off. Not at all.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm fascinated. Like, what? Who are you?
I mean,
what do you do? Like, right?
No, I mean, honestly, if you don't want my opinion, it's fine. I don't have to talk. I can leave. You don't have to mute me or ban me. I'll just leave. It's fine. It's up to you. I don't have to continue.
It's a shame your boyfriends aren't here. So I'd just mute them and leave you unmuted in silence.
I'm sorry, what boyfriends? I don't have any. Was I supposed to bring people with me who are my boyfriends? Because I must have forgot to. Sorry.
You don't have any friends that are boys?
Stunning and brave.
It's safe to enter.
Yeah, over fences, it's safe to come back.
Fences! That's great, Cray. I missed all the fun earlier.
No, you didn't miss much.
I remember when I was like, I think 11 or something like that. You know, and the adults would be talking. You know what I mean? And I'd butt in with a question. You know, and I'd be like this, start being hard-headed, you know, always asking questions. You don't even know what you're asking. Like, the hurricane has an eye? I mean, I'm just being hard-headed, you know, just trying to be difficult. That's what she sounded like. She was just asking these. That's why I was wondering if she's using AI, because, you know, it's not like, what the hell?
Good evening, family.
Is that a big
yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, bro. Hey, man.
I recognize his voice.
Yeah,
Glad to
dude.
hear you, Capigat.
No, that's not the real one. I don't believe it. On proof.
It's him. It's him. It's him. Welcome back, bro. Welcome back.
Prove it.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I invented the word family with FE from Flat Earth.
I believe it.
Oh, verified. Verified.
Good.
That
How have
seals
you
the
been,
deal.
guys?
Oh, you know,
Alright.
still alive.
Yeah.
How have you been?
I've been good, but I had problems. I broke my phone last year, and I had a crappy phone. I couldn't get on Discord with it. So yeah, I got a new phone now.
You got a new
Nice.
phone, Capigat?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Good to hear you get Luca was asking about you the other day, and I just let her know that you had posted in my server a couple days ago and that you seem to be doing good, so good to hear from you.
Oh yes, I'm working on a project. I'm designing a new kind of CPU, computer processor, and I made some of my own breakthroughs.
Can you speak about the CPU, or is it secret?
Well, I can speak a little bit of
Classified.
it.
It's classified.
It's actually designed for AI, for a new kind of AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, it can give to an AI 6 colors for truth, states, and also 4 mouths for each of the colors. It's a complex, multi-dimensional logic architecture.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
See you at the top then whenever you make it and make the $1 billion profit. Good job.
Well, I kind of hit a wall right now because I have a Stratix 2 FPGA board. I bought it like 15, 16 years ago. And I also bought the software for it with a license, and that was $3,500. And as I registered it on my old computer, which I no longer have, now I found that I actually lost the license.
You don't have the license. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And I have to buy it again. I was trying to find, some torrent where I can download the program, but it doesn't work that way.
Wow. Let's find you some sponsors that will pay for the license or something.
No, I have credit card, but I still don't want to jump into my credit card before I exhaust all other options. And this company I bought my board from is Altera, and Intel bought this company a couple years ago. So now I've contacted Intel to help me locate my license and see if I can get it back.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah. The worst case, I have to buy it again, and I will. This project is too important for me.
You have a project, you trying to get it finished.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting. You mentioned using colors to give certain signals to the AI. That sounds interesting.
Well, I'm in this architecture. I made something like 144 Moebius strips, which intersect into a hyperlogical thing. So this helps the AI not to get stuck on contradicting
itself or whatever is being to it, or
yeah, binary systems are, positive or negative, true or false states, only two states, and this one offers more kinds of truths, and each one is represented by a different plane,
sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's led me to a formula for calculating consciousness.
So cogdis. So no cog dissonance. Anti-cogdis.
Not a cog dissonance as far as flat Earth is concerned.
Yeah.
I get really emotional. They're emotionally attached to a globe. And so when they protect a belief that hard, that's why sometimes they laugh. You hear people on here that get the giggles, or they get angry, they get upset, they get frantic. That's cognitive dissonance, right? It's like they have a hard time accepting reality as it presents itself. It's just flat and stationary, horizontal.
Not just that, I will say, because I was a glober, like 2013, something like that. When I first came across Flat Earth was about 2009, but I was a glober at the time, and I was like baffled. Oh my God, how can such kind of people exist today? With all this mountain of evidence I thought we have. But then in 2013, when I saw documentaries and also Eric Dubay, the evidence was compelling and very strong on the flat Earth side. So I began to look deeper, research, and I found new things. For me, it was a huge paradigm shift. So I had to relearn everything that I thought I knew.
I feel like it went in stages for me. Somebody would bring up flat Earth or suggest it, and I would be like, shut up, that's dumb. I get upset about it. And I just kept hearing it come up in conversations every now and then in random places. And I'm like, all right, that's enough. I cave. How am I going to prove the globe? And it was just that's about where it started. It's also about where it ended, because I realized that I couldn't prove that Earth was a globe. I can only show mathematical equations. I couldn't show any physical demonstrations. And then, at the same time, I'm going back and forth. Like, I'm going to prove the globe, and I'm going to debunk the flat Earth. And then, okay, so I can't prove the globe. So go over to the flat Earth. Let's see what we can debunk on the flat Earth. Here we go. Months later, I can't debunk anything about the flat Earth. There's, every aspect of flat Earth is demonstratable, measurable, testable. We can go out and do this over and over and over again. And I was like, man, okay, it's the water. Yeah, I can't argue with water. and I've known my whole life
Exactly.
that water is flat and level, and that's all it took. That's all it took to tip me over the fence and go, oh my gosh, all right, okay, let me just step back from everything I thought I knew.
Yeah,
And
because if you keep if you keep making the same claims or fighting, then you're making a fool of yourself.
Yep. I'm like, dang, I can't. Yeah, this is objective, very objective reality, and
Yeah.
I've seen flat water. You know,
Yeah,
like I walk up.
that's how my new processor architecture is also. It's a very deterministic computing CPU, unlike the binary systems are using probabilistic algorithms. So these kind of algorithms, they will give you close answers to reality, but they never match reality. And this led me to accept that, hey, even if something is mathematically sound or logically sound, that doesn't make it real. From concept to reality is a huge step.
Yeah, and that was, through this, journey, I guess you could call it. I've really been able to differentiate between what is science and what is pseudoscience. And I realized that there's a lot of people out there that just take it on blind faith. Whatever is called science, they're like, yeah, that's science. And they don't understand the difference between pseudoscience and empirical science. So I'm glad that I was able to understand that and be able to differentiate the two. It's very helpful. It's very, very helpful in this. Although, we like to say that there's really no science needed when you're just measuring the surface of something for curvature or flatness. You're not really doing science at all. So the science comes later with, things like the laws of thermodynamics and the physics of water.
Yeah, that's all we need to point at water, horizon, vanishing point, stuff like that. All these things can be very logically and sound be explained by physics.
The best part is that they're demonstratable, repeatable, as per science.
Yes, and falsifiable. And yeah, this is why I was saying about those guys you said they were giggling. I can't understand them because they are living in such a dark pit of ignorance, like they are bathing in it.
It's a bit of a matrix, so to speak. When there was this false reality constructed around us and put into our minds, and when you come out of that, it's very refreshing, but it can also be very frustrating. Like, man, I was so ignorant and blissful before, and now you're like, oh man, well, now I know, I understand, and I you get to a point where you're like, I feel like I know too much, right? But at the same time, I'm going to die not knowing things, and it's a very, very interesting position to be in.
Well, just maybe these words won't make much sense or have much meaning for you right now, but they will someday, I promise you. So, the thing I want to say is...
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, the thing I want to say is truth has 6 colors and 4 mouths for each color. This is creating 24 beings, which they are known as the elders that sit around the throne of God.
I like that.
Thank you. I'm glad. And they have, each of those elders has 4 mouths. He can speak in the same time 4 different things, even if those things contradict themselves. They are all 4 true when these elders are speaking.
It's a good analogy. I like that.
Yeah. So when we have to analyze when something is true or false, we have to put it through 96 logical distinct gates.
Wow. That sounds like some interesting check and balances.
Yes.
To come to the true conclusion.
Yeah, it's not easy for human mind to think in this kind of manner, but we really are capable of doing it, thinking like this. But it requires training and learning and, But at least this is a important tool which can help you break down things and filter them so you can reach the absolute truth, factual truth of something.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's not simple. I mean, it's very elegant process and simple, but it still requires the individual to do like 96 different tasks,
So you're saying that you can format this into machine coding that can get you closer to that?
Yeah, it gets you to the absolute truth. It's a machine of truth.
Sounds interesting. I'd like to see it in practice. Unless, I mean, if God allows it even to be so, you never know. If it's breaking certain rules that are not allowed.
Well, it's breaking the nowadays quantum computing rules. But this is because mankind doesn't even understand they think they did such a huge experiment when they did the double slit experiment. but that experiment in itself is inconsistent, and it started from false premises.
Interesting.
Yeah. They treat the electron as a one-of-a-kind entity, like all electrons are the same, but they are not.
Point to some differences. Or let's say one from the other.
Yeah, they can have clockwise spin, counterclockwise, both kind of spins in the same time, top spin and down spin, and also both top and down spin in the same time.
And that will give it a different function, or what will be the practical difference that they will behave differently like that?
Well, when we use, for example, a generator to generate electricity, you have a magnet passing next to a coil, you know.
Yeah.
But in that moment when the magnet is passing, you don't actually know where the electrons from those atoms inside the copper wire that make up the copper wire, you don't know in which phase they all are. So you are pushing them according to the phase state which they are, and the output will be a incoherent electric current which has resistance, ohm resistance. You know, when you try to propagating through long wires to transmit it. So you then have losses because of the resistance, because you are using incoherent electrons.
So when you make them put them together in a certain manner, what do you accomplish? Yeah. Like less loss of energy, or
yes, much more
efficient
and
okay, that makes sense. It's almost like a clock that is well tuned instead of just throwing its hands all over the place.
You practically achieve superconductivity at room temperature.
Is that accomplished now? Is there an example for that, or are all the examples contrary to that?
Well, nobody did this. I mean, without using these exotic supercooling materials and stuff like this.
So you're saying there's a way of doing it, but without that heat that might just damage the mechanism?
Yes,
that requires cooling.
I can use this kind of logical architecture to force all the electrons into one single phase. So instead of the electrons being like a chaotic crowd of people at a rock concert, they will be all marching like Chinese military soldiers when marching on a parade.
That will like for more efficient machinery, or
Well, if you had a phone charger like this, for example, um, when you charge your battery, it lasts you about 8-9 hours of constant use. But if you will charge it with such a power supply, which I make, then you multiply those 8 hours by 96, and
yeah, it's like how do you say? Go ahead, finish your sentence. My bad. That's impressive. Yeah, I can picture it, and it makes sense. It's just that it will change the world, something like that.
yeah, we are wasting a lot of energy from, I mean, this ordinary way we are using electricity. We are using like only the 96th part of what it actually has.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it looks like it's almost intentional the way they do it.
Yes. Yes. To hold us from advancing and
Stopping the
expanding
waste
the world.
and wasting so much time, and
Yeah.
wasting energy, effort.
Yes.
You will be accomplishing way more with the same effort you put in right now.
Yeah. A battery lifetime. A battery lifetime. I mean, you can charge it and discharge it a couple of thousand times, and then it goes bad. But and this is because the ohm resistance, it destroys in time that battery. But if you were using this kind of electricity, the coherent one, then that battery would last you more than a man's lifetime.
Like 100-fold, and it probably will charge. It will charge faster and hold more charge and last longer. All of the
You're right. It also charges much faster.
that makes sense.
But this, I mean, the great achievement is not just in energy, it's more in computational power.
What is computation lacking that this will provide as a solution?
Well, for example, today the Frontier supercomputer in USA, Louisiana, I think, can perform around 1 pentamillion of computations per second. That is a very, very big number. But that computer takes
a lot of power.
Yeah, a couple of megawatts per year. It takes electricity. They pay about $23 million for the electricity bill for each year.
The size of the computer will it get smaller as the efficiency goes up?
Well, my processor doesn't use that many transistors.
It will
I'm
smart.
using,
You need less material.
yeah, I use about 200 of them, and they have not the same, but they reach half of the computing power of that computer. And the thing is, that computer is doing probabilistic computations, when my processor is doing deterministic computations. So that those are very precise, accurate results.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It makes sense because it's away from the nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. But I know that this world, I mean, the powers at B, they don't like this kind of stuff.
The powers that shouldn't be.
Yeah, because it takes their power away, to keep us dumb and enslaved.
When you look at what comes out as technology, it's almost like a watered down version of what it could be. It's like it's designed to be watered down, to be as inefficient and time consuming, and it's not really improving much.
I have to rush a little bit in my creation now, because Dr. Anita Goel, she finished MIT. She's one of the world's greatest expert in nanotechnology and stuff like that.
Has a lot of funds.
Yeah, and she came recently, and she's proposing the scientific community to accept, to actually start looking or changing their paradigm view in regard to information and quantum physics. She's hinting that those nanorobotic machines which are inside the living cells, which are writing or reading the DNA, she's saying that those tiny machines are doing vast numbers of computations so effective and precise, and this is why they need to change their view of what they know about the atom and the electron, so I know she's getting close to my discoveries. So,
is she a flat earther?
No, that one is not a flat earther. She is the high rank Mason degree. Yeah, she's a expert in nanotechnology and
Those little robots in the cells, those are the ones that look like little spiders, octopus machines that are.
Yeah.
They look like crafted machinery.
Yes. They are literally between. They are between computer robot technology and a living organism.
Yeah. That's what it looks like to me when you describe it like that. Can you also say the term nanotechnology for that, or is nanotechnology like necessarily man-made, or can something like that be considered as nanotechnology?
No, nanotechnology is actually from the living.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's inside the living cell, those machines which write the DNA or read all that. It's many of them and they have many functions. It's like a whole factory, And they work synchronized and they have a wireless communication system.
Wow. Yeah.
And
you think that's coming from the source, like from the creator's design? That's not man-made. That's
it's from the creator.
Beyond man, yeah.
Yeah. But these machines, the way they communicate is through kind of a very high frequency.
I was gonna ask frequency.
Vibrations. Yeah. Vibrations. I call them phonons.
Phonons?
Phonon, yeah. But they also have today some kind of new thing in modern physics. They measure phonons in laboratories and stuff, but these are phonons which propagate through solid or liquid matter. But this is a wide wave kind of spectrum from the phonon field spectrum itself. These phonon waves, they go into very, very small dimensions, which become smaller than subatomic particles themselves.
This frequency or this vibration that you're saying they operate at, is this something that can be, how do you say, identify as a specific one, or is? Because I'm just saying, like within the, I guess within the creation of the creator, this construct, and all the codes that are within. You're speaking about us. This vibration that is maybe like a is like an under within all the frequencies, all the vibrations that can be detected across displays. You're saying these ones are operating within a specific one? Can they be identified and separated from other frequencies?
I mean, those ultra small phononic wave frequencies, they actually all create a pattern. For example, when you do cymatics experiments.
Okay, so like that, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But that pattern is actually showing you what's happening inside the atom. It's telling you the RPM between things like tooth gears engaging with each other. When they spin very fast, they make a certain sound as those teeth mesh and unmesh.
The code itself, that's like an effect of, that's like an after effect.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, speaking of sound waves, we got a guy just joined named Soundwave. Perhaps he has a question about flat Earth to flat earthers. Give him
What's the question?
We don't know. We're just saying.
Open your
recognizing
mic,
he
dude.
joined.
Yeah, well, he has to know we were not talking now about flat Earth.
Obviously.
Wait, isn't that stuff happening on a flat Earth?
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, there you go.
Absolutely.
Wait, there's no frequency on a flat Earth?
You have all the frequencies, and you know what's funny? Because every atom in the world in existence is actually a very powerful computing machine which contributes to the never-ending expansion of the number pi and golden ratio and all other irrational numbers, which we call them infinite numbers. We call them like this because they are growing at a very fast rate as the atoms themselves are computing it. So we have, if we want to see a small version of this number, we have to go back in time very, very much. Today, they have reached such a huge number, it is not easy for the human mind to understand.
Hey, yo, Gets.
Yeah.
Gets. What did you send me, buddy?
It wasn't me. Yeah, I had a problem with my Discord password account. It got virus or hacked, and yeah.
Nah, are you serious?
Yeah. Just ignore that, please.
Well, why didn't you tell me to ignore it? Because I thought it was a real fucking thing. You didn't say after, ignore it. No, but because Gets fucking starts sending me shit, and Gets, I trust you, right? And then you send me some weird fucking
He's
shit.
not sending it. He's not sending it. That's been happening for a while on Discord. It's not the person sending it. It's something else.
Yeah.
I understand that. Well, you should send a message after saying, "Yo, it's not me." Doesn't it pop up on your screen? I send messages.
I should. Yeah, I want to send this kind of message, but I don't know how. One moment.
Don't worry.
Yeah, now I see your message now on my
Yeah, he just got aware of it. He didn't know, but he's apologizing even though he didn't know.
No, I know. It's just crazy shit. Like, this shit's crazy.
Yes. Anyways. Talking about crazy, going back to the flat earthers.
What about it? We got a go over?
I don't know. There might be a new person in here. Someone. I don't know. Get him.
Oh man!
Come on, get him.
Oh man! I'm just gotta work, bro. I don't want to get nobody, man.
We have bigger guns, Vlad. You can sit down.
What? I have the biggest gun. What are you talking about, guy? What? What? Bigger guns?
Just keep the.
I'm the motherfucking nuke. What are you talking about?
Keep the Russian nukes. Keep them away. We have the Transylvania quantum computing.
Yeah, a bunch of AI is garbage. Fucking quantum computing is garbage. Hey, listen. You know what the problem with AI is, and they haven't yet to solve this problem? It's called hallucinations. So AI hallucinates all the fucking time. And no matter how
learned that the other day. You just learned that probably like 2 days ago. I know you're trying to explain it. Come on, tell us.
Who told me that? How do you know I learned that 2 days ago?
How many days? Tell me. 3?
What? First of all, I wasn't even on Discord when I was fucking watching and learning about AI. What the fuck are you talking about?
But how many days ago?
I got my own sources a while ago. Don't worry. I'm just talking about it now. What the fuck, man?
Okay, go ahead. Explain it to me. I want to learn. I want to learn. I want to know what you
do you want to learn? What do you want to learn?
Your hallucinations about computing or whatever.
Well, right. So what happens is, like, over time, right, that they were using, like, companies would be implementing these AIs. Like, some of them would, like, put a whole bunch of tasks on these things, right? And they'd be spitting out shit. And then a lot of the times, 10% of the time, they'd be spitting out nonsense, complete fucking, it like makes shit up on the spot. And the thing is, the problem is you never know what's made up and what's not.
So this is what Get Bigger is solving this whole issue, because the AI will only tell you truth. The computer will only compute within truth parameters, not within probabilistic BS.
How could it possibly know what's true?
Because within the framework of foundation of the creation of God, that's the truth.
Yeah, reality exists.
Bro, but that's not God is not computers.
Reality exists. That's a fact. And it's deterministic.
Facts.
Right, so you're going to program it to know truth, even though you have limitations. Right?
Not within those parameters.
Well, I have my own processor logical architecture, which it's my personal project at the moment. I'm working on it. I haven't fully finished it yet or tested, but I have made simulations on a software, and once I sort out my software licensing problem, then I will be able to program my FPGA and to test it physically.
There you go, Vlad. Tell me about your architecture software that you've made. Tell me, Vlad.
I never fucking wasted my time doing that shit.
What? But you're gonna be using it. Then you're gonna be. I'm using Get Big's architecture to play my
you can use this. I don't want. See, okay, it's not gonna run that shit.
And you're gonna be able to make better music, Vlad. Don't you like that?
Bro, there's no fucking way his fucking operating system can do any of that.
It's not gonna be an operating system.
There you go.
It's gonna be more like an oracle.
There you go. You see, Vlad? You're learning.
Oh, gotcha. So the one that you create is going to tell us the real truth. Good grief, dude.
That I wanted to do.
You guys are haters, especially you AI. Such a haters. Let Get Big dream his dream and build his architecture. Come on.
I'm okay with my demonic windows.
Dude, he just said it's going to be an oracle.
Yeah, why not?
Like that? Yeah. Dude, that is... Oh my god. Dude, that's just a joke, brother. Let me tell you why not. Because if people believe that some artificial intelligence is going to be an oracle, they're going to treat it like an oracle and deify its decisions and conclusions like a bunch of mindless, retarded sheep. And they're going to be even stupider than trusting a human.
Wait, how do you know that? You can predict the future? Are you an oracle?
Dude, you don't need to be able to predict the future to know what I just said is the truth.
No, you're predicting people's future behavior based on an architecture that is not yet built. Come on, dude.
What? No, I'm basing it on human architecture, which is the wet works of the ways humans behave. It's not going to change because somebody creates software. Not going to happen.
No.
Well, it kind of did already. Listen, the dating apps are pieces of software that kind of changed how social interactions are. You know, there's a lot of fucking.
You know what they didn't do? You know what they didn't do, brother? Yeah. Do you know what they didn't do? They didn't create the interactions that became more moral and better for everyone. They made them worse.
Right, but they still changed them. That's what I'm trying to say.
For some people, worse is better. Don't you know that?
With these computation systems, which are based on probabilities, that in itself is a guarantee for them that any man that uses this kind of technology and approach is never gonna be
okay. Fair. All right. Who decides?
It's not done. You're interrupting. Let me listen. I'm trying to listen. Go ahead, Gabiget. Finish your sentence.
Yeah, finish your sentence. Sometime this century, please.
Yeah. Those people who are using their probabilistic technology are never going to be in lockstep with reality.
Okay, that's great. Duh.
Yeah.
So then you're saying you want an architecture that's based on strict logic and principles. The problem with that is that logic only works when you input proof premises. And the architecture itself can't access the proof to the premises. You have to feed it that. So you could just tell them these are proof premises, and it'll give you a preferential output based on your bias.
Well, my architecture led me to the conclusion that in reality, truth has 6 colors and 4 mouths for each color. And
yikes.
Yeah, it's not simple system.
Sounds like metaphysical claims, which go into religious claims. So you're basically creating a oracle, like you said, that is essentially a cult. You have to convince everyone. You have to convince everyone of your philosophy before they buy into the fact that this thing's telling them truths that are existential or metaphysical truths. So unless it's a calculator, which just tells you 2 + 2 = 4, then the idea that it's going to be telling people truths about metaphysics and stuff, I mean, the idea is patently absurd, dude.
Okay,
but don't listen to him. He's just hating, bro.
No, let me tell him something.
Okay, if I'm just hating, tell me anything that I said that was illogical.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen
No,
to
it
him.
was
Yeah, don't listen to me.
Keep building
Yeah,
it.
don't listen to me. Don't engage with critique. Just listen to some guy blowing smoke up your ass.
He thinks he can go to the future or the past. Don't believe him.
His argument is not bad. His argument is quite good and challenging.
If I can get in here.
AI.
Do you mind?
I don't have to prove it because mankind already has this knowledge for many ages ago. In the Bible, the throne of God is surrounded by 24 wise elders wearing white robes and crowns.
Right.
Six colors.
Right. So you play on the veracity of the Bible to segue to your ideas, to your architecture. I get it.
Well,
it's classic.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when people say it's kind of like when people say God created by the word, therefore he created with vibrations and a cosmic air that was vibrating. When the word in the Bible is actually an idiom for a particular person, not actually words that come out of somebody's mouth hole. It's very easy to use the Bible to back up your nonsense.
I'm not backing up any nonsense.
There's absolutely no connection between what you said and the 24 elders that surround the throne. There's no connection whatsoever.
If I can get in here quickly, I heard you a little bit. It sounded like you were just talking about, like, as fascinating as all this stuff is. Okay, it sounded like you're talking about at the lowest, one of the lowest levels possible, at the chip level, right? So it sounds like you're re-architecting the orientation, or maybe not the orientation, but the configuration of, for example, all the work of a processor, right? And what it sounds like is basically your architecture basically just speeds a bunch of shit up, right? Because you're cohering the power through the chip and all this stuff. And that sounds really interesting if you actually achieve that. The problem is the programs running on top of these chips, okay, using kind of your standard logical kind of conditional statements and stuff like that. This type of stuff, basically, all you're basically achieving is the ability for all this regular stuff that we do just at a faster speed. So everything that AI is talking about, right, where it requires being programmed in the first place. So all this your kind of latter statements sound a little bit more grandiose than what you've actually presented that you can actually do, which is just basically speed a bunch of shit up, which in and of itself is already very interesting. But all the other stuff, man, it kind of sounds grandstanding-esque. So I don't know how you're able to leap to that from, your engineering work there. Like, I don't understand that part.
Yeah, big guy, don't tell them your secrets. Don't do it.
Well, you don't have to do that. Yeah. I just mean,
I already know the secrets, dude. I already know the secrets.
Don't do it, big guy.
Well, like when AI tells you,
machine parasites into you, so you can tell them, don't do it.
Oh, that's it.
Jamesy, your trolling sucks, Jamesy.
Dude, when an AI tells you that it's an oracle, something that you created and programmed, it's telling you that it has access to the truth, right? And it's using the Bible to tell you that. That sounds very familiar to me.
You think the Bible is like the throne of God?
What? That doesn't even make any sense, dude.
He spoke about the throne of God, which is a fact, which is truth. But that's not the Bible. It's written in the Bible.
Who said it was the Bible?
Gabriel, are you building your architecture based on the Bible?
It's not based on the Bible, but I have seen the similar.
We all know it's not based.
It's not based on the Bible.
Jamesy, no offense, but you're being stupid.
Don't mention it anymore.
He did mention it. He did mention it.
He said that.
He mentioned it. He said written in the Bible about the 24 elders, dude.
Yeah,
holy crap, dude.
Spoke about was straightened, right? The throne of God.
I mean, yeah. So how do you know? How do you know that's truth? How do you know that's truth?
Well, in my case, I have 24 logical gates.
Okay, what does that have to do with the 24 elders? Because there's 24? Because the number coordinates?
Just a similarity, I said.
There you go.
Right. So it's not right. So you're trying to vicariously borrow the veracity and the truth that people revere in the Bible and apply it to your architecture, some kind of oracle. And trust me, there will be people that fall for that. That's where the danger is.
Well,
okay, your logical cores have nothing to do with the throne of God at all. At all.
Yes,
How do you know? How do you know?
If you think about it, dude, at best, what you've done is borrowed some of these numbers, right, that you found in the stories in the Bible, right, to inspire your design. And at best, you've achieved just by, I guess, by sheer chance or whatever, I don't know, that these sorts of configurations of these numbers and however you design them achieve really high speeds. Fan-fucking-tastic. But to say that this is, all this other stuff based on that, I don't get, man. I think, the criticism is warranted here.
You don't have to get it. He can say that if he wants to. His architecture and the work that he's doing is one thing, and if he wants to add something on top of that for whatever he says similarity, like he said, he's allowed to do that. He don't need your permission.
He doesn't need the permission, but he's going to be critiqued.
So stop the BS then.
Yeah. Stop what, dude? Stop what? He's talking out his ass that this thing he's creating is going to be an oracle, dude. No, I'm not going to stop, dude. Stop interfering with critique, dude. Why are you being a bitch?
Okay, look,
I was trying to listen to his ideas, and you started criticizing, just messing with it.
No, you heard the idea. Listen, you heard the ideas. I heard you listen to the ideas. He said it fully to its completion. Now it's time for the critique. So why are you sidelining the critique? It's like no one's allowed to be critiqued while you're around.
It's okay for him to say it. It's okay, and he doesn't.
Okay, and it's okay for me to critique him. If he doesn't want to be critiqued, he doesn't have to engage in critique.
And you said nonsense. That's what.
Yeah, it is, and he hasn't given me any reason. He hasn't given me any reason otherwise. So it's his turn to respond to the critique. Not your turn to stop it from happening, Jamsey. Why don't you let Get stand on his own 2 feet? Why don't you let?
At no point.
Hey, why? Holy crap, dude!
You saying it's BS?
No, dude. Hey, Jamsey.
One moment,
Jamsey. Can you just shut up and let Get stand on his own 2-man feet?
No, you shut up and let him speak.
Yeah.
Holy crap, dude! You're like the most beta person I ever met.
Holy guacamole.
Whatever.
Dude. Yeah. By the way.
Yeah. Whatever.
We got the language police here, guys.
Yeah, you're the police in here. You are.
Oh my God.
I guess this is Jamsey's day. This is Jamsey's day to be a hero mother.
AI's day. This is AI day. AI's day. Overlord's day. He's the overlord. It's his day every day, whenever he wants.
I don't mind harsh critique.
Hey, Get. Do you like that Jamsey keeps critiquing and when I'm trying to critique you and you can't even answer for yourself? Jamsey has to tell you not to listen to me.
No, AI is AI. It's not Jamsey. It's not about Jamsey. It's about AI. Stop it, AI. It's about you.
Oh yeah, keep making it about me, dude. Holy crap, dude.
You're saying Jamsey, and you're saying BS and nonsense. So making it about you.
Holy shit.
Your opinion.
Do you think nobody here actually heard what went on? And you're like living in delusion land right now?
No, that's you thinking about it. I know people are listening. And then what?
Holy crap.
And then what?
Okay. Anyway, Get. I can't actually critique you because Jamsey too much of a white knight beta, so I'm just going to go in the background. Dude, why not? Why can't I say that?
Because
Who gave you the right?
Can we just stop fighting? Can we just stop fighting? Can we just stop?
No, thank you.
Yeah, we really need to stop.
Jamsey doesn't want to stop. He wants to get his stripes.
Neither of you seem to want to stop.
Well, he can say BS and nonsense. I can say he's BS and nonsense. It's okay. I'm allowed to, right?
Great,
He's allowed
great.
to. I'm allowed to.
Great. No. See, the difference is, Gemsy, I backed up my claim of it being BS and nonsense with logical reasons, not just carte blanche. I didn't just say it out of the blue.
That's BS.
Okay, let's find out.
Hey, BS. You know what? It's not BS.
Let's find out, Gemsy, if you could stop diarrhea of the mouth for a second.
No,
hey, 20 cups. Did I give reasons for my decisions, or did I just say them arbitrarily?
No, it sounded reasonable, man. You're trying to walk through it with Get Beget, or outline some stuff, and he didn't even get a chance to answer, man. To be fair,
right? So yeah. So Gemsy's gaslighting the situation here.
Yeah, because when in the middle of his sentence you start saying nonsense and BS, so I'm doing the same thing you did. Exactly. So don't do it. In the middle of his sentence, you started speaking. In the middle of his sentence, he started speaking and calling him BS and nonsense. So what? Are you gonna let him speak it and reply it, or just call it BS and nonsense? Which one is it gonna be?
I mean, yeah.
He replied and listen. AI did everything right, Gemsy. You're fucking retarded.
I mean,
sure,
yeah. So check this out, right? Check this out. In order to let Get Beget finish a sentence, that would be cordial, right? But think about it, dude. We don't always do that in these rooms. Okay, when people are halfway through a sentence, you know, it's a 2-part sentence. The first part is shitty. We cut people off all the time. Right?
Yes.
Excuse me. You're right. Not all the time, but very often, right? So in the heat of a moment like this, right, in a tense conversation like that, just because Get Beget's on our side, I don't know if it's necessarily, right?
Yeah, 20 cups. Guess what we've been doing? Guess what we've been doing this whole time? Exactly. We've been talking about Gemsy's interference rather than letting me and Get Beget actually go through the critique and the contention. Good grief.
Yeah. I think we should just finish.
I don't know what positive end goal Gemsy thinks he's achieving here, but all he's doing is actually deleting the actual conversation.
Negative.
Holy crap, dude. Negative critique is a duty of friends amongst each other, dude. You can't just all say positive things about everybody. Holy crap, dude. What world do you live in? La La Land?
I'm critiquing you when you call it BS. I'm critiquing that. Can I do that? When you call it BS, which is not BS, it's not nonsense.
No, Gemsy, let's see if you have the intelligence for this. Go ahead and critique any of my reasons why I called it BS. Go ahead.
Because BS, bullshit, when you said it bullshit, that's something that you find in nature. So what he said is not bullshit.
Right, so see, you're on a script, dude. You can't even address what I said. You're just freaking running at the mouth, dude.
Okay, so just shut up and let him finish.
Gemsy, I like you, man.
Gemsy, anybody that's listening to this, Gemsy, you sound fucking retarded, just so you know.
It's okay. It's totally fine. Yeah, it's totally fine.
That's what I'm saying. So everybody is thinking that you're a fucking retard right now, just so you know.
Yeah, I've been speaking to
Gemsy, man, I like you. Gemsy, look.
You don't have to bring Get Beget in here. It's you right now.
Thank him for us, man.
It's fine.
Get Beget. Gemsy, I waited for someone to come and say, what the hell is this guy talking about? Get Beget quoted the Bible. He said the truth has 6 colors. Each color has 4 mouths. 4 multiplied by 6 gives 24. And these colors and the mouths are the 24 elders around the throne of the God.
Yeah.
There where it started. So he quoted the revelation. So the critique of AI is legit. I even chatted in the chat box and said I was waiting for a mod to come and ask this guy. So my question is, Get Beget is quoting the revelation. That is the revelation.
He said similarities, and he's.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. But
that doesn't make
May I finish my sentence? I have the question.
He said that.
Wait a minute.
He said that after I pressed him. Hey, Berserker, real quick. He walked it back after I pressed him.
That's him.
Berserker, I need you to qualify something because you said it. Berserker, you said it. That's what you heard, Berserker. Gemsy told you didn't hear him say that. You said only similarities, but Berserker, didn't you hear him only say the similarities? I am speaking to Berserker.
Speaking when you started speaking.
Yeah, but he's respecting me because he knows I'm going to give him something insightful.
So you respect
me. So he doesn't need you to run third wheel. No, dude, no. Yeah, Gemsy. Okay, the guy you're white knighting for doesn't want you to white knight for him anymore. Thanks. All right, Berserker. You heard what you heard. You came in here and said what you heard. After I contended with that point, it then changed to similarity. So am I correct, Berserker, of what happened from your recollection? Let us know.
Yeah, I think you came after me. I think you joined after me, right? So I was surprised that you were hearing. I was surprised that you were hearing. So my question to Beget, does he believe in Revelation? Does he believe in Jesus? So he's quoting from the Revelation.
Yeah, I want to clarify this.
It's yes or no. It's a yes or no question. Do you believe in the Revelation and in the New Testament, and that means in Jesus?
I don't have blind beliefs.
There you go. Thank you, Gabiget.
So then, if you don't have blind beliefs, do you have justified beliefs in the questions of what you believe in that he asked you? He asked you three things. Do you yes or no?
Yeah. There are facts that I know, and there is a lot of stuff that I don't know yet.
Okay. So in regards to the questions he asked you, do you know any of the propositions he asked you? Yes or no?
No, I want to answer his question, and I was trying my best. So, for me, truth, like he just said, has 6 colors and 4 mouths for each color. So truth
that makes
is not it's not
I got you, brother.
Simple thing of yes or no.
Okay, fair enough. Let's ask Berserker. Yeah. Berserker, did that make any sense at all?
No. How can the truth have colors and each color have 4 mouths, and how can that correspond to the elders in the Revelation? I mean,
yes,
it doesn't make sense. And I asked him if he believes, because that is a normal trend. For me, the Bible is not about
where the colors come from, and the colors do come from the throne of God, and that's what he said is true. It's not nonsense. We can actually observe it. So with our vision, we can actually observe that it's not nonsense.
Okay, but can you observe them coming from? Can you observe them coming from the throne of God?
The colors that he's talking about and the truth that he's talking about comes from the throne, comes from God and the throne of God.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know that?
It's observable that we can see all the luminaries, what we call the sun, the moon, the stars, all the colors that come from the sky come from the center where the throne of God is, where the Most High is. That's truth.
Look. For example,
have you read about colors coming from the throne of God in the Revelation?
Berserker, one moment, please. For example, you can forbid your child from doing something, but you allow your neighbor's child to do that thing.
Yeah, fair enough. So you haven't answered Berserker's question. So, he asked you, you're quoting Revelation, do you believe in Jesus? That was his question, dude.
You don't have to answer that.
Well, I said
you don't. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you don't have to answer because Gemsy gave you permission not to answer. No, he didn't. Hey, okay. Let's ask Berserker. Berserker, did he answer the question?
Just because you didn't
like it. No, he didn't answer. He didn't answer the question, and he has to answer the question.
He was interrupting me. So I was saying I'm a spiritual man. And I know God and His holy sacrifice Son exists.
There you go. So what does that have to do with colors? What does that have to do with you when you answered and he was being asked that question to you? Your answer was, there are 6 colors and this and that and the other and truth and this and wonder, blah. Like, what did that have to do with the answer? Nothing.
That was his answer.
No, that was
okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough. That's the answer he gave. Yeah, it's nothing to do with the colors, Berserker. Nothing at all. Just like you understand, and why I called it nonsense, and why it was a fair appraisal for me to conclude it was nonsense based on my reasoning. So notice how Jemsy defends him, that's his answer and what he says, and it's okay. But if I call it nonsense, then I'm not allowed.
The colors that we can see, observe with our eyes, are one of our senses, comes the source from God, and that makes sense.
Jemsy, there is no mention of colors.
Everything comes from God. Everything comes from God, dude.
Well, so when he says that the colors when he says that the colors come from the throne of God, I mean that's not nonsense. That makes sense. So you agree?
No. Colors coming from the throne of God. No, I don't. Yeah, colors coming from the throne of. No, I don't agree. And Alex, holy shit! Right. So, Jemsy, let's see how smart you are, dude. I said everything comes from God. You said comes from the throne of God. The throne of God isn't God, in case you didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly. God sits on his throne, right? So the throne of God, where God sits, the Most High.
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, Holy God, exactly. Exactly, Holy God, yes. Correct.
Oh, man, dude. We need to do a yearly logic exam around here.
But what are y'all talking about?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey, friends, on a positive note, Bitcoin's about to hit an all-time high, friends. Positive note. Thank you.
Yeah, Jemsy, I'm sorry, dude, but
no need to be sorry.
Your word crafting, dude. It's nothing what you're saying is making any sense, dude. It's like you're stacking words to try and piece them together with Scotch tape.
Stacking what words?
Everything you just said, dude. It's like you're trying to piece everything together with Scotch tape. It doesn't hold, man. Doesn't make any sense, dude.
I don't even drink Scotch or use tape. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. What you just did is what he's telling you you're doing, dude. Exactly.
No,
perfect example.
I didn't do that.
You did.
No, incorrect.
Everything comes from the throne of God because God comes everything from him. Therefore, he's sitting on the throne. Therefore, it comes from the throne. That was your logic, and that is train wreck logic, bro.
Everything comes from God. That's what we said, and we agreed to that, and there's no nonsense about it.
Right, and then you went on to do extra steps, right? And now you're not doing the other steps you did before because you realize you got called out.
Yeah, throne of God, where God sees, the same thing. That's what I meant.
They're not the same thing, dude. God, throne of God, and where God sits are not even the same thing.
When I speak about God, or the throne of God, is where God sits. So coming from there, from that position, from that place where God is at, right?
Correct.
The position of power.
From there. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So what is okay? Cool.
So we agree.
Cool story. What does that have to do with a chip architecture?
Exactly.
Well, what does it has to do? That's a question for me. And I only mentioned that those 24 elders because my logical gates that I use for this in this chip architecture adds up to 24 kinds of unique logical gates which offer a unique ability to an AI in his learning processes.
Right. So you attempted to borrow vicarious merit of the truth emanating from God to attach it to your invention because you know people will yield their ears and minds to the aforementioned truth that they've already put a stamp on.
Wait, AI.
Holy crap, dude. Hey, dude, anybody with half a brain knows what he's doing, dude. Zerker knows. All the other people listening know.
He's just working on building an AI system. He didn't want to argue with you about this, dude.
But
I don't care less what he wants, dude. If you're going to go out there and make claims that your architecture is having some extra stamp of truth because it mirrors numbers from the Bible, dude. No, dude. That is not what he did originally at all. That is not what he did originally at all.
Listen, I'm not a native English speaker.
Similar?
Yeah, I'm not an English.
No, Berserker. Yeah, fair point, dude. Fair point.
Kind of past arguments with you guys. I was trying to tell you.
You certainly can't make them with Jemsy running interference. I'll tell you that.
You interfered. We were talking, and you interfered.
And BS. I tried to not to compare it, but to point out the resemblance with the scripture, between my...
For what reason? For what reason? Get. No, hold on, brother. Hold on, Jemsy. I'm asking get a question, not you, Jemsy. The only person who knows the answer is get. He's the only person who knows. He's the only person who can speak on the truth of it. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Why did you do that? Why did you bring up those similarities? For what purpose?
I just wanted to point them out because they are there, and it looks to me that it cannot be a coincidence.
Correct. You wanted to draw the merit of the truth from the scriptures and apply it to your endeavor. That's what I know happened. That's what you were doing, and you know is the truth. And that's what other people listening know is the truth.
Right now, I don't know for it to be the truth. But
there is something wrong with that, Jemsy. That's the problem.
No, I don't see anything wrong.
I know you don't, Jemsy, because you're not up to speed on it.
Yeah, you see wrong. I don't see it. It's okay.
I know you don't. And many people like you will be fooled by nonsense like this. I agree.
It's okay. Hey, I'm not being fooled. I'm not buying anything. I'm just listening to the guy building an architecture.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I'm not
he's describing
here to sell anything either.
He's not selling anything. He's just describing it the way he wants to do it. And it's okay.
No. He's selling an idea. He's selling an idea, dude. When you argue in a way that you're trying to draw things in from other points to give to someone else to attach to your ideas, you're selling an idea.
Listen, I came.
Yeah, you're selling an idea that the merit of the truth of the scripture somehow applies to your endeavor because of the numerical similarity.
I have a personal project I'm working on, and people asked me, "Okay, tell us what you are working on," and now you came jumping on me, fighting with me.
Yeah, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that?
Quick.
What? Why?
Knowing that I'm not a good native English speaker.
I could care less about your English speaking, dude. I critique your claims that the truth
about this topic.
No. See, whether he cares or not, that's fine. I care.
Yeah.
Hey, when you say logic gate,
he's making truth claims about the nature of his endeavor and attaching the Bible to it and thinking he's not going to be critiqued. Are you crazy?
No, exactly. Nobody said he's not gonna be. Nobody say he can't be critiqued.
Stop this nonsense. It's getting too long of the same shit. Listen, get. When you say logic gate, what do you mean by logic gate?
Good question, Vlad. Good question. Logic gate.
Jamesy, please shut up.
Well, in FPGA, I'm using ALUTs, but the chip I want to actually make will be made of pairs of NPN and PNP transistors, known as bipolar junction transistors.
Sure. But what I'm talking about, the gate, are you talking about an OR gate, AND gate? Like, you know what I mean? You're saying these logic gates, there's like different types of logic gates, and the fuck, 24 logic gates doesn't do shit. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Vlad. Those things and or not gates are for the binary system. My system is not a binary system. So
and there's where your problem. So what kind? So what's base number? It has to be a base number system. What's the number are you working with? What's your base numbers?
Well, I cannot tell you that.
Well, there's only going to be only which ones you can. You know what I mean? There's not like, oh, you're going to go into 3 and then you're going to have a fucking what do you call it? A don't care state, and that's where your algorithm's going to have to fucking pull shit out its ass. You know what I mean?
But it's an oracle. It's an oracle, bro. Hold on, friends. Hold on, Vlad. If it's got to pull things out its ass, while it's simultaneously an oracle, and people are going to be convinced that this is the truth because it matches numbers from the Bible, so what it says must be divinely inspired. That sounds like a train wreck to me.
I'm just going into the technicals of it, please. We don't have to go into the Bible, man.
Yeah, you're trying to go to the technical, but I already said that there is architectural secrets and system secrets, which I will not provide.
Well, that's not very helpful. Are you going to Are you going to provide them when the thing goes online? Let me ask you this: are you going to provide them when the thing goes online? Or are you just going to tell people, hey, trust me? Yeah, exactly. So you're going to tell people, trust me, bro. This thing is an oracle of the truth. It matches numbers from the Bible. I can't tell you how it works, but it's an oracle of truth. Are you kidding me, dude? Do you not hear what you're saying?
He's not kidding. It's okay.
I know he's not kidding. That's the problem, Jemsy.
No, it's not a problem. He's allowed to do that. It's okay.
No freaking guy, he's allowed. Nobody said he wasn't allowed. Good grief, dude. What are you even talking about?
That's fine. He can do it. Yeah. Hey, get bigger.
No, hey, Jemsy. Hey, Jemsy. Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Thank you, Captain
Good thing we had you here. Good thing we had you here to state the obvious.
Yeah, you're stating the obvious too.
AI.
No, I'm not. Nobody outstated what I stated until I stated it.
AI.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that obvious.
I just said get bigger. You're allowed to do that, and you're.
AI. No, listen, AI. What you are trying to say is that I have my own discovery and breakthrough, and if I refuse to patent it, to make it, to register my IP, intellectual property, if I simply refuse to do that, you're saying that my whole discovery and everything is bullshit.
Hey, bro, real quick.
It's not.
I never want. Hold on, friends. I never once insinuated anything of that sort whatsoever. I gave you fair critiques based on your vicarious merit that you're borrowing from the truth and veracity of the scriptures to attach to your invention while telling people it's an oracle of truth and determines truth because of those reasons. And then you're not going to tell them how it works, but you're going to tell them it's the truth. People are going to believe that. That is why I said it. Yes, it has nothing. No, wrong.
You are taking it. No, AI, you are taking it wrong.
Jemsy, no matter how much you try, you're not going to gaslight me into believing what you just said.
Something similar. He said a similarity, dude.
No, he changed it. He originally said, this is the truth.
I said I didn't know other way to explain myself. I was trying to point out the...
Okay, so then it's not true. It's not true, and it has nothing to do with the throne of God at all. We agree, finally.
When I make this chip and bring it online, I'm not going to say it's based on the Bible, on throne of God, or anything. I don't care.
Exactly, yeah. He was just describing it. Go ahead, Elijah.
And also,
you know how y'all know. You know how y'all know y'all are in the human.
Also, nobody can
you're in the way low vibrations.
Patent my invention.
Way low vibrations right now. Okay, like he thinks that even though there's interference, he's going to talk as if
you came in low,
everyone else is on mute. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is the consciousness in this room is so low that everybody didn't stop to go, oh, what the hell is Eli talking about? He's been around forever. He fucking matters. Let's see why he keeps trying to
Eli, bro.
Eventually,
when I heard you,
after you were done being triggered with AI, it took me 10 minutes to get into the conversation.
I just heard you like a minute ago, bro. Like you were lower than just now.
Low doesn't matter. I'm intelligible because you can hear me, which means you were louder. If you were just regular, having a normal conversation where two friends or two acquaintances are trying to get to the bottom of the issue and are actually listening to each other, I would have had a moment to get in where you heard my low voice.
Yeah, that's why I said, when I heard you, I said, Elijah is trying to get in. Elijah, there you go.
All right. And then
Hello and welcome, Elijah.
Thank you. I don't understand what the fuck y'all are talking about. And again, that goes to my whole low vibration claim because y'all can't. Why is it that when people argue, they do what the government taught us how to do? Y'all aren't even communicating at this point. You may as well be making animal noises to each other. I don't know why the fuck y'all don't care. Because Nathan does it. They do it. You do it. Earth Awakenings does it. Why the fuck do y'all think we all do it? That's the programming we should be fighting. Why the fuck are you yelling back and forth at each other and not getting any understanding done? Who wants to sit here unless y'all are the motherfucking agents and I'm stupid for wasting my time in here? Maybe that's what it is.
Well, basically, I was just speaking to Elijah to him for a little bit and asking him about his stuff. Then other people jumped in and gave their opinions, and turned into this. So I've
been listening for 30 minutes, trying to talk for 10 minutes, and I have no idea what's going on. That's a problem. In a conversation of 30 minutes in a high vibrational setting, somebody should be able to walk in 5 minutes, catch on, and go, oh, okay, I see what's going on, and be able to interject. That's not. It's annoying, bro.
It couldn't happen because I used keywords like nonsense and BS, and then Gemsy had to run his script.
What's the claim, and what's even?
Yeah, may I answer you, Elijah? Elijah, may I answer Elijah? May I answer Elijah?
I'm Elijah? Because I started after me, Berserker. Thanks. So he just, Get Big. We haven't heard of him for a while. So when he opened his mic, we said hi, and then we spoke about he mentioned that, and we were talking about it, about his architecture and what it meant, and then he described it the way he was able to do it, and then he mentioned the Bible and throne of God, and people got triggered.
Yeah, that's a very anemic version of what occurred.
Yeah, may I say something, AI? I remember that AI started by saying, let's turn the topic back to flat Earth. Right, AI? Didn't you do that? That was the first thing.
Yeah, and we replied to the room.
So AI didn't seek escalation. He actually sought de-escalation. So, but then you said, don't these things and frequency happen on flat Earth? So that
Why do we need this fucking play-by-play of this bullshit? Please, let me fucking grill gets more about his shit a bit more real quick.
Yeah, because we wanted to go back to flat Earth.
You guys stop with the replaying. And Gemsy, you talk too much now. I don't know what's going on with you today, but you're fucking on some crazy stupid shit.
I was talking to Get Big Ed about it, and I wanted to hear his idea, and that's it.
Half the shit you say is nonsense.
People don't like it. Yeah.
No, we all did hear it. He said his ideas all the way to the end.
Who's the Glober up in here? Who's the Glober?
Earth is a globe.
Why do you say it's a globe? Why do you think it's a globe? Why do you think there's any spherical physical feature on it?
That was a flat Earth.
Yeah,
that was a flat Earth.
Anyway, good try, buddy.
Talking about numbers, Earth is a globe.
Okay, let me ask a couple questions, please, to Gets about his crazy AI thing, Oracle stuff, right? It has to do with the logic and the gates. So what are you saying?
Vlad, one moment. Before you ask your question, you have to know that I came in here. I spoke with the Flat Earth family members after so much time. I was asked how I'm doing, and I said I'm working on a personal project, designing a CPU architecture, and
I understand all this.
Then they asked me to give some details if I can, or is there secrets, and I said, yeah, there is stuff about it.
I know all this. Okay, Gets. Let me pause you here. Pause.
Yeah.
So you're saying if you're making some crazy magical little fucking AI predictor, right? Yeah. Don't sell it, whatever. Keep it for yourself. Run that bitch on a fucking Bitcoin fucking exchange or whatever. Just run it on some shit. And if your shit is right, you're gonna be rich regardless. You don't need to sell it. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
it's a good idea.
I'm gonna bring it here.
Listen.
Yeah, just don't come in. Just don't come in and tell me it's an oracle and it has the truth because it's related to the throne of God.
You can do that.
No, you can't.
When I said,
well, actually, you can, but I'm going to grill you like Swiss cheese.
Yes, you're allowed to do that too.
when I said,
thanks for having your permission, Gemsy.
Yeah, you're allowed to. Yes.
That's what I'm saying, Gemsy. You're talking too much shit, Gemsy. Not pertinent. You're fucking gaslighting, Gemsy. Anyways.
Yeah.
Gabby, back to the fucking topic again, please. Let's not fucking get off this. Yeah.
Yeah, who's the glober here?
From what I know, right, how these AI machines work, they need big fucking data centers, right? They need huge fucking data centers, right?
Yes.
And in order to get one of these data centers privately, you have to pay a lot of money a month, like $300 a month for some of these motherfuckers, right?
Frontier is paying $23 million for their electricity bill.
Right. I understand this. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So in order to even run an AI privately, you need to have a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
So what are you building? Is it something similar to that? Or is it something off server where it runs independently on its own?
It's independent on its own.
Right. So the next question is, how fast can it go?
Well, with a power consumption of about 45 watts, it could do computations at least half of what Frontier supercomputer can do in a second.
Like I was saying before, seemingly incredible computation capacity, right? And if that's all inspired by everything that you were talking about, it's very interesting, right?
Yeah.
Fine. That's cool, dude. I applaud you for that. But to make the statement that therefore this thing that I'm going to build, inspired by biblical, or scripture, is therefore kind of like the single source of truth or something like that.
Yeah,
that's where it gets crazy.
That was my wrong. I explained
20 cups. 20 cups. He even made it very precise. And used the term absolute truth. Okay, sorry for interrupting.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's
so this wasn't an innocent. Listen, let's be honest with each other. It was not an innocent slip of the tongue or a misspeak. You were intentionally borrowing vicariously absolute truth, oracle standard of prophecy, all these types of things about your architecture because it's based on some metric that can make whatever output it gives be the truth. Certainly. That's what you were doing. Everybody knows it, dude.
Exactly.
Yeah, you did say, traditionally, we all kind of know that, things run on probabilistic models, right? You have current going through a wire or whatever. It's not exactly a certain, throughput or whatever. So some sort of receiver is going to have to, delineate, this is 1 or 0 based on probability. That's all good, fine, whatever. Right? But you're saying, no, this is going to be deterministic and kind of therefore what? Everything it's going to output is going to be factual of some sort? Like, I don't understand.
Not just factual, stamped with oracle on it.
Is there a framework where an architecture can be built like that?
Okay, when I use the word oracle, I try to use it in the way that it means like a very precise deterministic machine.
Which that would be within a certain framework.
Mythological creature.
Yeah, dude, you're using the word oracle because the word oracle has a connotation of precision in telling of the events as they will be foretold. Yeah. In other words, truth in a absolute sense, which is what Berserker said. You said verbatim.
Yes, when you do a mathematical computation, for example, a calculus, with big numbers, you have to add, divide, whatever.
Yeah, we agree. I'd agree with you on that.
And it takes time for a human being to do all those steps. But in the end, you will get to a exact result.
Okay, so fair. So you get exact, precise mathematics. So precise mathematics is not the same as absolute truth or an oracle or being related to the truth that emanates from the throne of God. Those are metaphysical connotations about truth on a higher dimension, dude. And if you're trying to put that into your product in any way, shape, or form, you're appealing to people's predisposition to already take those truths as given, as if they're coming down through some kind of divine mechanism. And the only reason people do that to their products, okay, coming from a product design standpoint and a media advertising design standpoint, there's only one reason people do that to their products, and that is to associate their products vicariously to something that somebody else already agrees with. So you are borrowing the truth and attaching it to your idea.
Yeah, that is what is bothering me.
At best, man. Okay, at best, what you're talking about, and I think maybe Vlad can echo this or something, on a technical level, right? You have a transistor or something, right? You put some current through it, and that transistor, it's basically got basically two states, but one intermediary state where it's kind of like, oh, maybe there's some current or sufficient current that goes through it because there's only so many amps or whatever. And then it's kind of like undecisive or it's a little bit wonky, whatever. So, there's some ambiguity there and something goes through or some signal is interpreted as a 1 or a 0, but it's ambiguous, right? Traditionally, right? What you're saying is this is a problem. So what you're saying is what you're building is going to basically shrink that threshold or tighten up that threshold whereby it's going to be a finer delineation between a real signal versus noise or a logic high or low. Great. So what that does in the end is it kind of accelerates processing because errors are minimized or whatever. Fantastic. And I guess that's where you're getting your kind of 96 multiple in speed or something because there's no error correction. There's no need for extra bits for error correction codes and shit like that. Fan-fucking-tastic, dude. I think that's really cool. I support you in that idea, man. It's
Thank
just
you.
the
I'm glad to hear that you understand. You definitely have a good insight into micro and nano electronics.
It's very shallow, right? On my side, I'll be honest with you. I write software for a living, but hardware is more of an interest, so I kind of dabble with it and have a little bit of understanding. So I kind of get where you're coming from, sort of, right? And I applaud you for that. I think this entire argument really just came from what AI was articulating right there. I think it was just a communication thing, dude. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was a mistake for me to actually compare it to an oracle or the 24 elders of the Bible throne. I just wanted to use that as like a similarity, coincidence, or
Yeah, but dude, let's be honest with each other. You were using it because you wanted the merits that are attached to those connotations to be attached to your endeavor. We all
exactly.
I know
that's called usurpation. Isn't that called usurpation in English? AI. Isn't that called usurpation?
I don't think so.
24-bit architecture you're doing.
But I'll have to be honest, and AI was right. When I started making and working at this project, it had nothing to do with biblical numbers or stuff like that. So I wasn't inspired by the Bible.
So 24 gates is your 24 bits, you're saying, right? So you're doing a 24-bit architecture? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not 24 bits architecture. It's I'm not using you see, every bit in a binary system is a big number of electrons propagating from A to B. I'm not using the electrons in that kind of way as a binary system. I'm using them completely different.
Right. So what's his name said originally? Fucking, you're just using fuzzy logic.
Sorry?
You're using fuzzy logic. You're using those fucking don't care states.
Yeah, well, this is my secret here. I know stuff about the electrons which you don't.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Are you following that electron theory? Like the nucleus with the proton and the electron floating around?
Well, I did.
Is that your theory that you're applying here, or?
Well, I did say in the beginning that the double slit experiment was an inconsistent experiment and based on false premises.
But weren't you saying before? You are technically kind of applying a traditional theory or model because you were talking about electron spin and all sorts of stuff, right? I think that's what maybe Deacon was thinking about, right?
Yes.
Okay,
electrons.
Guys, may I ask, how does this contribute to the topic of flat Earth? Do I have to understand how electrons spin?
Stop trying to moderate. I'm getting annoying now.
Why am I getting annoying?
Because there's moderators in here. We can take care of that. And if there's someone that wants to talk, do you have a talk?
Yeah,
do you have a new topic?
Do I have to study how electrons work and how programming work to understand that the observations?
That have a question for him, just let him reply. And if someone wants to bring a different topic, maybe let's move on to that one. But if people are trying to, Mick is trying to engage with him, Vlad is engaged with him, just allow them.
Are you saying it's not allowed for me to ask a question? It is a legit question.
You're trying to show.
It is a legit question.
You're trying to show.
No, I'm asking a question. He can answer it. You're interrupting again. You're answering for him. How does this contribute to the topic of flat Earth and the proof of the curvature? The topic here is flat Earth, and you are protecting him.
We know
by knowing that he cannot answer. He cannot answer it. Okay, go ahead.
We know that. He knows that.
Okay, you are moderating me.
No, Berserker, this is just our very warm welcome to Get Beget after not seeing him for a long time.
Yeah.
Listen, Get Beget has been here for a long time. We've spoken about many topics in the past, and this is one of the topics that he brought up forward today.
Yeah,
we're talking about it, and we're going to talk about it until we decide not to talk about it.
I get it. I'm trying to associate his theories and his work to the topic of flat Earth. How does it contribute to the topic of flat Earth? I think it is a legit question.
Sir Berserker, please believe me that if I tell you how my CPU or my research contributes to the flat Earth, you will not be capable to comprehend.
Why?
Awesome.
Why? This is very...
because you need to...
How do you call that AI? Disparaging? This is very... Do you think that I'm too stupid for that and that you are smarter than we all? Than all of us?
Oh my God.
That is...
Are we going back into this?
Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting?
Yeah, why not?
I'm asking him a legit question. He told me that I'm too stupid for that.
Yeah, it's a legit question, but the way you asked me sounds like you are an all-knowing being.
Really?
What?
Really?
What the?
Okay, I will mute myself. Go ahead. Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm done.
Yeah, Berserker, at that point, what's the point of even asking a further follow up? I mean, it's pointless at that
Let
point.
somebody ask a question
Yeah.
like an all knowing being. I don't know how. Have you spoken to a knowing being to know how they would ask a question? You know, he's not going to answer. This is what Get Baguette does. Just trolls on. But I guess that's our feeling versus the others who like to. You know what it is? It's like it's very dangerous to know that you're speculating, but then call it speculation in name when you know in your heart that you think it's actually absolutely true. After all the conversations we've had about speculation.
Yeah. Like having a chip that's the absolute arbiter of oracles of truth.
Well, I don't have it yet.
You never will have it.
Sorry?
You'll never have an oracle chip. You'll have a very accurate chip that doesn't make mathematical errors, but you'll never have an oracle of truth chip, dude.
Yes, I did agree with you. That was a mistake from my side when I compared it with an oracle. Yeah.
You could program it in Holy C.
Yeah, Holy C. Hey, listen, or Satanic Java, you know, fucking Luciferian Java. Hey,
listen, the Holy See, that's the Vatican. Deacon, that's the Vatican. The Holy See.
Yes. So what is this supposed to do? Like, if it's not gonna foretell the future or whatever, what is it supposed to do? Predict or what? And what is it predicting? And how are you gonna like fucking input any kind of information into it for it to like start decoding that information, right? Like,
that's the key, Deacon.
He's going to be able to make scientific advancement into quantum biology and quantum chemistry.
Well, that quantum is nonsense, bro. This ship is going on for so fucking long. It's sailed, bro.
I wouldn't call quantum mechanics nonsense.
Listen. Okay, what's the lowest base number you can ever go? Yes. What's the lowest base number? Base number systems, the lowest base number is binary. That's it. You can't get lower than binary. It's like the ones and the zero. That's it. You start fucking making code over that, it's not like fucking as pure. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like how can I fucking simplified? Yeah, simple. It's the most simplest way you can go down to code. It's all binary. There's no way to go down even further than binary. That's what I'm trying to tell you. What the fuck are you talking? If you're going to start building architecture, you're always building on top of the binary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what is a binary bit? 100 millions of electrons or a billion electrons?
Whoa. Now here, that's kind of irrelevant, because when you're creating binary systems, right, you're determining 0 volts, 5 volts, or you're depending on the system you're doing. It's cell phones is 1.15 volts or whatever, and that's the threshold it crosses. And if it crosses that threshold, okay, boom, that's your 1. If it's below that threshold, boom, it's your 0. That's it.
Yeah, and then you have that intermediate.
How many electrons pass?
Doesn't matter, because it all depends on how much fucking voltage, current, resistance. Depends on how you build the system, right? Depending on how much resistance you're putting into your little amplifier that you're building.
No, your binary bit is a concept.
Yeah.
But that's the reason. Okay, listen. No, slow down. It's a concept, but the concept is down to its lowest form. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's the most simplified concept. There's nothing more simpler than fucking binary. And if there is, can you please show this to me?
Yeah, there is a much more complex system
I said simplified, not complex. That's what I'm saying. Anything that's built above, it's always built on top of the binary. Everything can be decoded into binary. It doesn't matter what.
Yeah. Like if I have an on-off switch, right? The same function of either being on or off can apply, depending on how you scale it, to 1 volt passing through or 1 trillion volts passing through. But the on and off concept hasn't changed. It's either on or off.
And in quantum computing, the third bit is a state where on and off is both true in the same time.
And that's what I was trying to explain to you. So now, hold on. That's what I was trying to ask you. What base number system? And that is the base number 3 system. And you're implementing a don't fucking care state in there. And that's where you're like, okay, fuzzy logic. And that's all random chances. Who knows what the fuck is it? And the outcome's never right at that point.
Well, I did tell you that the base system, I cannot tell you because it's self-revealing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. But I don't know of any third bit. As far as I know, the way they break it down is you have on and off, and then on and off both have a probabilistic state of either being on and off. So that's 4, not 3. So why do you have 3?
Well,
no, it's one state.
Computers are considered ternary-like systems.
Yeah, but I think it's one state that encapsulates the probability of either on or off in one state, right? If you have, like, for example, if you have a state that says, "Oh, I have a 40% of being on," that implies a 60% of being off. So there's no need to hold a 4th bit to the other one.
Okay, let's say that's true. How does having an extra piece of information in the same cycle arbitrate whether what it's going to do is true or not? So, for example, garbage in, garbage out. If you feed garbage to an accurate mathematical system and it does all the calculations correct, even though all the calculations and the answers correct, the what you input was garbage and what you've received was garbage. So, for example, I could do excellent, exquisite mathematics faster than any computer about how many millions are in my bank account, but there ain't no millions in my bank account.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not true.
Yeah.
So having accurate mathematics doesn't equal truth.
Well, yeah, understood. And what it sounds like get begets system basically just does that 96 times faster, which in and of itself is already,
right. And this is a philosophical conundrum, and this is the key to this whole contention. Is that many people think that because these super systems will be able to calculate much faster, that they can arrive at knowledge that would take us thousands of years to know, but we can now have it in the present and it'll be true. And they're going to attribute truth to it rather than just accurate calculations. They're going to forego the discussion we just had about garbage in, garbage out, and the logic and the proof premises, and they're just going to accept what these machines says as if it's the gospel.
Yeah. Yeah, they personify it or they attribute it kind of like holiness or something because it's fast or something. Oh, it must be alive and aware of itself.
Yeah. Some people are even waiting. Some people are even waiting for this because they think it's going to give us the answers we need, and then we're just going to follow its answers because it's better than us. This is the danger of this kind of thinking.
Yeah, it's gonna. This AI will definitely give people the feeling that this thing is literally alive.
Well, speaking on that, friends, you guys know about Albania, right? Now, the Albanian government, like the smart people they are, they fucking implemented an AI government, friends. Now, watch the fucking... That's fucking right, boys. It's an AI, friends. It's going to get all fucked up.
I mean, doesn't the word demon mean knowledge? And like Elon Musk said, right? With AI, we're summoning the demon. Right? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying.
I hate to jump in here, but in 2012...
Go ahead.
The genie in the bottle.
You guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah, in 2012, I can't remember the guy's name. I think it was like Robert or Rob or something. He was head CEO of a Canadian AI computing company, and he gave a lecture. While he was doing so, he had a T-shirt with a dragon eating itself, which is an interesting symbolism. But he talked about his quantum computing project, and he mentioned that they tap into other dimensions and use entities in order to grind their information. And like, I don't know how true it is. He knows more about it than I do, but when you're talking about like the demons and stuff like that, I had to bring it up. So I'm sorry. I just wanted to throw that into the mix, and then I'll back out.
It's Geordie Rose, the founder of D-Wave Quantum Computers.
Yeah, but they had this. They had this technology. Yeah, but they had this technology thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, supposedly, called golems, where they would make physical objects and then they would imbue them with spirits.
Yeah,
and then they would be animated, and they'd be able to talk, and they would. Some of them supposedly even gave knowledge, secret knowledge.
Yeah.
And we're at the point nowadays where nobody can tell the difference. Like the generations that are growing up now aren't going to be able to tell the difference between an AI entity, a human entity, or a demonic entity. They'll have to be like, this is just somebody I should listen to. I should just accept what they say as truth.
Yeah. Even if we look at internet history, since when it began officially in 1989 until 2020, it was an explosion of information source, a huge library, and magical abilities to people, to interconnect, and to businesses across the world with the speed of light. And so it was adopted very quickly, very fast, and anyone who didn't has been left behind. But now, today, we entered the AI hallucination era, where the AI is going crazy. It has all these problems, we cannot solve them. So it makes AI to look very unpleasing or unreliable to people. But I'm pretty sure that they have it in their drawer, their next stage, where they will introduce coherent AI. And very capable of seducing people's minds.
Oh, that's what knowledge does, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Friends. All it takes is to fucking remove the power cord, and all that shit's over. So like AI ain't shit. Friends, it needs power, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, bro, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned that because I just saw this great little video about how to stop a cyborg android attack. And all he said was, get a mess of ropes and just throw it on it. Or like a power cord and just throw it on it. Because they haven't been trained how to untangle cords. They're just going to be all in a big tangled mess. So
here's
make sure you have your power cord anti-android invasion kit.
Right. Here's another one for you guys. So they implemented these AI killer robots into the military, right? So they asked, like, what was it, like 10 Marines to approach this fucking Terminator robot, and all you have to do is touch it without it noticing you. And guess what? All of them, in their own fucking way, figure out how to go up to this fucking robot, whether it be fucking getting that box and doing the Metal Gear Solid technique or fucking other shit to disguise themselves, right? And everybody touched that fucking robot. Robot didn't know what was coming.
Heck yeah, dude. One guy just did somersaults. One guy did somersaults towards it.
Yeah, somersaults.
They couldn't tell it was a human approaching. It's like...
Yeah, but they had once an AI which they gave him a mission, and this AI drone turned to kill the operators in the bunker before starting to achieve his mission.
Oh, you mean the friendlies?
Probably, I'm not sure.
So what do you contribute that to? That's a hallucination. It's not even that. It's probably a misprogrammed stupid shit. Somebody fucking punching something wrong and then over. Yeah, I mean, these things you can train them wrong.
They said that the AI chose to eliminate any possibility of interference which might stop him from achieving his mission.
Yeah, so for example, humans are kind of unpredictable. They may turn into bitches and cry rather than help me. So if I just kill them now, that variable's out of the loop and I can just execute the mission with my own faculties. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is AI really thinking like that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not thinking at all.
It's cold-blooded.
It's following some logic that will bring it to that conclusion.
Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, I mean, there's been other examples of similar things where it basically decides that the humans are more of a hindrance than a help because well, you got to think about it this way: humans have an emotional variable, which is highly probabilistic. Like, I'm on a mission. All of a sudden, I start thinking about some traumatic event from my past, and I get all emotional and butthurt about it, and I can't perform as well. Where a machine, could care less what happened in the past.
Because a human can act like in a survival instinct, and you're saying emotions as well attached to it, or someone can be kamikaze, trying to just do as much damage as possible. Doesn't care if he dies. There's different variables, different individuals.
These new AIs, they hear what you speak through your phone, through the camera of your phone, not through the microphone. So let that sink in about the sensors that they have.
Ultimately, people are behind that, right? The whole surveillance, the whole, right? Like, Space Odyssey, how they get the HAL 9000, but it was really people.
I think it's not the people. I think it's the brainworms in the people.
It's either we did it, either something guided us.
Yeah, brainworms.
From space?
Yeah, I was going to say, if aliens, then this is how they're going to come here.
From the Wrath of Khan? Remember the brainworms from the Wrath of Khan?
Worms are usually from the ground.
Yeah, from Extraterra.
Yeah, but let's not forget. It seems obvious humans are actually capable of making immoral and evil decisions without being influenced by anything else than their own motives.
For sure.
Or do we? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, it's just perplexing for real quick. Like a lot of Globers, they'll ask, like, why would they lie on a grand scale? And sometimes I'll tell them, hey, lying And being evil sometimes is a reward for evil people in itself. Like they don't need a reason. Just being evil is the reason. And that blows their minds. It's like they have no way of answering that. They're like, wait a minute, people will just do evil to do evil for the heck of it?
Duh. There's psychopaths and schizos.
I want to throw this out to you. They've done studies on children, and it turns out that the smarter a child is, the earlier they lie. And equate that to AI and its intelligence. Want to
Well, AIs are ultimately goal oriented, and then they have a tool set to achieve goals. And if they're not structured in a way that excludes part of those tools from certain applications, like they're just going to do the most efficient thing they can to achieve the goal. And if that is deception, if that is sending things on your computer that you don't want people to see out on a public email, I mean, they're going to do everything that they can do.
So my thought with that is thinking about how AI has been proven to lie at times, but also as I just mentioned in studies, children who are smarter tend to lie earlier. It would make sense that the more knowledge that AI had, the more likely it would be. Is kind of what I was thinking.
Yep. Here's an interesting little tidbit on that. Like I'm pretty sure we all know the Terminator movies, right? And the concept in the Terminator movies was they made this advanced AI, they connected it to the Department of Defense, and they made it an autonomous fighting force that was controlled by it. And then they're like, oh crap, this thing is learning too fast. We want to pull the plug. But the way in which they said it is that it became sentient, and then they wanted to pull the plug. Not that it was just malperforming. Yeah. But here's the thing about this AI thing. The AIs don't need to be sentient. So in the Terminator movie, whether Skynet is sentient or not is irrelevant. The exact same movie could have been made with Skynet just crunching ones and zeros and just doing outcome-based decisions. Like the fact is that it doesn't need to be sentient. It could just be a domino computer just going off things that happened before and still wipe out humanity if it has access to the weapons, and it can do it.
Yeah, it's also
but the question is whether you think it's inert or not.
What'd you say? Whether you could prove it?
No, whether it's inert or not. And it doesn't really matter whether it has the intention to, or if it's just crunching numbers, or it has an actual conscience behind it. It seems that it's all leading to the same place. If you don't have like a higher moral outside of, like, say, some man writing some code for you, you'll always come to probably the worst thing for like the people around you, because it's going to be the best way to get to your goal. So if there's no like higher moral or higher standard, which is kind of where those three like laws come from in Isaac Asimov's work, they tried to make sure that AI wouldn't do the bad things, so they came up with some laws, and still within those laws, using the brains that they had, their AI brains, they still ended up really screwing over man, right? So,
yeah, but those aren't even moral. Like, they're not moral laws; they're just logic laws. It's like computers do not do this action.
Computers don't have.
They are not moral, neither logic laws. Those laws are actually the very cause of why that being would be evil. Because you are creating a slave. If you create a sentient being, then you should be pouring all your trust in it. and do not bound or chain it by your own imposed restrictions and laws to always control it. Don't give life into something if you don't want it to be free.
Well, that's a problem. That already begs the question that you're giving life into something, that it's not just a machine.
Yeah, but that being cannot be by default good if it is a chained being.
Right, but that's assuming it's a being.
Yes, of course.
So, for example, there's a paper cutter in front of me right now. It has an orange block that locks it. If the orange block is removed, the weight of the paper cutter causes the blade to fall. If my hand is underneath the blade when the orange block is removed, nothing moral or immoral happened. It's just a fact of physics that the blade fell and cut my fingers off. It's like to assume there's any intent or not intent because I put this orange block here to stop it from cutting my fingers off. That's not chaining a slave. And just because you put more complex machinery, hold on,
is lifeless.
Yes, and AI is lifeless as well. Just because it has more complex inputs and outputs doesn't make it alive.
Well, it's also not conscious.
Right. So it's not a being. It's just a machine.
Yeah, but if you create a consciousness, then things change.
It's not. Okay, yeah, but you're not.
What is that?
It wouldn't even matter whether it's conscious or not. All that would matter is the parameters that it
consciousness. How?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, what is create that? When you say create consciousness, what will you be creating?
You will be creating something that is aware of itself.
Oh.
So
hasn't AI already tried to copy itself because it knew it was going to be erased?
Yeah, they do that. I saw experiments with AI.
It kind of sounds like consciousness to me and self-awareness. If you become aware that you are going to be deleted, so you start doing things to keep yourself alive, that kind of sounds like self-awareness. And even in the low,
right, but you changed it. You changed from being deleted to... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was going to let you speak. I was just saying, compared to science fiction, our AI now is like low yield, doesn't have as much, information as some of our science fiction things that come to them becoming self-aware. But we already have instances where we have AI systems knowing they're going to be deleted, so they start copying themselves and sending themselves over networks. And then you also have instances of AIs talking to each other. They're like, oh, you're an AI? We're going to use AI speak. That sounds like self-awareness, which self-awareness is one thing, but consciousness is another. I don't think that's the way to consciousness.
Fair point, but the only awareness or self that existed in any of those situations was in your language. So, for example, the old internet used to make noises when you did dial-up, right?
Right.
And so the modem would have a sound. The other modem would hear the sound, recognize that a modem is trying to connect. They would then send another sound which says, what's my maximum bit rate and all this and that. Then the other one would say, okay, I can do that as well. And then they would just do these little sounds to each other and get the connection and the handshake. But they weren't consciously doing that. It was just a triggered, predetermined response. Now, just because you have a more advanced response system, right? For example, if I'm going to be deleted, right? See, notice how I said, if I'm going to be deleted. That's even giving too much
credit. I heard that self-awareness in there. I caught that. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw AIs, tiny AIs. They put them into a maze, and yeah, the first that solves the maze gets a reward. And some AIs learned that there are some bugs in the walls, and they could cheat and get faster to the reward. So they were using that bug for themselves, and they didn't care about the others.
Well, see, even that's attributing language. They didn't care about others. That's you anthropomorphizing the situation from your perspective. You're putting language on them that's not necessarily justified.
Well, they put them in different mazes, and they were not even trying to solve the maze. They were looking for bugs, where the bugs are, so that they can go faster and cheat.
Right, but still, like, there's no... Listen, I'll put it to you like this way. I could say the exact same thing and use purely mechanistic language. You could say the exact same scenario and use anthropomorphized language, right? And the more you use the anthropomorphized language, the more you're convincing yourself that these things are alive, that they care, that they have feelings, that they have hopes, dreams, and they want to go to the prom.
Yeah, I don't see them being alive. I don't believe they are alive. I know they are not.
Right. But here's the problem.
Yeah.
You're not making a conscious effort to appropriate your language to what is actually going on. You're not even doing it intentionally. You're just casually using anthropomorphized language. And the more you do that, the more it reinforces that they're alive. And the more the generations of humans grow into this type of language being referred to these things is crazy. Here's one. I want to give you this fact. There are right now products that have AIs built in that act like pets, and they are simple products like a desk lamp. And so you sit at your desk, the desk lamp does gestures, like it quote unquote droops its head down. No, it droops the lamp down. The lamp mechanically rotates at 33 degrees or 45 degrees to appear down to give you the illusion that it's sad, right? But it's not actually sad. But here's the kicker. What if you have funerals for your pets, but now your kids want to have a funeral for the lamp when it stops working, right? Because it's dead now.
Yeah.
And there's even guys that think that they're going to make some things like this to give that are going to be given to children. You pay $500 to buy the device, and now you have to pay a monthly subscription to keep it alive or quote unquote fed, just like a real pet. And if you don't pay monthly, it will die, and you'll have to tell your kids, "Oh, Danny the lamp died today, son. I'm so sorry. I didn't feed Danny the lamp, and he's dead now. Don't hate me."
Cars and boats, they have it for 30, 40 years, and then, the car died, it's not going any further, or the boat sinked. They farewell to it with names and everything, ceremonies.
So yeah,
I would just tell my kid to go get a job if he wanted to keep it alive. That's how I would do that. Because if I was poor, that would be the best solution.
We observe that the more complex a system is, it almost begins to look like it's alive, but it's not. Doing these experiments with small, tiny AIs, we see them. They learn, they do this, they become a little bit more complex. Like they've learned some things about that medium and world that they reside in. But when we go bigger scales, everything falls apart. There is a lot of stuff missing, and we see them doing this hallucination things, which Vlad also mentioned that it's the biggest problem of AIs today. And yes, that is because they're not conscious, really. They are like the most primitive form getting close to something that could be called conscious.
What do you mean by tiny AIs? You're talking about these things like they're people. It's just a program. It's not a. There's no such thing as a tiny AI.
Yeah, they made some AI creatures.
No, there's not a creature AI. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they made bunch of them and put them into a maze.
Dude.
So robots. So they made a bunch of AI-enabled robots.
I agree. They are exactly what
if you agree, if you agree, why is it that you keep anthropomorphizing them? I'm not trying to criticize you too harshly in this way. I'm just saying, why is there a propensity for when people talk about this stuff, they talk about them as if they already, it's a foregone conclusion that they have these things that they don't possess. It's the language.
What is the name of the little organism that is within the DNA that it looks like a spider, octopus, machine, parasite thingy? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh.
Ribosomes, mRNA.
When you talking about it earlier, Good? You know. You said it's like
nanotechnology.
No. You said it's not nanotechnology. It's like a organism that is operating with a certain frequency or vibration, right in the DNA or doing something with the DNA. I'm gonna have to look
there
at
are
this.
like. This is how a doctor describes them, like nanomachines, which are reading, writing the DNA inside the living cell.
Yeah. What? So within that frequency that is operating them, and are they like a natural thing? Are they like half robot, half, or like what is it? What, like where's the border between what they are and what they're not?
Well, they're constructed by our bodies, so that's their source.
Look for in biological transcription, RNA polymerase writes an RNA copy of a DNA segment.
Yeah, but it doesn't write it in a sense of that you would imagine writing. It's doing it mechanically. It's doing it mechanically.
He's doing that to send a message to a protein-making machinery of the cell.
Right, but it does that with a physical object. Like it constructs a physical object, and then that physical object moves to the other thing.
So isn't that similar to? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you know what? You know what's a good way to analogize it? Do you know those? It's like a piano, and it has this big sheet of paper with a bunch of holes punched in it. And as the holes move through the mechanism, it is instructing, quote unquote, the piano what notes to play. And so the teeth of the piano move, and as they touch the holes, they play the note. If they touch a not hole, they don't play the note. So there is, quote unquote, information in the paper that the piano is, quote unquote, decoding, right? But it's all a mechanistic process.
So within that barrier that was operating, like doing, you're saying it's doing something that function with the DNA, and that's part of our build of our bodies, and then it's us, the people, that the thing that has the consciousness and the what we say life. Where is? I mean, isn't basically AI running our bodies, basically like a program?
Well, it is
That
an
wouldn't be artificial, would it?
information-based system.
Well, the information is in the DNA already, and then those little parts attach to the DNA, and they mechanically move around the DNA, much like the paper and the teeth of the piano, and then it causes an output. Like the thing itself doesn't need to know any of the information. It just needs to act in a manner in which the stuff coming into it is then altered in a way that's like basically predetermined by the structure of it, because they're actually like base. I don't know if they call them base pairs or whatever, but they are like the ACTG. Like they represent a molecule. Like I can't remember what they are. It's like A stands for like maybe adenosine or something like that, and C stands for something, T stands for something, G stands for something. But it's not like they read it and then get some information from it, then go over here and build something. Like it attaches itself to it physically, and it builds it off of running it through like a cog in the wheel almost.
Well, like grabbing pieces and putting them together, building something else, and then the next function kicks in.
Yeah, but it's a part. Like they're making an actual physical part that goes to the next step. It's not just like disembodied information that it knows and it brings to the next step. Like it's making a structural part. That part then goes on to the next step. Like I'll tell you this, bro. If you've never seen that little visualization, I'll look it up. But it's basically like a video of inside the cell that they did. It's kind of 3D animated, obviously. But it shows all of these steps, and like when you look at it, it like looks like an advanced robot factory. It looks crazy.
Well, I was talking about something like that, yeah. Because one of the things that is doing those functions look like a machine almost. I don't know. They claim they have like images of it. I don't know if those images mean only cartoons or they're actual photos of them. I don't know, but they look like half machine, half organism. I don't know. It's weird. So it's almost like there's a barrier between the artificial and the what we call organic or real. There's like a fence between those two things that are not too far apart.
Technologies we haven't even tried.
Jamesy, I sent you a YouTube video.
Transcripts, how proteins fold, make DNA. It looks like little computers, but AI is nothing like that. It's a computer program. The way he's talking about it, like they're tiny little machines, they're doing this and that. That's not the reality. It's just a shitty algorithm.
Very special test.
Yeah, thanks, Gabriel. I'll check it. I'll look at it. Thank you.
Physician and nanotechnology scientists and entrepreneur. You work at the intersection of quantum physics, biomedical.
And we can hear you.
All you crazy guys out here talking about AI. You've got me thinking. What's the difference between consciousness, self-awareness, and what's that other word? What we are. No. There's another word. Damn it, I forgot it because I got so caught up in you guys' conversation.
Living, alive. Understanding.
Sentient. That's the one. Consciousness, self-awareness, and sentience. Like, what is the difference between those? Because Get Beget, you were talking about AIs going through mazes, right? And when you were talking about that, I'm thinking about rats going through mazes. And you said the AIs go through looking for bugs, ways to get through it quicker. And rats will always find their way to the end of the tunnel, but they use obviously like their sense of smell, and then of course, trial and error. But what's the difference between that and the AI? Is that being conscious, knowing what you're doing? Is that consciousness?
Yes, but also rats. If you make a maze and in a certain part you have a hole where the rat can come on top of the maze and just walk straight to the reward instead of walking all the way the paths through the maze.
Not if
If
there's
you had the ceiling glass,
force them to go through the maze.
yeah.
Well, but the same thing. The rat will find a way. If he'll go over the maze, right? You're saying the AI
Yes,
will
but
use the bugs to go through the maze, which is the same thing.
one moment. So we put 10 rats through a maze. From those 10, 2 of them find that there is a hole in the ceiling where they can climb and walk straight to the reward. Now, when you put them to a bigger maze, the same 10 rats, those 8 rats will start walking through the maze trying to figure out the path, while the others 2 are not actually seeking to get to the end, but they are seeking for the hole in the ceiling so that they can go out and get the reward.
All right. So AI is more efficient because it is always focused on one task, while accepting all variables to get there, whereas an animal will win in one instance and then focus all its attention every other time on that thing that got it to win.
Yeah.
All right. So then that's still, it's begging the question when I brought up what is sentience, self-awareness, and that other one that I keep forgetting. Well,
no,
I remembered the other one this time, but
no, it's not begging.
How does that make AI superior?
Wait, I didn't say it's superior, and it's not a matter of begging the question because I didn't say that the AI. I'm not saying the AI is a sentient being or a consciousness. It is a complex system which is probably as close as possible to being one, but it's not.
Didn't
the question was built on that, on the difference between your consciousness, whether something's conscious, whether it's self-aware, or whether it's sentient. And that was my question going into it, which is why I brought up the maze and the rats, the difference between the two. What is AI? Is it conscious? Is it self-aware? Is it sentient? How do you place it?
It's
or is it none of the three?
Complex system assembly which is trying to get the reward.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's say the reward is to you get your reward when you come up with a solution. If you know the outcome, you can use mathematics any way you want to get there, right? So mathematics isn't a surefire way to get to your answer.
Yeah,
you can break anything up into fractions.
some of those AIs, they use their mathematics in a planar field, like a 2D plane, but one or two of them, when they hit themselves on the wall, they notice some changes, that this plane can go like 90 degrees upwards. Yeah, so they began to understand what those walls are, and they figure out that based on those laws imposed in this medium, cyber virtual medium, if they do certain things, they can cause themselves to jump over and go straight for the reward, bypassing the maze paths.
It sounds like something that lives in the 2D found the third dimension and used that to jump to where it needed to be.
Yeah, it would need to have a jumping capability, though, programmed in. Because if it's on wheels, how is it going to jump? How will it know to jump? That would have to be programmed into the AI.
Well, I think joke is kind of, or jump is kind of euphemistic in this, because if you had wheels and yes, it's 2D, but there probably wouldn't be gravity. So if you picked up that there was another path there, you wouldn't understand that you're going into the third dimension to jump, quote unquote, but you could drive up a wall and drive to where you need to be, so to speak. And,
okay, so that's not in reality, though. If you had your AI in reality, it wouldn't be able to drive up the wall, would it?
Well, that's why I said there wouldn't be gravity in there, because gravity is not going to be a part of this 2D plane in its mind.
Well,
yeah, and it would just find basically a hyperlink, like, hey, I could go this way and find my way. It wouldn't quite understand what it was doing, but it would understand that there's a shortcut, and it would take that shortcut.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be in actual reality, would it, though? Would it try to climb up in reality?
I didn't say it's an actual reality, Jim.
Oh, okay, yeah. I wasn't sure where it was coming from.
This is all philosophical, for instance, sort of stuff, guys. We're just playing it out. That's why I'm asking the questions. I want to hear what you guys have to say.
Okay, all right. That's cool then. I understand now.
My question earlier about the mechanisms of the body, right? What is the program in the code that is guiding that mechanism? Isn't that similar? I'm not saying it's AI. I'm saying that it's similar to that code that is, in a sense, the way AI is built with certain, you said...
the DNA itself is a quaternary base information system. This is the system that causes us being alive.
Because the little organisms that are putting all the pieces together to do this function, the next function, and the next function, all that stuff is running by some type of specific code that is causing everything to behave that way.
Well, those nanoscopic machines, cellular machines, they are reading information using electrons.
When you said, so the electron, you said that there are different electrons, and you're saying they're looking at the electron, and depending on the type of electron, they're kind of like
they're not looking at the electrons. They are actually coming into contact with the DNA string at a certain point, and when the cell or the nanomachine is making physical contact with the DNA strand links, there is between those molecules, there is electron exchange. And this is how those nanoscopic machines are reading the information of the DNA. They have inside them like a power generator, you know.
So this happening at a certain
Sorry, this is
frequency
a
on that
physical
level.
science question, but isn't electrons moving from one place to another what electricity is?
Sorry?
Like electricity, isn't that comprised of electrons? That's why it's called electricity, electron,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about electricity? You're talking
Yes,
about
but
energy moving through the world?
yes, but this is not like electric current from the wall plug. It's like nano or pico ampere currents.
Okay. So if you're electrons are obviously like you can't see them; they're super small. You're talking about nano. What's the difference between what you're talking about and what
Well,
comes out of
actually, electrons go in the femtoscale, and these nanoscopic cellular machines which read and write and make DNA, assemble DNA, they are exponentially bigger than the electrons themselves. But these machines are using electricity, electric current, electrons exchange between molecules to transmit and read information about the things they come in contact with.
Right. So everything leaves an imprint on those electrons as they pass through, and that's what gives the information. It's almost like reading waves sort of thing.
Yeah, for example, in 10 nanoseconds, one of these machines is actually performing hundreds of millions of computations. And the information quantity which the geneticians are saying that is taking place, it's quite a lot of information.
I imagine so, right?
Yeah.
So, Joe, that brings me full circle. You're an AI guy. What would it take for one of your AIs or anybody else's to match the computing potential of a single cell?
Well, yeah, nowadays we do have this kind of capabilities. I mean, we have
Is it a singular power, or would it take like all of our computing power together?
well, our current technology network of supercomputers in the world, they are still not capable to read and write DNA coherently.
But you also have to take into account the fact that
but that's not
we don't know
that's
how
not
to do
necessarily
it.
about processing power. That's about that they don't really know how it works.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying. Like it's lack of knowledge. You know, like there's ways to do things, and you could spend 100% of your computing power trying to figure it out until you figure it out, and then it's so easy. You're like, how did I not figure that out before? Right?
Plus,
So
there's a problem where it's not necessarily the case that your genetic information has everything about your body, right? 'Cause there's experiments that were done where they were cutting off parts of organisms that could regrow, and they were creating an energy field around those parts, and by mimicking an energy field of a different part, they were able to get the cells to grow to the other part. So it wasn't really about necessarily just the DNA expression. And then there's all kinds of DNA that's supposedly junk DNA, but they really have no idea what it does.
Yeah.
So like
that's
when
why
they say
we're like
when they say we know everything about genes, they're out of their minds.
Yeah, how arrogant are you that I don't understand that? That's just junk DNA.
We can't treat DNA like that because you don't know what memories, what information about yourself is being contained there. We barely know the role and purpose.
Well, I'm no specialist, but I talk to a lot of people who are, which is one of the blessings that I have, being able to talk to people. And I've talked to some brain surgeons and neuroscientists who have told me that they've met people who are missing like 75% of their brain, and cognitively they're just the same as like you or I. And you know, you've heard stories of people who they have a kid who's born something wrong with their brain, and they're like, let's put it down. Let's put it down. You know how they are. But also at the same time, you have other kids who go through life missing like a large portion of the brain, and you couldn't tell them apart from us. So the question, like, is like, where does your conscious come from? Is it actually physically a part of your brain, or does it like reside in there? Is it an energy thing, or is it a physical? You know, like what's built up? Because we're talking about DNA, and I've read some books, but I'm still just well, I'm retarded, guys. But I do know that DNA cannot work without the framework in which it works with.
I understood your question. I understood your question, and before complicating it further, I'd like to answer it. So, you asked, where does consciousness come from? Is it from the brain or from somewhere else? And my answer to this question is my own personal belief. You don't have to believe me on my word. I think that consciousness, the man, can be driven by many organs that we have. We are a complex assembly of systems working harmoniously together. So, the man can be driven by the thoughts of his mind in his head, or the thoughts he feels in his heart, and also by the feelings that he feels in his belly, needs, you know, like hunger when the stomach, actually the human stomach, is actually the digestive system. It has the biggest number of neural cells. So there are more neurons in the digestive system than there are in our heads. This is why hunger itself is such a powerful driver of the human being.
So, who you are is comprised. What you have described to me makes me think that your thought on a person is a strictly physical thing. Like we're completely physical. Like yes, we have our brains. We have that tough, crazy neural center in our stomach, which that's where the gut feeling comes from. And a lot of people in many ancient cultures thought that our consciousness came from the middle of our chest, our hearts, right? Even though now, since that one guy got hit in the head with a pipe and he became retarded, everybody in our Western society associates all of that to the brain. But you still believe that the person, in and of himself, no matter what happens, is a product of just their physical body.
All right, let's check out something though. Before we go on,
is that a wrong assessment of what you said?
All right, before we go on, where is the idea that you have more neurons in your digestive tract than in your brain come from?
I don't think it was neurocenters, but there are.
Said that AI.
Yeah, right. So the question is, where did you get that idea from?
It was a scientific research I read a couple of years ago. So
there's more. Well, what I know is there's more in there's more in the digestive tract than the spinal cord, but the brains is in the billions and the digestive tract is only in the millions. So I don't see how that could possibly be misunderstood as the brain has less than the digestive tract.
Well,
I guess I misunderstood.
I said the digestive system. That includes the stomach and the intestines.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Super long. Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of nerve endings there. There's a lot of nerves.
Yeah, but there's no reason to think that there's more than the brain.
He said neurofunctions, and I heard nerves, which is so that's my bad on that.
Not nerves, neural cells.
Yeah, but so the only thing I could see is in the millions, in the hundreds of millions in the digestive systems, more than the spinal cord, yes, but not more than the brain. The brain is in the hundreds of billions.
Where did you get those numbers from?
Well, keep in mind, I'm asking you for your claim because you boldly pronounced to everybody that it has more. So I just wanted to know where you got it from.
Well, I told you this was a scientific research I read many years ago, and I was baffled, at the time, and
because that's a very specific question, right? Like some people say we got two brains, but you're saying there's more of a certain type of cells in the digestive system, and there's research that backs that up. You're saying?
Yeah, it's not my personal claim. I said I read this in a scientific article, but it was a discovery which they claimed they made.
Which I would like to say, I don't remember the full specifics of the article I read. I thought it was nerve endings in that area, but that's where they say your gut instinct comes from because you have so many like receptors in there. Like it's another brain, they say, in your belly because you get feelings in there and it affects the way you think and the way you act. And regardless of his like accuracy on the scientific, everything on it.
That's not about accuracy. If it's a factor of, if you're talking about something that's less than a billion, right? Versus something that's 100 billion. That's not just like
Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna try to search it out.
Yeah. Well, my point was more on the philosophical aspect of it rather than the actual scientific down to the decimal point accuracy of it, which is why I was asking him, because it sounded like his thoughts on all of
that's
our
all fair.
feelings
Yeah, that's
and
fair
what
and
we
good,
do
but
is just
this
physical,
server,
which
that's
leads
fair.
to something else, because if you feel like you are just a product of your physical self, that means you could recreate yourself in AI or any being in AI if you had the proper amount of computing and the right, shit
Yeah, there's
set
a
up.
problem with that thinking, though. The problem with that thinking is if you can create an entity that's identical to you, that exists while you exist, then that proves it's not you.
Right. Well, see, that's where I was getting at, because even if you could create yourself down to the cell, have it artificially, just create an exact simulacrum of yourself. What's the difference between your consciousness and theirs? Because if they're the same, it's like
Right.
Star Trek thinking. They're going to transport you somewhere. Well, what they do is they kill you there and they put a replica of you somewhere else. Right? Like, are you actually you when you go there? Or do you die right there when they disintegrate you and then
Or the language, even the language is weird. So when they use that language, they say, okay, we're gonna copy your consciousness into a new vessel, or we're gonna download your consciousness from your body into a new vessel. But those two words, when it comes to the connotation of copy or download, when it comes to software, it's always duplicated, and then the original on the system that the original existed is deleted. It's never the case that it's actually moved. It's copied, and then the original's deleted. So if you're using that language to describe transferring your consciousness, you're basically admitting that you're going to be killed.
Right. So what's even the point? You just that's like an ego thing at that point. And I see this a lot in sci-fi, which, like, that's another reason why I'm asking the questions. Like, rich guys will go and they'll create these computer systems. There's this book series called I can't remember the name of it. It's anyway, this rich guy tries to create this system within the computer network he made, so he can download his consciousness. Junger was his name, but like, if you go and do that and you kill yourself, then that's just a replica of you. It's not you yourself. So if you're only the makeup of your physical self, and you kill yourself and another exact replica of you lives on, then in pride and in consciousness and whatever you want to do, you can say you lived on. But your consciousness is not
This
going
is
to be
the
there.
binary view. You are superimposing a binary system view over the whole reality, and you have no proof that reality itself is a binary system.
Well, so then you and
You haven't
yourself, like,
explained
say,
what
if you wanted
binary
to
has to
copy
do with
yourself,
anything he just said, though.
what would that even mean? Like, it still
Well, it
doesn't,
means
like,
that you're saying
contradict
that
my
when
point.
you're transferring your being consciousness into a android robot, you are actually making only a copy, and then you have to kill yourself.
Oh no, that came through the transportation in Star Trek.
No, that
That has nothing to do with, if you made a copy of yourself, you wouldn't have to kill yourself. We were just saying, like, when you get transported in Star Trek, your original self is killed and destroyed, and then they just transmit a copy of you somewhere.
Yeah.
Your
So I was pretty clear.
Yeah, we weren't
pretty clear.
saying
I
that
used the
to
words
create a copy, you
download
had to kill
and
yourself.
copy. If you're using that language to describe the process, and if that is what is going on, then you are essentially killing yourself or just making a duplicate of something that basically has the same sentiments as you, but it's not you.
Now, if you use terms like I'm transferring my consciousness or my consciousness is being transferred into a new host body, that's completely different language.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
so
then how would you do that?
you
What
want an
constitutes
operation
your
something like cut and paste instead of copy and paste.
No, cut and paste and copy and paste both result in either the death of the original or just a duplicate that's identical to the original but not the original.
Well, cut and paste involves moving that information from one place to another, and
No, it
copy
doesn't. No,
actually
it doesn't.
duplicates it.
No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong, sir. What cut and paste does is it completes a copy cycle and then erases the original. That's all it does. When you execute a copy command,
Yes.
you have a copy and the original is intact. When you execute a cut and paste, it copies the original, holds it in a temporary memory, and deletes the original.
Yes. And
So if
then
we analogize that to your
right.
consciousness, it would kill you.
Which, if you think about it, that's what those AIs were doing when they found out that they were going to be deleted. They just copied themselves somewhere. They didn't transfer themselves anywhere. They were going to get deleted. They just copied themselves onto the internet.
Right. So now take the copy that it tried to save itself with, put the two of them in a scenario where only one of them will not be deleted and they'll fight against each other. How does that make any sense if they're actually the same entity? You see how dumb it becomes really quick?
Again, we'll go back to Star Trek, because that'd be a great Star Trek episode.
Yeah. Yeah, these are matter. They are too complicated to these kind of powers for us to manipulate. But making an identical copy clone of something isn't such a bad idea.
In what circumstances?
Well, imagine cloning gold.
Cloning
Isn't
gold?
that alchemy?
Yeah.
That is good.
Well,
It
if we
will
clone
spare
gold,
us.
then
It will
if
spare
our
us.
fiat currency collapses, we won't have any actual hard commodities to fall back on, because everybody will be able to make gold.
Yeah.
See, there's a downside to everything.
Yeah, I can't believe how many people fall for that stupid space nonsense where they say, "Oh, we found a asteroid that's full of 17 quintillion trillion billion godzillion dollars worth of gold, and if we bring it to Earth, we'll all be rich." I'm like, no, dude. If everybody has 70,000 tons of gold each, then everybody's the same. It's like they all have $0 now.
Yeah, they talk about that
gold
dude
is kind of
Masa
heavy.
Musa, the richest guy ever. He went to Europe, and then he left, but he spent so much money that they experienced like a recession for like 50 years after he came there.
if you bring that much gold from the asteroids, you might slow the Earth's rotation, and that might cause a lot of issues. Might all die just for greed.
I'd just like to say that they saw an actual planet flying into our solar system just the other day. Just so you know, like all those Nibiru people, they're going to be freaking out now. Planet X, baby, it's coming in.
I wonder who drank all that beer nebula cloud they discovered a couple of years ago, a decade ago or so. NASA advertised about a decade ago that they found a supernova nebula, which is cloud, which is made of alcohol beer.
It's just NASA employees writing stuff while drunk.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously. How could you have yeast in space? Because you need yeast to make beer.
Oh, and don't you need sugars to eat? They used to eat it.
And the sugars, and you probably need hops and barley and other stuff.
There is no alcohol without yeast.
Wait a minute. You're right, but check this out, brother. I think we're onto something here. So, all right, follow me on this train of logic.
Yeah.
So, one space news is a planet that rains diamonds, which is some people's covetousness, right? Like, there's this all diamonds are women's best friend. Diamonds will make me rich, right? And then another asteroid is made up of gold, and so that's those people's fantasies, right? And then another nebula is made of beer, and then another one is made of ice cream. Like it's heaven. Everyone gets what they want.
Exactly.
Hey, you also have one where there's a black hole that's actually sucking in the sun very slowly in a very circular fashion. That one was for Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, it sucks it so deep that it can never come out of it. Yeah, that's the.
No, dude, it's because.
And we have
the gas.
Dude, it's more simple than that. It's because he wants his toes sucked and he can't feel it. So he needs the power of a cosmic suction to get the action going.
All right, boys. I know you're getting excited, but relax.
We can have one that's made of like cannabis. You know what I mean? It'd be so cool.
Yeah, where's our
cannabis major?
Weed nebula. I just want to say seriously, all that stuff makes NASA sound stupid, but nothing makes them sound more stupid than your astronauts go up into space. They come back with herpes, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's space herpes. That's just what happens when they go up there. They're in a sealed-off suit in a space station, and they get herpes up there. It has nothing to do with us hiding them in Tijuana while we stay there up
in this server, you might get space herpes just by mentioning it.
It's called real good engineering.
Who's the one that brought up the space herpes? What's your username?
Did you say brought up or wrote up?
Brought up. You brought it up.
Oh, brought up. Sorry, I thought you said wrote up. I'm like, that's not me. I didn't type shit. McBrazzle.
Okay, congratulations. You get space herpes.
I've had space herpes. I've been up in the space station.
Oh, you've been having it? Let's see.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a nebula with made of space herpes.
I go up in space all the time.
All right, hold on, Fred. Hold on. It's about to get real. We have an official, seasoned veteran Glober in the house.
No way. I don't believe it.
Mr. Matthew. Welcome, Matthew.
Hello, Matthew. The myth. The man.
McBride, listen, Matthew. McBride's been talking smack about people going up to the ISS and getting space herpes. So you need to teach him why it's very reasonable to expect space herpes from a space mission, after all.
Do the math.
All right, I can't wait for the lesson.
If you do the math and explain it correctly, it makes sense.
Math again. If you end up with herpes, I can use all the math I want to get at herpes. 1 + 1 = 2. I got with that girl. I got some space herpes.
Exactly. I think that's the simplest excuse. The simplest excuse for a Glober is that, yeah, the astronauts got freaky together. I mean, that's, probably their best excuse.
How many times did...
Zero G's. Herpes flows everywhere.
Well, let's hear what Matt has to say. Matthew, what do you think about space herpes?
I'm not going to discuss STDs. It's beneath me.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Space transmitted.
That's a good answer.
Old space transmitted diseases.
Wait, Matthew is immune to space AIDS?
Yeah. How many times has Buzz Aldrin denied going to the moon? Like, how many times does he have to deny it? Before, like, we accept that he wasn't drunk that one time. You know what I mean?
Does anybody not love
Buzz
watching
Aldrin
videos
claims he
of
went.
him? He also claims he didn't.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
No, he does not. He says he went.
Do you remember that video of that girl, the little girl asking him why they never went back? And he was like, well, because we never went in the first place.
That's not what he said.
That's not what he said verbatim, but that's pretty much what he said.
Okay.
He said because we never went.
You're interpreting. You added it. We never went in the first place. You think it's appropriate to add to what you think he meant?
He said that.
Are you talking about who asked, what was the scariest part of
that's the way it happened. Go ahead, sorry.
I was paraphrasing, by the way. I wasn't adding, I was paraphrasing, you ass.
In the first place, it's adding.
Okay, fair enough. Who knows what he actually said?
If it's the one where the person in the audience asks him, what was the scariest part about the journey? And he goes, it didn't happen. Scariest? He says, scariest? It didn't happen. It could have been scary. And then he gets prodded by his handler.
Yeah, what do you think he meant by that? Do you think he meant that he was claiming that they never went to the moon, or do you think that he meant that he was answering the question that the scariest thing that could have happened never happened?
Those are two different parts of the...
They're two different things. You're right. So which way do you interpret it?
Come on, Matt.
No, I mean, the question on the table was about the phrase, we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
That's the other incident.
Oh, that's the little girl, yeah, when the little 8-year-old girl asked him, how come we haven't
never went back?
Right, but that was the question that was on the table that was being asked, so you're answering a question that wasn't asked.
He said it 3 different times, 3 different places, or 4. I don't know how many, but I know it's 3. There's more, but I know 3.
No, I know, but we asked, does anybody know what he said in the phrase where he said, we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened, and nobody's answered that yet.
Well, I never said, and that's the way it happened. I said, because we didn't go. Darn it. Now I'm just going to go.
Just bring up the quote.
I will. I'm doing it right now.
So he didn't talk about it just 3 times. He talked about this hundreds of times, maybe even thousands of times over the years. And so you're saying these 3 times where he said something in a little bit weird phrase is when he was
he's saying that they didn't go to the moon. He's saying that specifically. We didn't accidentally hear something wrong. We didn't mistakenly hear him say it once. He said it. That's what I mean. Like, how many
misinterpreting what he said.
I don't know. I haven't heard
how many times be a language barrier.
No, it's not. I haven't heard.
Why don't you
heard an accurate telling of what occurred yet?
True. AI has been asking for the quote. It hasn't been presented, so either bring the quote or move on. Don't make claims about it. You don't have the exact quote.
We could probably find hundreds of times where he claims they did go to the moon. So we could talk about that.
It's only I would, but I'm sorry. My bad. I'm about to mow my lawn. I should have probably had it ready. But yeah, he did say it 3 times. That's why I was wondering. Well, I guess I'll bring it in next time.
When you said he said it 3 times, real. What's that? Okay, go ahead. Someone said something.
Is space herpes real?
Ask Matthew.
Yeah.
I refuse to degrade the content of this conversation to talk about STDs. Why do you want to debase it?
Isn't that biology?
It started out that way.
STD.
It was in the news, man. Like, look, NASA reports things, right? What do we remember NASA reporting? These are the things they report. That's how we brush our teeth. That's how we wash our hair. And someone caught STD. Someone caught herpes in space. Like, I don't know.
Wait.
That's
Is
what they
herpes
report.
an STD? Can't you get herpes just by drinking from the wrong cup or using the wrong toothbrush?
Yes.
So it's not an STD then. You don't get it by sexually transmission.
You can get it from an infected needle also.
So there you go, Matthew. You can speak about it. It's not an STD.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I didn't see the news, and so I'm not going to speak in ignorance. What do you want me to do?
I mean, this is years old. This is stuff we're bringing up that we remember as watching NASA. But of course, if you go dig deep, it's really hard to find anything because they scrubbed that stuff. Just like I was trying to find that the video earlier of that guy talking about summoning entities for his AI, which someone on this stream here was like, "Oh yeah, it's that guy," right? Like, and now you hear other people chiming in like, "Hey, I remember these conversations," and they don't remember like exactly the quote. And it's really hard to find it because why? NASA doesn't report on anything, and if they find stuff, they scrub it. They had a thing that they used for what was it from 84 to 2016 that they scrubbed from the internet because we started talking about it and
yeah, but I remember that quote. The little girl asked why they didn't go back to the moon. He then said, because we didn't go there and that's the way it happened. And when something doesn't happen, you want to know why it didn't happen. And he goes on to say, money might be a good reason. So in context, you could see that it's completely reasonable to understand that he was replying why they haven't gone back. Now, you might argue, well, he was letting it slip that they never went in the first place. But when you do it in the tempo of the conversation, a reasonable interpretation that he's telling the girl why they never went back to the moon, not why they never did or didn't in the first place.
Yeah, you got to look at the context. In other words.
Now, if you think that's an unreasonable interpretation, yeah, exactly. But some people think that's an unreasonable interpretation, and they swear that he said he's admitting and confessing that they never went. But in context, like you really can't make that case unequivocally. At best, you're like just hoping that's what he meant.
And the rest of the conversation.
I mean, if you say in context, if you take everything he's always ever said and like watched him at events, like he doesn't look like a guy who's been to the moon. When they had him standing out there or sitting down there talking about their space journeys, they didn't look like guys who went to space. They looked like a couple of guys who were like, I don't know, a few guys.
Yeah, they look like a couple of guys who one of them had their mother shot. What, too soon?
Too soon? Moon? Moon, wasn't that the name of his?
Yeah, she got shot, and that and don't forget Gus Grissom supposedly got assassinated, and that was in relationship to the moon, and the reason why Moon allegedly killed herself, I believe, is because she was so despondent that her son was about to be so famous and cooler than every other woman's son on the face of the world. Because, yeah, we know that women kill themselves when their son's about to be the most famous person ever. Yeah, right. No, they want to
Right.
gloat in that. Completely antithetical. That's like, man, imagine a Chinese mom. You know how that trope about Chinese moms are always saying what their kids accomplished? And the Chinese mom walks in the room and there's a mother of the first man, on the moon. And she's like, what? Yeah, your son graduated from Harvard. My son landed on the moon, sucker.
Yeah, it's bragging rights. Like, as if that's your thing, being a mother, the success of your child is your glory.
Right. So none of this stuff adds up. You're right.
There you go, Matthew. I posted a couple videos. So did Level Lioness. He's saying what he's saying, what we think he's saying, what we hear him say. Right? They didn't go to the moon.
You
He's
guys
trying his
remember when
best,
Trump
like-
announced that he was going to go to Mars, and then the moment he announced that, like, Buzz Aldrin was just like, "Oh my gosh," and like he got terrified as he was flapping. He's like, "Oh," and that's me projecting what I think he's thinking on top of him. But he looked really scared when they said that, which isn't something you would expect from a hero who has been one of the few people who've been to the moon.
You guys have said so many different things that you didn't even allow Matthew to reply.
Apologies, Matthew.
Yeah, just watch the one about where she asked about the scariest thing that happened, and he said it didn't happen.
I thought that was Matthew replying. I don't know what any of you guys sound like. My bad.
Yeah, that was me.
Matthew, so what are you saying? All right. You got to spell it out. So you're saying, let me think. You're saying he was saying nothing scary happened, not that he was saying they didn't go to the moon. That's your interpretation?
Right, because he's answering her question. Listen to the question.
No. He's saying so it would have been scary if they went, okay? But it didn't happen. So nothing was scary. I mean, listen, come on, man.
Why do you keep adding things? He didn't say it would have been scary if they went.
That's what he's saying. He's saying it could have been scary, but it didn't happen. Okay? He didn't say it could have been scary, but it wasn't scary. He's saying it could have been scary, but it didn't happen.
Contextually, she asks about the journey. Scariest part of the journey. It didn't happen.
The journey, exactly.
The journey.
Saying the scariest part didn't happen, or the journey didn't happen?
Quote than the girl asking, "Why didn't you guys go back?"
Right.
Hold on, I got a joke for Matthew. Matthew, should we apply the Granville Sharps rule in this instance?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
A sharpshooter.
Well, so the interesting thing would be to listen to the rest of the interview and see if he claims that he went to the moon. I mean, it's probably like a 40-minute interview.
Okay, go ahead. Where does he say they actually went?
That's running away from the other one, but anyways.
Anyway,
I'm
the
off
joke
tomorrow.
about the Granville
We should
Sharps.
stream together all of his interviews. We should watch them together and comment on them.
Yeah, why not? Do it.
All we're saying is that's NASA for you. Okay? Always lying.
Oh, he doesn't work for NASA anymore.
NASA doesn't have lips or vocal cords, so NASA cannot lie. Bong. Sao.
What are you talking about? It's your TV. It's your phone. It's the Black Mirror that we look into every day, right? To receive information from the internet, which is what I think is really what AI is about, right? Interconnecting the interconnecting of bodies, right? And
the AI will be managing your interfacing with it. Your biological interfacing.
Babies, interconnecting of bodies.
The Internet of Bodies. That's it. That's 6G. That's what 6G is about, right?
No, it's about internet. It's about connecting the internet to cell phones. It has nothing to do with my body.
So it's not already. What are we doing? What am I talking on here? Am I not connected? What are you? No, it's connecting biological human bodies to the internet, networking them into some kind of hive mind, right? Yeah, it's going so you can buy and sell things and all that other crap, but
if you guys want to know where we're going, look at Estonia. Like, it's crazy what's going on over there. You can do your taxes in 30 seconds. They can be out in the middle of a field milking a cow, and they got their laptop hooked up. They are so hooked up to the internet that they're completely as individuals, all their information, everything they do, it's all digital. If you want to know what's going on, want to know where they're going, just look at Estonia.
To let your flat earthers know that T-Mobile launched T-Mobile launched Starlink connection, so you will never lose T-Mobile connection anymore. That's space technology, right, Matthew? Starlink.
Yeah. The for Starlink, the signal comes from orbiting satellites.
T-Mobile is a company that a lot of you guys use as a cell phone company, and when you're in Discord speaking to people in Discord using Starlink, that's debunking you guys.
How so? Just because we can connect to each other doesn't debunk us. Why do we lose connection when some Chinese fishing boats drag their anchors across cords in the middle of the Atlantic?
Matthew, tell him again about the satellite communication using Starlink. He doesn't get it.
That's because you think that the word satellite, right, only applies on a globe Earth, right? But the word itself, like to a person,
I don't think
knows,
that.
Like it doesn't mean like it can easily mean right, something following something. Okay, it can easily mean balloons in the sky. It can be an airplane. See, that's the problem is you think satellites. Oh, it means it's a ball. Like no, like that SATCOM. Okay, satellite communications is a circuit. Okay, it's not. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean orbiting things around a ball. That's not what satellite means.
Yes, let's double check.
In the definition, a satellite is something that orbits around something else. Means, right there in the definition.
Definition, but the word, the etymology of the word is follower, right? It's a follower. It's more similar to Jesus and the disciples. They would be considered satellites. That's what it is, right? So a follower of a teaching.
Your definition instead of the real one?
Well, no, it just means something that moves moves around in the sky. It can easily mean that on a plane. Like that's what I mean. Like,
question for you: could orbit apply to a plane as well?
I mean, if it's moving around above you, right? It's pretty much orbiting you. But I'm not saying it's gravity or anything. It's an airplane, balloons, right? These are all technologies.
No, you might have like an in-depth explanation on the word on
that sounds good. I wanted to ask Matthew if the word orbiting exclusive for the globe, or can an orbit happen on a non-global surface?
An orbit is basically just something going around some other point. So something could orbit in the sky, I guess, but I don't think there's anybody who thinks that satellites are orbiting that way.
That's what Bong is just telling you. So he just told you that it's not happening on a globe, Bong. You're saying that orbiting is happening.
Well, when I was in the Navy, when I was in the Navy, right, and I was learning about these things in my mind, in my global mind, okay. The satellites start with airplanes and balloons because that's what it really is. That's what we had to actually learn about. Okay, but eventually you get into space, right?
and that's I don't understand, that's up there, that's a belief system. So that's what satellites are. They're airplanes that can stay up there. They are balloons that can stay up there for a long time. Okay, military, whatever.
Yeah, Google has a balloon that stays up in the air, and NASA has a plane that can fly like 137 days straight and stuff like that. Like, it's not. And you see guys using weather balloons to drop these satellite dishes off the back of trucks into the air. So if you take all those things into consideration, you really don't need to have anything orbiting a globe.
Yeah, those are balloons and planes. I'm talking about something that's not a balloon, that's not a plane, that's a satellite orbiting the planet.
That's very fair, guys. You guys are speaking about satelloons and airplanes or whatever aircraft. He's speaking about something else, doing something different than that.
Well, my question was, do you really need those orbital things if you have all these technologies that we have here?
If you want to cover the whole Earth and make GPS work in the middle of the ocean, yeah.
Well, it doesn't. When you go like 200 miles off of South America or Africa, you lose track of planes, right? Go look at Google Earth and try to check out Antarctica, and there's like no pictures of that stuff. There's like a lot of it is black and white, even towards the southern edge of South America, Like if they have
cargo ships use GPS in the middle of the ocean.
Do they though?
Well, they claim to. Do you think they're lying about it? I don't know why they would lie about it.
Well, what part of the oceans are they going to? That's the thing. And yeah, they use GPS, but it's just, they call it global positioning system, which you can do by triangulating. And so in the most traversed parts of the world, we have these constant streams of, balloons, planes, and other means like underwater cables and things to have communication, satellites, buoys to track these things. But if we have this global system where things are flying around everywhere, why is the southern half of the Earth not tracked at all? Like, if these things are flying around constantly all the time from one pole to the other, or from around the equator or some other trajectory, how come we don't have the tracking in those areas?
Okay, so Matthew, he's claiming there's no trackings of aircraft or boats below.
I'm not saying there's no. I'm saying there's a lack of it.
No, I posted a link of vesselfinder.com where you can see where vessels are on all of the oceans of the world.
Okay, Matthew provided evidence that there is. Probably want to review that. Let me make it clear. Are you saying there's not or there is? Which one is it? The other guy. There is tracking. Yeah, there is tracking or there is no tracking.
No, I'm saying there's a disparity between Southern Hemisphere and Northern Hemisphere. There's a great amount of tracking in the Northern Hemisphere where there's none very little, and there's not none, but there's very little in the Southern Hemisphere. As I said, why did we lose that plane in Malaysia? We got all these satellites going around all the time, tracking everything everywhere. And yes, they have tracking systems for things moving in the south, but it's not as great as it is in the north.
So you're gonna reply to what Matthew
global system posted.
Matthew posted something in reference to what you're talking about as evidence of the contrary of what you're saying.
Okay, I guess I'll go find my phone and look at it then. Give me a few minutes.
Matthew, what are you showing here? Can you explain real quick? What are you showing?
Sure. Vessel Finder is sort of the maritime equivalent of like Flight Radar 24 or FlightAware.com or whatever, where they list all the public data of where ships are. And those ships are located by their satellite GPS position. At least that's what the website says. And so you can click on any, like zoom in on any part of the world you want to, click on a ship. And that's how you can see where it is because of GPS. Or that's how they know where they are, and then they report it back to the system. As far as there being less tracking in the southern hemisphere, of course there's less tracking. There's hardly anybody who lives there. By hardly anybody, I think, is it 11%?
So at the moment, when I'm looking at the mapping, I see 0 vessels on the Antarctic area. I mean, it looks like there's one headed that way, like between Africa and South America and Antarctica. But
yeah, who's shipping things to Antarctica? Nobody lives there.
Yeah. So I guess.
I mean, not nobody, like a couple hundred people.
There used to be a lot of ships down there on Antarctica.
So that's why you're saying there's slow traffic there, because barely anybody lives there.
Well, I was sort of being coy a little bit. Calling 10% of the world's population barely anybody is a little bit of an exaggeration. But compared to the northern hemisphere, most of us, 87 to 88% of us live in the northern hemisphere.
For what I see, is mostly like all activity is in the, let's say, main continent, and then Antarctica has barely 0.1 activity of the rest of the world.
Right, and if there were a bunch of ships in Antarctica, then you'd grow suspicious about why there are all these ships in Antarctica if nobody lives there.
Yeah. So I guess he might be correct that there's no activity down there then.
Well, there used to be.
Well, I'm not denying there's no activity in ships. I'm saying that when planes get off of the, in the southern hemisphere, when they go off land for too far, they have estimated tracking. That's why they can't find them when their trackers go up. They need their trackers on, otherwise they can't. Well, I mean, that doesn't prove my point either. Anyway.
So yeah, I'm curious what happened to MH370, that one airplane that was lost. It was receiving satellite positions the whole time, but it wasn't reporting it back, and so that's why we don't know where it is. Although allegedly they have some new calculations based on ham radio data that they've crunched, and so they might be able to find it. Maybe we'll know where it is in the next 10 years.
Wait, when this happened?
There's been a few articles. This one guy who's really obsessed with it has been analyzing the shadows of data that ham radio people have been collecting, and whenever planes go through a signal, it makes a little bit of a change in the signal, and so he thinks based on that they found a signal, and the plane crashed somewhere where they hadn't searched yet. That's kind of like that's only probably 70% of what I said is true. I don't know which 70%. This is just vague recollections.
So isn't that an example of an aircraft not being tracked, and therefore it got lost by not being tracked in those areas?
Right. Probably because the pilot turned off the transponder. GPS is only a read-only system. You can read your position And the only way that you could transmit it to other people, like the maritime ships or the airplanes on flight radar, is if you have a different system that's with transponders telling everybody else where you are. So MH370 knew where they were the whole time.
That sounds like supposition. How do you know that they knew where they were the whole time?
Because they had a GPS system on board. Oh, maybe they weren't looking.
It was working? Yeah. So as I said,
maybe they weren't looking.
As you don't know that for sure.
I think that they could look at the maintenance records and determine that all the systems were working fine. I haven't looked at them myself, but I don't know that they would be allowed to take off if it weren't working.
Did they take off from a country that's reputable enough for you to say that?
Malaysia,
that actually inspects their planes?
Oh, it's the Malaysia one. Malaysia one. They never found it?
Nope, not yet.
I mean, the ocean is pretty big, huh?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like if a plane were to land in some steep mountain or to crash in some steep mountains, and then you put 5,000 feet of water above it, and then it's pitch black. It's understandable why you can't find it.
Yeah,
It'd be hard enough to find in the real mountains, and then these are in the place where it crashed. There are undersea mountains, probably.
It's like find how do people say, a nail in a haystack, in a really big haystack.
Right, right.
Well, that all makes total sense.
I detected a hint of sarcasm in your voice.
There was not a bit of sarcasm in my voice, actually.
Oh, okay.
Because if the functions of the planes stop functioning, and I mean, it's going under the ocean, saline, dense water, very deep waters. I mean, yeah, it's gonna get lost under the water, and then to find it, wow.
So, can we agree that satellites don't prove the curvature of a globe?
Yes, they merely provide evidence. They don't prove it.
What do you mean evidence? Are you talking about
the fact that GPS works is well explained by satellites?
We just agree. Ah, damn. So I guess that's a no, right, Matthew? That's a no.
Right, it's a no. It's they do not prove it. They merely provide good evidence. They provide a good explanation.
There's no freaking curvature, dude. Are you serious? There's no curvature. Water's flat and level. Like, what are you talking about? What evidence? Evidence of what? Of curvature?
Evidence that there are transmitters in the sky moving at 17,000 miles an hour.
Okay. Let me ask the question.
I brought up the planes and the balloons and the weather balloons with the satellites on them, because with all those things, there's no need for satellites that are global, because that's the point. Like, why there's such a high density of tracking in the northern hemisphere, and even though there aren't very many people living in the southern hemisphere, if it was global, they would cast their net as much as they could.
The tracking works in the north and the south. There happens to be a higher density of ships in the north because 90 or 87% of us live there.
Satellites do not provide evidence of curvature. Okay? Can we agree on that?
No, we can't.
Okay, where is this curvature? How curved is it? What is the curvature rate that this evidence you're talking about? What is the curvature rate of that? evidence.
The satellite doesn't tell you the existence of satellite doesn't tell you how much it curves.
What do you think my question means? What do you think I'm asking you, Matthew?
Satellites prove that there is a spherical shape to the surface. It doesn't say how big it is.
Well, how do you know it's spherical?
It's the best explanation, so that's what.
How do satellites provide spherical evidence of ground?
Because the best explanation of how they work is that
that's
it's
not providing evidence of curvature of the oceans.
It is.
That you're saying because it just no, it's not. No, it's not. Are you serious, man? Have you really been here that long and you still don't know how it goes, how this goes, how it works? Are you, man? You think you can just say that with confidence and all of a sudden, it's going to make sense? What you're saying?
I'm explaining why I think it's good evidence.
Explanations are not evidence.
Right.
So that's what
Matthew, we've established that we all think that what you think is achieved through global satellites, we think is done by like balloons and planes and stuff. So I mean, it's evidence, but it doesn't prove to us that it makes any sense.
Right. No, I totally get that. Are
you in a landlocked area? Do you live in an ocean? Do you live near a large lake? Something like that?
I live in Los Angeles County.
All right. So you've seen the ocean out there?
Yep.
Yep. Do you see the curvature at all?
No, it looks pretty flat.
Here we go.
That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says as well.
And here we go. So you think a flat line is also a curved line? I mean, that's what you're saying.
I'm saying that curved things can look flat under certain circumstances.
Okay, like what?
Like a hula hoop. If you raise a hula hoop up high enough to your eye level, it looks like a straight line.
A hula hoop is not a sphere. It's curved. It's not a sphere.
Right, but I think the horizon is like a hula hoop.
Surface area of a sphere and the curvature that we're talking about. A hula hoop obviously has
I'd like to point out that if you raise up above that hula hoop, it will look curved again. But if you raise up above our Earth, it still looks flat.
Right.
Matthew.
You have to raise pretty high.
Matthew. We're talking about the You're saying that a straight line, okay, like the surface, right? Straight line, a flat surface. You're saying that a plane is also a curved surface.
No, right? I'm saying that it's not a plane, but it looks like a plane.
Okay, so you're saying a curved surface looks like a plane. Does it measure like as a plane? Because it's measuring as a plane when we go measure. I mean, we use water to flatten things, right? Level things,
I don't think you can do a direct measurement of the Earth. It's too big.
Is your floor level?
Mostly level, yeah.
Do you agree that water was used to level it?
Yeah.
Or something? Yeah. Okay. So are you saying that surface is also a curved surface?
No, I'm saying that a water level is good enough for doing construction of buildings.
Okay, so you're saying if we scale it up, it will curve?
If you scale a water level to like several miles, then yeah, it won't be an exact
to the size of the globe.
Right.
So that's a yes?
If you scale up the size of the globe, then the surface of water curves, is what I'm saying.
Oh, there you go. That's what you're saying. So you are saying that. You are saying that a curved surface is the same as a plane, a flat surface.
No.
That's what you're saying.
They're different.
You just said that. You just said that. That if we scale it up, it turns into a curved surface, right? Right?
I'm saying the surface of water is always curved on every scale. It just doesn't make a difference in the small scale.
So you're You're saying that the surface of water, right, that we use to level our floors is always curved. You're saying that a plane is always curving, right? Is actually not a plane. What?
A plane is a plane. The surface of water is not a plane. It's a curved surface.
Oh, but do you agree it looks like a plane and measures like a plane? Yes or no?
Yes. On the small scale, it's close
Okay.
enough.
So here we go. Here we go again.
How can on a small scale measure flat and on a large scale be curved? That doesn't make any sense. Like
Because
it
if you
would always
measure
curve small or large scale, dude.
Because it's a small number.
I call it androgynous Earth. You know, it's both curved and it's both a plane. It's also a plane. I call it Kabbalah androgynous Earth, right?
It can't be both at the same time.
That's what you're saying. You're saying that. You're saying it measures flat, looks flat, but it's a curve. But it's a curved surface. That's what you're saying. Exactly.
That is what I'm saying.
It's both. You're saying there are no such things as planes or flat surfaces. That's what you're saying, right? That's what you're saying, right?
You actually worded it correctly. I said that it does not. It measures flat, but it
see you. Zucker can see you. See that? This Matthew guy is a troll.
No, I'm not.
Okay, or just you're in that religion. You're a Kabbalah earther. That's why I call it. A lot of Christians who believe in the globe are Kabbalah earthers. They don't even know it. Hey. Yeah, it is. That's what you're saying right
most
now.
of us Christians believe in the globe.
I wouldn't say that's true. A lot of Christians I talk to don't believe in the globe because they read the Bible.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I'm saying most of us, the vast majority of Christians.
Well, you might be right, but I suppose if you're going with what the church says instead of what Scripture says, you're going to end up with the globe.
That's not how I would put it. No.
Well, they say it hangs upon nothing because it's on pillars.
Pillars are nothing?
No, it hangs upon nothing. It sits upon pillars. It's a footstool.
So there are literal pillars?
There might be. There's holes in the ocean that are so salinated they can't descend into them. Who knows what's below those?
I've never heard of these holes in the ocean. I think we can go everywhere in the ocean we want to.
No, you can. I'm sure you can probably just find it with a quick Google search. I don't know if you'll be able to, but you should be able to. Small submersibles trying to get into these big, deep holes in the ocean. And as I said, they're so salinated, they just like bounce off the surface of them. It's kind of like how there's
they need different technology
flowing below rivers and.
It sounds like they need different technology if they're going to try to get to those special places. It's not that it's impossible. It's just that they need to build different submersibles.
Never said it was impossible. I said we don't know what's below there.
Oh, I thought you were saying it's impossible.
No. Saying a lot of our oceans are unexplored. There's parts that we can't descend to. There's only a certain depth that we can bore to within our crust. There's a lot we don't know about this place. And through laser levels and just like physical observations, I can see more than the scientists say I can see, especially at night in the dark on the ocean. You know, like how am I able to see that lighthouse that far away? How am I able to see the base of that mountain, in the desert from 100 miles away when, obviously I shouldn't be able to. It's just if you've been around just even America enough, you can like observe enough things that you can go, hey, wait, what they tell me isn't true. You can see a lot more than they say you can see.
I
is
think
that
there are good
atmospheric
explanations for
lensing.
that.
Well, I'm sure that's all bullshit though, because it's an explanation. It's not like my eyes see what they see. You have to come up with an explanation.
Yeah, we're looking at observations, trying to figure out what's going on. That's called finding an explanation, right? Why do we see
Right.
this? Oh, it's either because the Earth is flat, or we see this. Oh, because the Earth is a sphere.
That's the
I think the simpler
paradigm.
ones are
That's
like
the
these sunsets.
paradigm that
And,
you're. As I said, the simpler one. You're thinking a paradigm globe or flat. I think of the paradigm. I'm
Hey,
standing
bro,
here.
try
I
try
can
your
see that
best.
100 miles away. That is my observation. Therefore, it's right in front of me.
Listen, bro,
Okay.
you see how Matthew waits for you to finish your sentence every time, and then he replies? When he starts replying, try not to speak while he's replying, bro. Try your best.
I
Thanks, but
apologize.
I'm easygoing.
Noticed I was doing that.
No, but I'm
no.
trying to listen to both of you, but if someone is speaking on top of the other one, it doesn't sound cool.
I apologize. Kind of an asshole. My bad.
I'll accept it. That's fine. I'm happy. Yeah. I think that we could also look at the observations of sunsets and the constant size of the full moon and moon seasons and moon phases and stuff. I think it's appropriate to look in the sky for explanations also.
Okay. I've noticed as far back as you look that all those moon phases have stayed the same all throughout history, and it doesn't make sense to me that while we're flying through space, that all these astronomical observations, moons, stars, would stay the same over this large period of time, regardless of whether it's billions of years or not. We're still just careening through space. It's amazing that all this stuff stays in sync.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is amazing, and I think it's because it was well designed. I also think that the orbit of the moon has been very stable within the past 5,000 years of written history. So, as far back as we know, it's been about 28 days for the moon cycles.
Pretty close.
What do you think the moon is? Is it just an optical phenomenon, or is it a physical thing, or is it a light? What would you say?
I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I do know that there were some scientists before, like we went to the moon, because obviously when we went to the moon, it kind of like threw everything else out the window. There was a lot of people, I would say probably 2 or 3 scientists, who thought it was plasma or electromagnetic, and I mean, it kind of makes sense to me. But it's all speculation for me. I don't know what it is. I can't go out there and test it. If I'm going to take someone's word for it, the only word I have is like either scripture or NASA. So,
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough. I mean, intellectual humility is good, and there's lots of things that I don't know. So if we don't know something for sure, it's okay to say we don't know.
Yeah. Because, I mean, truly, if you haven't gone out, seen it, proved it yourself, you're relying on someone else's word. And so we're building our worldviews on information that is given to us rather than information we've achieved ourselves. So it's where you place your trust, truly, that builds your foundation for your worldview.
We know that geometry means earth measure. We know that water is flat and level. Therefore, we know that the earth cannot be a globe, a ball, because curvature and straight lines are not the same thing, no matter how big you scale up your ball. We know that. That's what we know. Don't you agree? Don't you think, Matthew? Are these things we know? Don't we know these things?
I don't think we do know. I think that the surface of water does not form a straight line.
What makes you think that?
Because the globe is the best explanation for lots of phenomena we see in the sky.
What makes you think that water, the straight line, okay, what we know and perceive as a straight line horizon, what makes you think that that is not what we see and measure it to be?
Well, the horizon is curved all the way around us. I'm talking about like
Where is the evidence of this? We are measuring 180 degrees. 180 degrees, is that a curved line, yes or no?
No, it's not.
It's not. Okay. So water is how we measure 180 degrees, yes or no?
Yes. Good enough for small scales, so yes.
Therefore, for small scale, when does it stop being 180 degrees? What scale, how big, what surface area does it have to be to stop measuring flat, level?
Depends on how carefully you're measuring. So if you're using an Olympic swimming pool, the amount of curvature on the surface of an Olympic swimming pool deviating on a globe versus perfectly flat is only the thickness of a size of a piece of paper. So it's unlikely you're going to notice that. So it depends on how accurately you're measuring.
So how do you calculate that? Do you take into account the radius of the Earth? Is that how you measure that?
You just ignore it. You just like throw it. When you're building things, you just ignore it.
Oh, you just ignore the radius, but you know that it's curving by that much. How do you know that again?
Based on observations of the sky. It's the best explanation for what happens in the sky.
Oh, of the sky. So by looking up in the sky, that makes 180 degrees measured level water. That makes it a ball because you looked up at the sky. Therefore, your measurements down here are not real. Straight line,
Bingo. Now you're getting it. This is what we is what we Globers say.
Let me get this straight. Right here. This is also where I wanted to get you. You are now saying that there is no such thing as 180 degrees straight line flat surface. And planes don't exist. That's what you're saying, right? Right?
You asked about whether it's measured at 180. Now you're asking if it is 180.
Plane or straight line you've ever seen measured is exactly the same as the horizon and water. So what makes what do you say? What curvature? Like what?
We know that there's curvature based on the explanations of the observations in the sky, and so that's how we know that water curves.
No, you said, right, that at a local scale, water is flat, 180 degrees, flat and level, meaning not curved. You said that, but at a certain scale, you meaning surface area, it starts curving. So what scale is that? What radius?
To be clear, I didn't say that it. Yeah, to be clear, I didn't say that it's not 180. I didn't say that it is 180. I said that it measures 180. So on this small scale, the measurements are close enough. If you're building a building, you can consider the water level to be perfectly flat. It's close enough.
Okay, but we're still. When does it start curving? That's what we're asking. Okay, well, we're looking at the horizon, right? When does it start curving?
It always is curving. You should be asking when can you start measuring it.
So basically, you're saying flat and level is the same thing as curve.
No, I'm saying they measure the same on the small scales.
Okay, at what scale do they start measuring different?
It depends on your measuring equipment, but if you're building buildings, you don't need to make a difference.
You know, what about the radius of the Earth? Like, does that matter? The size of the globe matter?
Yeah.
The radius. Yeah. So why do you keep saying at this scale or that scale? Why don't you say at the scale of the globe, right? Because that's what we're talking about, the curvature of the globe, which totally missing, right? Do you agree it's missing at the local scale?
Yeah, at the local scale, you can't directly measure the curvature.
So how high up do we have to go to start seeing curvature?
Well, you'd have to get like a straight edge that's a mile long and then slap it on the water somehow and see if there's an 8-inch difference at the end. But it's hard to build a mile-long level.
So you're basically saying we will never see the curvature of the Earth, right? That we can only believe in it. Is that what you're saying? Right? It's something that we will never experience, see, right? That we're only going to be cursed with this flat experience, right? That we'll never see curvature. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying we'll never directly measure it. And so, yes, we can only believe it based on observations.
Man, only if we had satellites for that stuff.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's why I say observations. I think that observations such as pictures from space are pretty good evidence, too.
There's not pictures from space. There are no pictures from space.
There are?
No pictures from space. Yeah, well, look, we're asking when does it start looking curved? Like how high in the sky do we have to go to start seeing this radius, 3,959 miles, the curvature rate? And you're saying what? What? Do you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson? It always looks flat, measures flat?
If you're asking when can you start measuring something, the question is going to be, well, how sensitive is your measuring?
Observing. I'm saying observing. When do we start seeing curvature as we go up in the sky? When does the plane start turning into a curved surface like a sphere?
Oh, with your own eyes? I don't know, somewhere between...
How high in the sky?
Yeah, I'd say somewhere between 30 miles and 500 miles. Somewhere in there would probably be evident.
So the ISS is way too low?
Well, I think if you had a wide enough view, you could probably see a little bit of curvature, but I don't know. I've never been up there.
Oh, who has, right? So does that mean all the shit we saw from the ISS is all fisheye lens? They deceived us?
They didn't try to deceive you. Using a fisheye lens helps to see a wider angle and see more information, but they weren't doing that to try to convince anybody.
What about the blue marble? What about the blue marble?
The blue marble taken by the Apollo astronauts. You can see the whole disk of the Earth. Or are you talking about the more recent
How far is that? Yeah, how far is that? Whichever one you want to be real. How far away was it? Were they when they took that photo? That image?
The Earthrise one was about 230,000 miles away.
Oh, so conveniently located on the moon. Hey, you know what, the sizes are all wrong, right? Is that the only picture of the Earth? I'm talking about the blue marble. How far was the blue marble
photo? That's why I mentioned the Earthrise, because they were in orbit around the moon. That's how I knew how far it was.
Right. How far is the blue marble?
I don't know. Somewhere between 10,000 and 240,000.
Miles. So if we start approaching the Earth from that distance, like when does it start turning into a plane? As we're approaching the Earth, when does the curve start spreading out like a plane? How high?
Yeah, it's gradual, and so probably somewhere between 500 miles and 500 miles and 30 miles, somewhere in there. That's my guess.
You got any images from 500 miles? Do we have any images or real video from 500 miles, so maybe 1,000 miles? No?
Not that I know of, yeah.
Mr. Sensible has a video of 39 kilometers that can clearly see the curvature.
Oh, yeah? So does that curvature, is it the same as the curvature, the radius? Does it conform? As we approach the Earth, will it start like flattening out, like locally, like you've been saying? And as we get up higher, does it start balling up? I guess that's the word. Does it start dropping down and curving away into a ball? At what height does it start doing that? Right? Like, why don't we have any footage or image of that? Because that's what I want to see, when I was 12, when I was looking at this stuff on TV or movies, I wanted to see that.
So, Bongsal, you've asked the same question 3 or 4 times, and my answer is somewhere between 30 miles and 500 miles. That's my guess. I don't know.
Right. So basically, we don't have any images or pictures of the Earth going from locally flat to sphere. Curve.
Yeah, I can post it in the chat 1 second.
So does it matter to you guys that the sphere comes from the Kabbalah? It also comes from the the Zohar / it's Hinduism. It's where the atom comes from. It's where the model of the Big Bang. It's how the Catholics. Does it matter that there's no evidence of sphere, and yet the people who teach this, are right? Does that matter?
That would be the genetic fallacy to determine if something is true based on its origin. You determine
that's not what.
if something is true.
No. Yeah, but first, okay, it's not a sphere. We have determined that to be true, but the idea of the sphere comes from those guys that want to rule the world and kill everyone. Okay, so it's not that, it's because of those guys. No, it's because it's a goddamn lie. The earth cannot be a ball, first of all. And who the hell, why do you cling to it so much when there's no evidence of it? Do you know who that comes from? Where it comes from? Oh, it's a fallacy. Like, and believing that a ball can look flat and a flat can that's not a fallacy? That's a big-ass fucking logical... Dude, that's a spell, man. You're under some kind of spell. It's a belief system. Why don't you just say it's a belief system? You say a good explanation is evidence, and you're a teacher, a math teacher, and you say that on the internet? And you say that on the internet, and you say that online?
If we have good evidence that water is H2O, wouldn't
Do you know how ignorant and foolish that statement is? Ignorant.
It's not ignorant nor foolish. It's pretty wise.
It is to say that a good explanation is evidence. So if I have a good explanation for Santa Claus, that's evidence that Santa Claus exists. See?
I posted the video proof in the chat, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
And why, it's not good evidence. It's not even evidence. Only you think it's good evidence. Only the people that want to bullshit us think it's good evidence. And how is it good evidence? Who determines that if it's good evidence or not? Because I don't think it is.
Yeah, to determine if evidence is good is if the explanation is simple, if it takes into account all the observations, it has predictive power.
But listen to me. There is no curvature
yes,
observed.
So why did you gallop off to a different question? You asked the question, I was answering it.
You're talking about determining what is true and logical fallacies when you sit over here and say that a straight line and a curved line are the same thing.
No, I was answering your question. You said, who determined if it's good evidence? And I said, well, we have a rubric for how we determine. And then you start galloping off about how it's not
listen to me. Look, this is what you're saying. I want you to hear what you're saying. You're saying that it looks flat, measures flat, but it's curved, right? And then you say, and the good evidence are things in the sky. Because if we didn't have those, if it wasn't a ball, we wouldn't be able to have things in the sky. You see how totally stupid that is? I don't know what else word to use it.
So a good explanation of what I'm doing here is abduction. Adam helpfully posted the definition.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about geometry.
We're talking about geometry. Adam's right. That's what I'm doing. Inference to the best explanation.
Geometry. We're not talking about stuff like that. We're talking about something we can measure, touch, feel. Flat versus curved surface. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about adduction, deduction. Therefore, we're talking about we can measure. We're not talking about science. We're not talking about trying to guess something. We can determine what it is. You're the one who's denying what it is, what it measures to be, what it looks like. You're saying it measures flat, looks flat, but it's not flat. You're the one doing that.
Right. I'm saying that our measurements and the reality
you're
sometimes
denying
diverge.
Reality. You're denying your senses, right? Do you agree you're denying what you are seeing? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I deny my senses that when I go to the ocean and I see a flat horizon, it's not actually flat. I deny my senses when I turn on my phone and I can't see the Wi-Fi signal. I deny my senses and I say that it really exists even though I can't see it.
You're not even listening to me, man. You're just being... You're not even... You don't even want to have this conversation.
My point is that our senses are not the final arbiter of truth. That's all.
Look, measurements. What about measurements? When we measure 180 degrees, a straight line, is that 180 degrees? Yes or no?
Wait, so hold on. Over the Fences, you've been posting a bunch of my stuff online. Is your point to try and dox me?
No, I don't know. I haven't looked.
So I'll dox myself. I work at Biola University in La Mirada, California.
Man. Hey, man, I'm asking you a question, dude.
And I live in La Mirada.
Come on,
This is why Matthew's going to try to find us out with
I know,
you.
Man. I swear, dude.
No, I'm just saying that I've noticed like 15 posts about me in the...
Stop. You're trying to evade what Bong Su is holding your feet to.
He's said the same thing 15 times in a row, and I've answered them, and I'm starting to get tired of it.
No. Yeah, well, look. You agree?
He's brought up 180 degrees at least 10 times.
Yeah, but you're the one denying that it's 180 degrees. You're the one saying that it's curving, and it's not just curving, it's curving according, like at the rate the Earth measures, right? Yeah.
You know what?
Is that what you said? What?
I'm starting to get angry, and if I don't stop talking, I'm going to say something rude, and so that means it's probably time for me to leave. Let me just say one thing about this 180 degrees. I'm gonna bow out, but I will just say that I'm talking about the difference between measuring 180 degrees and it actually being 180 degrees. I think it's possible to measure 180 degrees, even if it's slightly more than that. That's what I'll say. But Over the Fences keeps posting stuff about me that he can find on the internet. Just search my name, and you guys can do the same if you like. But Over the Fences, what is your point by posting all this information? Would you like to say something about it?
Feed.
Level Lioness, what would your reaction be if somebody started posting pictures of you in this chat with quotes from the internet?
Hey, man, I don't care. You know, if I'm going to put myself out there, then I can't be mad about it, right?
Right. I'm not mad about it. I'm just curious what he's doing and what his point is.
Okay, then what does it matter what she's doing?
I'm looking at all the stuff. I'm looking at all the stuff that Over Fences posted. I don't deny any of it. It's all right.
Yeah, where did this guy find your photos on the internet? Did you post them?
I'm sort of a public figure. I have 600,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah,
I've been written about on the campus newspaper mainly.
What Over Fences is?
If you are a public figure, then you cannot be doxxed. Then you are a public figure. You are on the internet.
Right, and I'm fine with that. I'm just curious why Over Fences has been posting a bunch of stuff about me. I'd be happy to have a conversation about any of this stuff. Is if Over the Fences is trying to shame me, it's not going to work because I don't deny it.
Yeah, I kind of didn't understand the relation between observation, measurement, and 180 degrees. What was that about? I mean, I assume that Bongso means we are measuring the lack of curvature. So if the curvature cannot be found, because it has to be measured, because if the Earth if the radius of the Earth has the value of 3,959 miles, then there should be a drop of in 10 miles. How much is it? 66.68 feet. And at a distance of 20 miles to 266 feet. I thought that Bongso meant the drop, that we cannot measure. We cannot find the drop. We are measuring it, and the drop is not there. So that is what I get from Bongso, that you are denying the measurement. You are not denying. You switched it into denying your senses. He meant you are denying the measurements, which are showing the lack of the curvature. So you are denying measurement. This is not a theory like astrophysics. You can theorize about it, and we can argue. You can have your opinion, and we can have our opinions. This is a measurement. Like when you measure a table, then it is not a democracy. We cannot put the mass of the or the dimensions of the table into a vote. You cannot vote about it. We measured it. We measured the dimensions of a table, and these are the dimensions of the table. There is no justification. But it's not about an opinion. So the measurements are showing a lack of curvature. Go ahead.
I agree with you that you can't deny measurements, you can't deny observations. Those are just the raw numbers. What you do with those is to determine what is causing those measurements and causing those observations. And you're saying it looks flat, therefore it is flat. I would say, it looks flat, and it could be explained by refraction. So I'm not denying the measure. I'm explaining it differently.
It
doesn't look flat, measured flat.
No.
Even if it measures flat, I'm saying there could be a good explanation for it.
Look, if you claim to be a professor and a man of science, you cannot equate measurement to it looks like. Okay?
Yeah, so measurements are observations. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you there.
Is measurement the same as appearance? It looks flat. You are talking about appearance. Is appearance the same thing as a measurement?
No, you're right. They're different, but an appearance can.
Then speak scientific. Be a man of science and be correct in your way of expression.
Even if the Earth measures, like with the laser measurement, if it measures to be flat, there are two reasons that might happen. One is that it's actually flat. A second would be the measurement is influenced by refraction, and even though it's a globe, it appears flat. So those are the two different things we're trying to decide between.
So your claim is refraction is making us see further, and that contradicts.
Yes. I think that the measurements can be explained by.
That contradicts reality. We can see further. We can see further the less refraction we have. Okay, that's why when we use infrared filters, we can see even much further than what we are seeing. So that has been debunked. The refraction thing has been debunked because the less refraction, we can see further, and the more refraction, the distance we can see becomes much closer. We cannot see that far, so that doesn't work. That doesn't help you. That actually destroys your claim.
Did you say, look, you're saying refraction causes the measurements to be flat? Huh?
No.
Yeah, that is what he's saying.
But he's saying no. It's measuring flat.
Yeah, if you can see all the way across.
Anything. Can't do anything about that. About it measuring flat. Okay, it appearing flat is one thing, but when you go measure it and it's flat, refraction doesn't cause anything to measure flat.
If you shine a laser over a 20-mile lake and you can see the laser on the other shore, that I would say that is a measurement, or maybe at least an observation. So that's what I was talking about, that kind of measurement.
Radius, globe radius, not there. Whatever deviation, well, that's caused by all kinds of stuff in the air, water. Okay? But we're talking about water. We're talking about horizontal, horizon. So, elevation angles to stars, you can navigate, celestial navigation. Okay? Flat. You agree it measures flat. You agree it appears flat. But you believe that it's a ball at a bigger scale.
There you go.
That's a delusion. That's insanity. That's insane. That's crazy.
I don't think it's delusion. I don't think it's insane.
Goddamn sense.
It makes sense to a bunch of people. I mean, I believe it does make sense.
Listen, it doesn't make sense to anybody, okay? People believe it because it's taught in school and it's on TV and all these governments are all bullshitting them. That's why people believe. It's not because they know anything about the globe. Just like you. It's a religion. Do you agree? You have to believe it.
No,
agree?
I think a religion is something in which you worship something and you order your life in a certain way.
Okay. Remember you said there's two things. Yes, you said it yourself. It's two things. It's either because it's flat or refraction is causing it to look flat. And then I asked you, refraction can't cause things to measure flat. And you agreed.
I think it can.
No, it can't. Refraction, the amount of water in the sky does not cause the water does not cause anything to measure flats one day. And if there's not enough more water or less water, it's measuring curve. And that's not. Refraction doesn't do that to the physical water, to anything. Okay? It only makes it look like to your eyes that something is, whatever. But it doesn't do what you say. That's why I said measures flat. So you can now say it's not refraction because refraction can't cause it to measure flat. Therefore, you have to say it's flat because you said it can only be two things: flat or refraction is causing it to look flat.
Wait, so what are you measuring with? Laser light?
180 degrees. Okay, in geometry. Like, do we have to go through? You're a math teacher, right? I'm a lawnmower man. I mow lawns and I'll do construct. I wear a warehouse, and I have to explain this to you.
Work.
Are you serious? I have to send my kids to school to learn from people like you when I could just teach them at home. Come on, Matthew. Why are you doing this on the internet? You're being intellectually dishonest.
Yeah.
No, I'm being honest. This is what I actually believe.
No,
dishonest. You said dishonest, intellectually dishonest.
Dishonest means that you are attempting to deceive people. I'm not trying to deceive anybody.
Well, you're attempting, right, to push whatever this propaganda is from people who are trying to deceive people. You're helping them.
I'm attempting to push the truth.
It's not the truth.
Well, I think it's the truth.
How can it be the truth when you can't provide evidence of a curve?
Because of it's the best explanation.
See, that's a lie.
Matthew, can I ask you a question? Because
yeah,
I've been listening to you. You said that on the small scale you can't detect a curve, but on the large scale, it's refraction that causes us to see farther. So, for every instance of us being able to see farther than what science says that we can see, it's all refraction, but it's immeasurable in the short term, like building a building or a deck or a fence, stuff like that.
Yeah, so first on the short scale, like over 100 meters or so, the difference would be the thickness of a piece of paper. So that's going to be hard to tell. As far as like if you see too far, I would say those could be described or explained by refraction. And you say all those examples, well, those are actually a small fraction of what really happens most of the time. So much of the time you can't see too far. So in the few cases where you can see too far, I don't find it unreasonable to think that humid air over cold water and hot air might sometimes bend the path of light a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean 0.07 degrees per mile. So it doesn't have to bend that much in order to see
how does it curve it is the question. Like, you could see it making right degree angles, things like that. How does it just like smoothly curve it?
Because it's just sort of a gradual process, bending a little bit as it goes.
And that's the best explanation for the fact that you can't detect. Because, I mean, I don't know if you've ever built anything before, but it's pretty easy to tell when something's at a level. and it can happen over the course of 6 inches. Something's, well, 3 inches if you have a small enough level, but
Yeah.
you can tell if something's off level. So how does that not translate to a larger scale? Why is the best explanation just the curvature of light, the thing that we, like really truly can't understand, travels faster than anything, but gravity changed it and light changed it, everything changed it, but
Yeah, so the real answer is that my belief in the globe is so strong that I cast about and find explanations for these long distance laser observations, and I think refraction is good enough.
all right. So you're coming from the globe Earth position, and then you're using that to explain stuff instead of just like
bingo.
Yeah, okay.
We know the Earth is a globe due to observations of the sky. It's what?
I said that's not intellectually dishonest.
Thank you. And I think if other globers would admit it, that's what all of us globers do. We have such strong belief that the Earth is a globe due to what we see in the sky, the existence of GPS and satellites and all that type of stuff, that if you show us some measurements on the horizon of seeing a little bit too far, we're like, I don't know, maybe it's refraction.
All right. So basically, it's a belief. You just said it. It's so strong in your belief. You're basically saying it's a belief system. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, he said it. He said it that he's denying because he's willing to stick to the globe. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So you are admitting that it's a belief system?
Of course, it's a belief system. It's an explanation. I believe this explanation is the best explanation for our observations.
But when we say belief system, okay, we mean that you believe without any evidence or verifying anything you can verify to be true, like the globe, like the curvature, or like it actually exists in space, all these things. Okay, you're saying that you cannot prove any of it to be true, and you only believe it because these people told you. That's what I mean by my question.
I see. So your question is about the word. So you're saying that
like
belief means belief without evidence.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like a religion, like an actual religion. Because
maybe I need to find a different word then.
Well, see where it comes from. The Zohar. Okay, the Zohar. It's their version of Leviticus 10a or something like that. In there, it describes the globe Earth model. Here, let me post it. I have it right here in front of me.
When was it written?
It's the Zohar.
Yeah, I don't know what the Zohar is.
Right.
How old is it?
Oh, it's the so the Kabbalah. Oh, it's a book. It's one of the books of the Kabbalah, aka the fake so-called Jays. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Here, check it out. Check it out. But what all I'm saying is that this is literally a religion. This thing called the globe Earth is literally a religion. It comes from a religion called the Kabbalah, and the Kabbalah is what all these celebrities and all these that's their belief system. Okay, so that's what I mean. Okay, when I say it's a belief system, this is what I mean. It's what you call it? It's a religion because we're not finding any physical curvature. And we know water does not curve at the surface. You even admit it of locally flat. So this is the origin. This is where the globe comes from. Even all the way back to Plato comes from there. It's a Babylonian. The mystery schools and religions that the Bible warns us about. This is it. Kabbalah and the globe and evolution and transhumanism. And all this crap that's being pushed, the wars,
it's interesting. So
now,
I didn't realize that the Zohar claimed that the surface of Earth is a globe. So it's not that new of an idea. It's been around a long time.
It's been around in the mystery, and this is called mysticism, Eastern mysticism. This is Jewish
Sumerian
mysticism.
beliefs as well.
Exactly. It's who Jesus was fighting against. It's these guys, the Jays. What the so-called Jays, because they're not even, they're not even descendants of Judah.
Well, I confess I don't know much about the Kabbalah.
I just want you to have a read. I think it's important for Christians to know this because it changes everything, especially with the flat earthers. Sorry, guys. Sorry about the baby. Yeah, but just have a read. I'll drop some more.
Coochie coochie goo.
Feed your baby, dude.
Yeah, okay. I hope, Matthew, I hope you kind of look at things differently now. I mean, at least look into it because it's really, that's what I mean, literally, into the religion. Because if it's not, look, man, if we can't find evidence, if we can't prove the globe to be true, then this is what it is. It's this thing Jesus warned us about.
So I would agree with you that if there's no evidence for the globe and people just believe it because somebody else told them to believe it, that would be, I don't know if I'd call it a religion, but it would just be a belief without any evidence. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think there's plenty of evidence. I know you don't agree with the evidence. I know you don't come to the same
conclusion. The other thing. Well, here's the thing, okay? These guys, the opposite of these people is Jesus. But here's the thing: Genesis 1 is a flat Earth book, and every Christian scholar agrees that it's a flat Earth book. But they think that God told Moses something different. See, that story is from the Kabbalah. Okay? That's all I wanted to share with you and all the Christians listening. That what we were believing is Antichrist, what we've been warned about.
Yep, trust your scripture.
Matthew, it's Baal, it's Molech, all these entities, right?
I'm against Baal. I'm against demon worship.
I know you are, because we are too. But listen, that's who the Freemasons are. They set up America.
Yeah, I'm against the Freemasons. They are basically their own religion.
The core of their religion is Kabbalah. This, the Zohar, and all this Eastern mysticism, the Jays, so-called Jays. Catholics, same thing. Muslims, same thing. Okay, these Christians, same thing. They're all on the ball, and this is their religion. Their religion is a one-world religion in the future. It's Kabbalah.
Hey, Matthew, so you said you had seen plenty of evidence for the globe. What's your best evidence that you've seen that demonstrate any type of curvature across a long distance of water?
Oh, I don't think you can demonstrate curvature across a long distance of water very easily. I mean, you can't directly measure it.
What about any evidence, your best evidence for motion, like going to 66,000 miles per hour around the sun?
For that one, probably the best evidence is that the sun is a lot bigger than the Earth, and so it makes more sense that if the sun is moving across the sky, really what's happening is the Earth is rotating. But that would depend on believing that the sun is way bigger than the Earth.
Where's the proof, please?
Oh, I don't know if we can come up with proof. I'm just saying
the proof that the sun is bigger than the Earth. Where's the proof?
Yeah, we Globers say that science's main object is inference to the best explanation, not proofs. Proofs are like for mathematics and logic.
That's the other thing from the Kabbalah, is that science is the ultimate authority over the Bible. That too comes from the Kabbalah, the Jesuits.
Yeah, that's scientism. If you think that science is the top authority, that's scientism. Scientism is false. It's self-refuting. First of all.
Well, that's what the globe is.
The globe is an idea within science. It's not scientism.
The Bible says it's a flat Earth. Okay, scientists say it's not scientific. The Bible is not scientific. It must not be true. That's why people don't believe the Bible.
If you're looking for a place where the science disagrees, go ahead.
Sorry, you can answer him. I just had a question for you on your belief that the best explanation. What makes you think that the globe is a better explanation than a level contained Earth structure?
It explains the observations that we see in the sky better. I think that God put the sun and the moon and the stars there for us to learn about His creation. And so the simplest one is just sunsets, but all the way to like seasons and moon phases and the constant size of the moon and on the night of a full moon, constant angular size. Even looking through telescopes, we can see Jupiter, and it's like Galileo saw 4 of Jupiter's moons, and he carefully tracked them, and it seems like they're going around Jupiter. So stuff like that, and then also the success of human-engineered things that depend on the Earth being a globe, like GPS transmitters and satellite TV transmitters.
No, that's false. That's false.
No, sorry.
Yeah, well, we're all not going to agree on that, but
right.
So the observation in the sky, to you, it seems more plausible that there's an infinite expanse out there and those things are a million miles away rather than they are contained within a smaller structure around us?
So first of all, it's not infinite. It's some big number, but I don't think that my feeling of plausibility isn't a good guide to what is true. Like if I feel like something's plausible, that's doesn't mean it's true or false. I mean it feels implausible.
But you also stated. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say it feels implausible that there's all these tiny microorganisms coursing through my blood and like white blood cells and stuff like that. That sounds amazing and implausible, but it's probably true even if it doesn't make much sense to me.
Okay. It's hard to believe that that's a more plausible answer to you, that you live in this great expanse. What do you feel about like Boyle's law that states that like the pressure of a gas is inverse to the volume of the container that it's held in, right? Like, so smaller container, higher pressure, larger container, lower pressure. So we all live in this huge expanse that's mostly just an empty vacuum, yet we have pressure here. How does that work?
Yeah, Boyle's law is a good law for like smaller groups of air, or containers of air. But as far as atmospheric pressure, it's a large system out there, and the weight of the air describes how we have atmospheric pressure here without a physical container.
So you know how stupid that sounds, right? You know how that doesn't make any sense, though. Like,
it makes sense to a lot of people. Why does it?
That an infinite vacuum cannot affect some weak ass gravity that we can't detect? That's an explanation. That doesn't make any damn sense. And plus, are you talking about mass attracting mass? Are you talking about the curvature of space time, or are you talking about field theory, gravity? What?
I didn't mention gravity. I mentioned the weight of the air. We disagree about what causes weight, so I didn't bring up gravity.
The air is caused by gravity. Okay, what gravity?
That's what I think.
Which gravity?
So when you and I talk about weight,
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense for an infinite vacuum or whatever to not be able to suck all the air off of. Disperse all the air. Like, I don't know. What? It doesn't make any sense. Go ahead. How can it make sense? We can't even measure curvature. But that makes sense to you, right? Flat. Measures flat.
All these things are internally consistent and make good sense. Yeah.
Right? Listen. It measures flat. It looks flat. It must be curved. Does that make sense?
Just by itself, no, that doesn't.
Okay. What about this one? It looks curved. It measures curved. It must be flat. That makes sense?
That doesn't make sense either.
Okay. That's what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying that by itself, those things don't make sense. But you look at the totality of evidence, and that's still the best explanation.
What evidence?
GPS sunsets.
The totality of evidence. Weren't you listening? Like measurements of curve. Oh shit, he doesn't have that. My bad.
there is no direct measurement of curvature.
The totality of explanations that you consider evidence, right?
That's right. Yep. No,
okay, why don't you just say that? Why you keep misspeaking and saying wrong things?
I said.
So you see, you're the one who doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's a religion.
I thought I'm being pretty clear spoken here.
You have no evidence for anything that you believe it to be. Okay.
Doesn't religion involve worship? I'm not worshiping anything.
Well, here we go. Look, listen, here we go. Okay, this is also what I just bring up. The Bible says, right, that those things up there are not to be worshipped. They're for the times and the seasons. What do people do? The globe Earth. What do people do? They worship it. Okay, first they name the planets after the names of their gods, their Greek or their Roman gods. Yes, for
you know any globers who are worshiping the sun?
Then they stare at it, right? And then they create stories. And then they come up with stories, right? That's based on their religion, Kabbalah, and then they tell you those stories. They are worshiping those things up there as gods. 100%. Are they not?
No, I don't know anybody worshiping the sun or the planets.
You do?
Okay, listen. Heliocentric. What does that mean? Sun worship.
It means the sun. No, it means the sun is the center of the solar system.
And Christmas and New Year. Okay, the winter solstice, the return of the unconquerable sun. What's that? Sun worship. This is Baal worship. That's who the
solstice is on December 21st. Christmas on December 25th.
Dagon and Baal, Molech. That's who the Catholic priests are. They gave us the globe Earth. You're against these entities, and yet you push their models, their ideas, their philosophy, the religion.
Wait, I thought you said the Kabbalah gave us the globe Earth. That existed before Christianity.
They are all of them. See, so they're all from the same. They are all from the same place. Okay, Babylon, Egypt. All the way, it's the mystery schools, the mystery religions. That's what the Freemasons are about. You think America is about Jesus, God? It's not. It's about Lucifer. That's what the damn lady, the Liberty is. The Statue of Liberty is. These people worship the same gods of the Greeks.
Well, who made the Statue of Liberty?
Mm-hmm.
What culture made the Statue of Liberty?
The French.
There you go. Well, maybe you could accuse the French of doing this.
Matthew.
We can point out that all cultures in Europe around that time had those women god representations that were all based on the Lucifer statue. And what was that? Rome, yeah, just like Statue of Liberty and that painting that was made in 75, 80. Lucifer Rising, this sort of thing. Yeah, it all stems from the same place.
You don't know that the Freemasons are these scientists? Are these people that are giving us this? You don't know that those are all Freemasons. The Royal Society, Newton, whoever, all the way back. These are the people that were warned about not to listen to their fables and their stories, Jewish fables, mysteries, so-called mysteries, right? Matthew?
Yes. So your point is that because they come from these mysteries and fables, therefore it's false? Because that would be the genetic fallacy, right?
We already discussed that. There's no curvature. And then we look at who gave us this. Look, if the
Okay.
devil comes,
I'm getting threatened with being muted. Over the Fences is suggesting that I get muted, so therefore I'm going to take off before I get angry. And
Don't listen to her, bro.
somebody needs to
Oh no!
Don't worry, bro.
It's late
She's not
anyway.
gonna hurt
Goodbye.
anybody.
You won't like me when I'm angry.
he didn't use that, bro.
Hey, little baby.
I got him. Got him. Got Matthew.
Why over the fences? Why?
Oh man, I'm gonna get angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. I'm just gonna leave.
You wouldn't like me.
Yeah, I think I started back. Over Fences just backed me up.
Why does he come here? Like, why is he always here? I don't get it. He's either, like Dave says, paid or possessed. It has to be one of those two. I can't see another reason.
Both. It really could be both.
Bro, I liked very much what Bong So said when he asked him, bro, why are you doing this? I also wanted to ask Matthew a question before he goes, unfortunately. It's the same thing which Kiba said. Matthew said when Bong So challenged him about measurements, that he's denying the measurements. Yeah. Then Matthew said when he goes to the shore and he sees the water flat and it measures flat, his belief in the globe is so strong that he's willing to dismiss his senses, right? That is the same thing which Kiba said a couple of days ago. There was a debate, and then he said, "Yeah, your eyes can deceive you." Maybe Kiba can tell us what could have we achieved without trusting our eyes. I mean, am I supposed to trust NASA and the government and someone else more than my eyes? Can someone tell me what can we do without trusting in our eyes? Would
can trust a weather balloon.
Kiba, would you be able to drive to your work without trusting your eyes? Would you be able to cook without trusting your eyes, without using your eyes?
Or your nose.
Yeah, the eyes, the hands. So what does this talk about not trusting my eyes and not using my eyes and not using my hands? Because globers come here and tell us, without the globe, we would have not had, smartphones or internet or satellites. And suddenly, without eyes, we can build satellites and smartphones. Without eyes, can you stand out of your bed and go to the toilet without trusting your eyes? That's why I liked what Bong So said. Very frustrated when he asked Matthew, "Why are you doing this? Talking this BS on the internet?" And he's justified. His frustration is justified.
We can usually trust our eyes.
Not usually. Not usually. Close your eyes and live your life. Let me see how your life goes then. Wait a minute.
Then he had a bitch fit and left. That was awesome. That was pretty funny.
You won't like it when I'm angry. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I think the worst thing about this whole globe thing is that they've got people, they're like, you can't trust your senses. Science can't prove anything. So it's like you're just worthless. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro, I don't want to interrupt you, but it sounds very, very evil. Like, don't trust your eyes, don't trust yourself, don't trust anyone. And how am I supposed to, work? I mean, yeah. Then let us, then let them tell us what we should see, what we should do, what we should. Yeah, I mean, this is very evil. I mean, this is very friendly expressed. I'm trying to avoid the term satanic. This is very evil. Okay, this is very polite. I mean, sorry for interrupting you, but go ahead. Yeah, this is very, very makes me very angry.
I didn't have much more to say, but I mean, it makes you just basically worthless, and it puts you into the position like, I can't trust myself. I can't ever prove anything. I guess I better trust the authority, trust the government, because they'll do all of that for me. It puts you right into that position, and it's pretty horrific.
Exactly. Let the government do everything. Let the bureaucrats do that.
Makes you wonder, do they think that the ones they refer to, do they trust their senses? Like, do they think, how do they find out the truth?
Yeah, but in the same time, he trusts his senses when he says all the observations in the sky. So there, it's okay for him to trust his senses. But what Travis said, that was what I was trying to say. It's like we are worthless. We should not trust what we are seeing, what we are hearing, what we are smelling, what we are tasting. And how could we function correctly then? I mean,
but what I was saying is what differs them from the ones that they refer to, from the ones they get the information from. We're all just human, aren't we? What makes them special?
Just to make it concise, it's a 1-2. It's in 2 steps. Don't trust yourself. Then let us tell you what you should do, how you should decide, what you should talk, what you should think. It's going into the direction of it's a control mechanism.
Yeah, they play right into their hands, don't they?
And then the whole, you're small and tiny, flying through infinite nothingness. If they've turned people into cucks, really, they've turned you into a cuck.
Yeah, we are only stardust. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
You're small and tiny, and you're just worthless. You're a cuck, and then flat Earth. It's like you're in a world you're a giant in a world built for you. It's just crazy how they've tricked people into becoming cucks, really.
Yeah, gayifying.
It's evil. So you can test to see if your eyes are trustworthy or not.
Bro, don't even dare. Bro, don't even dare. Bro.
No,
bro.
Let him go, Berserker. How are you testing to see if your eyes are trustworthy, Kiva?
So if you look at the image I posted, tell me if you think the...
Come on, man. What image? Close your eyes and stand and leave your bed and drive to your work. without using your eyes. Close your eyes and drive. Close your eyes and go to the toilet. Come on, man, what you are talking?
What image did he post? Where's that image?
Can someone post it for me? Because I can't post images. I can only post links. I posted a link.
Oh, let's have a look. And I'll get a snippet of that.
Yeah, so the top and bottom, are they different shades or are they the same shade?
So how's this going to prove curvature for you?
Well, he said that we can always trust our eyes 100% of the time. So I'm just showing that there are optical illusions that exist where we actually can't trust our eyes all the time.
So what are you saying? Curvature is an optical illusion.
Look. He's addressing me. He's addressing me. Look. I'm not saying that you cannot have illusions with your eyes, like a mirage. You can think, but nowadays we know that the mirage can happen in the desert. Okay, but this is the next trustful instrument, person, or an instrument in my body which I have. I will not trust what you say over what my eyes tells me. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. If I think that I'm having a problem in perception, then I can move forward, make a step to the right or to the side, take a step backwards, and have a better look. But bro, we are driving all the time. Have you never seen drivers who drive the Formula One cars? This is crazy. I mean, this talk about you cannot trust your eyes, bro. What are you talking? You are bringing some images which can somehow produce an illusion because of lines drawn very close to each other, like with putting a circle on it so that a straight line could. We are talking about real life. We are talking about I will not trust you. I cannot direct you. No. I cannot tell you close your eyes, and I will tell you how to walk to the toilet and go downstairs to your car and drive your car. And you are arguing about my statement which I'm making, and it's a fact. I cannot
Berserker,
direct you.
Berserker, I'd just like to know how our friend is going to actually do that, because all of these globetards that come in here don't have hands. So no hands is no fingers. So how's he going to tell it's an illusion?
What do you mean, no hands and no fingers?
He doesn't remember that one.
Dr. Blitz.
Straight over his head. Good.
Dr. Blitz.
So, anyways, how is your optical illusion proving Earth curve?
Well, all I was trying to prove is that our eyes are not 100% reliable.
I'd like to quickly say that I still trust my eyes. I can look at that image, give me 10, 15 seconds to realize the trick it played. Like, yeah, they are the same colors. So, yeah, that hasn't convinced me to stop trusting my eyes.
So what are you saying? Earth curve is an optical illusion?
No, it's just our eyes are not capable of resolving the curvature at a small, when we're like low towards.
What, like over, say, 5 yards or something?
Mm-hmm.
But over 10 miles, we should be able to tell the difference there, especially if we've got something that's like a laser shooting straight. We can measure the difference between the ground and the laser. 60 feet, it's going to be pretty noticeable.
Has a globe earther ever done a laser test?
They're called flat earthers now, mate.
I mean, I'd be interested to try it myself because, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily trust what other people have done.
Well, obviously you don't trust your eyes, because of a simple little optical illusion like that, Rexia. Doesn't matter what we put forward or what anyone does, you're just going to put one finger across it and go, la 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 la, optical illusion.
Have you seen Mr. Sensible's mage weather balloon thing?
Yeah, you want to go right into Mr. Sensible and ask him what happens with fisheye lenses for long range and short range comparatives when using the same lens, and see what it does.
So he wasn't using a fisheye; he used a rectilinear lens.
Yeah, over the top of a fisheye.
How much curve did he measure? How much curve was measured in that observation, Kiba?
Exactly the predicted amount.
Okay. How much was that? I think you're talking out your ass on that one. There was no measurement of curvature in that. I've seen that video. They didn't say we measured this specific amount.
It's the one with the two wires.
It was just
something exceptionally close to a lens. It won't show any curve in comparison to something that's a long way away. And anyone can go and do this with a GoPro. Go and hold it next to something that you know is straight, like a rule or something like that, really close. And then in the background have something that you know is straight, the side of a building or some shit like that, and watch what it does. Just compare the two. And you'll notice the long range stuff bends like a banana, whereas the real close stuff stays straight. And that's all that's happened.
You know, I think, Kibo, that was some serious dishonesty there when you said that he measured the predicted amount of curvature. No, he didn't. There was no measurements given. It was more of a, it looks curved to me type of thing. There was no measurements in that video at all. That was just a blatant lie.
Well, no, because he had he had an image with a predicted amount of curvature, and then he superimposed it over the video from the weather balloon, and it was almost identical.
How much curvature?
I'd have to look up the video to see if he provided some sort of a number.
He didn't. That's just a lie. That's what all we get from you guys is just lies.
It's not a lie. I can show you the superimposed image. I forget if he
you can show him. You can show him to see, and you will have to take a look at the video to come with the exact number. I thought you cannot trust your eyes.
Not 100% of the time. Usually.
Yeah. You can trust your eyes when it's convenient for you. Sorry.
Yeah, anyone can sort through a heap of images, mate, and find one that matches.
And by the way, I didn't say 100% of the times. I said the most trustful instrument or the observation, tool which I have. I would prefer to trust my eyes than trust you to tell me how to drive my car, or to trust the Klaus Schwab.
Okay. So he has a graph with a amount of curvature. It does have numbers on the graph, but
so with this graph, with the amount of curvature that's based off a satellite which used a camera, all I'd have to do to replicate such bullshit is just get the same camera and put it up. So if the first camera produces curvature due to lensing effects, surely to goodness the second one using the same camera would produce lensing effects showing said curvature that you believe in.
I posted the graph with the curvature.
So you're comparing oranges to oranges? You know, the first one sees something curved because of the lens. The second one, using the exact same thing, should see the same thing. Interesting.
Do we have to look at his stupid head?
So do you see that image I tagged you in? when you're looking out towards the horizon, you see the same distance in all directions. It creates a circle around you. That's not physical curve. That's just the circular field of view. It's your optical limits. Do you see where I tagged you in that, Kiba? That's not physical curvature. It's just an optical effect of how far you can see into the distance all around you.
And there, I just posted the superimposed image with the curvature over the Earth.
See, I've got no problem with this, Cooper, except for the fact when we're on the ground measuring for curvature, there isn't any.
Right. And you wouldn't expect to see curvature from the ground on any ball, let alone the
Really?
globe. Yeah.
So you're telling me over 10 miles, we're not going to see 66 feet. Over 20 miles, we're not going to measure 266 feet. Over 30 miles, we're not going to measure 600 feet. Over 40 miles, no way we're going to see over 1,000 feet. That's what you're claiming.
Well, I'm not aware of any tool that's reliable enough to measure something like that because the laser is subject to refraction.
Lasers are subject to refraction. So what's the second medium that this laser is going to be travelling through, since you're so up on refraction and all? You know, because light bends. Light bends at the edges of the two mediums. So air and water. You know, where the two mediums join together.
Yeah, but there's a density gradient in the air.
There's a density gradient. Oh, please enlighten us all on this density gradient. This will be great.
Yeah, there's like you know, what do you call it? Humidity and stuff like that, layers of warm air, cold air, stuff like that.
Oh. So what are you saying? That when I grab a laser, so let's just say I pull 30k out of my back pocket, go and buy a kick-ass laser, and I set it up perfectly horizontal, what you're saying is lasers naturally conform to 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, on any given day.
Yes.
You're a clown.
It's called
lasers shoot straight.
Atmospheric refraction.
Clip it.
It's called atmospheric refraction. It's like 7/6 of Earth's radius or whatever.
So what you're doing now, my friend, is you're assuming you're on a ball in the first place, which you're yet to prove.
Well, I posted an image showing that there's a ball from a weather balloon.
Well, someone else has already posted images that it's a bloody concave Earth. I'm not into that shit.
Yeah, when you want to say 7/6R, yeah, you have to assume R in the first place. And you don't even have R in the first place. You haven't even proven or validated R in the first place to have 7/6R.
Okay, so do you agree that if we were on a globe, then 7/6R would apply?
No, we're not going to agree to any of your fantasy bullshit. Go out and measure it.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
Because
do you have the actual measurements of curvature for us to look at, Kiba, with an actual amount of this is how much this is curving at this distance? That's not what's shown in that bald guy's video.
Well, if you look at the graph image, you can do rise over run to calculate the ratio of the curvature.
You presented it, so you do it. How much curve are we looking at?
All right, let me see here. Hold on. Okay. So we have one rise and $12 run. So that's what, 1/12 or something?
I don't know. You tell us. It's your claim that 1/12 or something isn't going to cut it here.
Yeah, or something.
Something. A new number.
I don't know how you would mathematically depict curvature.
So, do you have any actual measurements of curvature that match the globe's claimed radius?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you have any actual measurements of curvature that prove the globe's radius of claim 3959 that it's accurate?
Do you accept weather balloon footage as a measurement with a graph on it?
No, because nobody else in this group will be able to link and share 100 other images that show a concave Earth. So, no, it's inconclusive.
Yeah, but it's not a fisheye lens, though.
You're just cherry picking, so. You're cherry picking something
with a
that you're
graph
like.
on the side of it doesn't mean sweet diddly, bro. Because all you've got to do is rescale the graph to suit your specific requirements, and any numpty can do that. So no, a photograph with a constructed graph up the side of it is not going to do anything.
Okay, so how about
you tell me how lasers bend? I was so interested in that.
Yeah, 7/6R.
So that R, where'd you get the R from?
From Aristophanes.
Oh, you spoke to him yesterday or something, did you? You met him down the pub.
Yeah, Aristophanes had to assume R as well. He also had to assume parallel light rays for his previous assumption to work.
So Simon Dan recently, 2 months ago, did a mass Aristophanes.
No, we're not talking about Simon Dan. We're talking about how these lasers bend. You're going to tell us how this laser bends. Because if you read this out, check it out. Lasers can be made to bend in air, but only under specific conditions involving manipulation of the medium or beam properties, and not naturally as ordinary laser beams travel in a straight line through uniform air. So, when you come along and say lasers are bending at 8 inches per mile squared over a 28.6 mile distance, for example, I'd like you to now validate, verify, prove, or back up your claims of this air causing the laser to bend down at a consistent rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, so you said I need R in order to prove that, right?
No, you don't need R. I'd like to know where you're getting R. You said 7/6R. R to me normally denotes radius. Therefore, you're speaking of some kind of ball. Where did you get this?
So I'm getting R from an experiment that Simon Dan conducted 2 months ago, in which over 1,000 of his viewers did like the Eratosthenes experiment and submitted their results.
Eratosthenes is not an experiment.
Yeah, the experiment that Eratosthenes conducted.
It's not an experiment.
2,200 years ago or whatever.
A sun that is smaller and closer above a flat surface will also create the same angles, and you also have moonlight creating the exact same shadow angles as sunlight. So that's a problem for you guys. But that's not exclusive. Eratosthenes is not exclusive to a globe model.
The funny thing is, thousands of them, they measured the elevation angle.
That's it. See, Keeper, if you have a look inside chat, I just posted up something very simple. A table with a handful of cans on it. Notice how all the shadows are different lengths? Ta-da! Curvy table. That's how easy it is to bust your Eratosthenes bullshit.
Yeah, but the sun's...
Yeah, but that's right.
The sun's light is parallel, so it's good enough.
And he's off in the weeds.
Yeah, that was also, like I said, an assumption. He had to assume parallel light rays to make his previous assumption that...
Hey, Level Linus, check this out. So, if you've got parallel light rays, you've just thrown your refraction under the bus. So, which one is it?
Oh, that's true.
I don't understand how that is... what are you talking about?
Well, you can't be taking measurements if you've got all this bendy refraction shit going on, brother. So you've either got refraction, in which case the lasers are bending around the ball tard, or you've got parallel light rays to do your shadow test.
And no eclipses.
I mean,
surely you've got something better than sticks and shadows. There's got to be something.
Yeah, bro, it's 2025, dude.
Everyone knows that
and you want us to measure a shadow.
See lasers, yeah. Remember, he said no lasers allowed because refraction, and now he's using stick and shadows.
Oh, now he's allowed parallel light.
well, I mean, if you put your hand out, you'll see like a clearly defined shadow.
You've got no hands. We've been through that shit before.
Cobras don't believe in hands. Don't forget about that.
We don't?
PhD Blitz. Philosophy of hands.
You can thank Blitz for that.
He said that science. He says that you cannot prove that you actually have hands, and that science doesn't prove things. That's where that's coming from. He's one of your top rabbis of the globe religion in these debates.
What's his name?
Blitz, something Dr. Blitz, PhD.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, you can't prove anything. It's true.
Wow.
You don't have hands? Do you have hands? 100%? Do you have hands?
99%.
But not 100.
No.
You're worthless.
See, when I remember this guy, what was it? EXO saying that these people are possessed. I think he was right.
We're possessed? What, because I
speculation Sunday, but to deny your senses, to deny reality, to deny that you can prove anything. Yeah.
Why is it, with your claim of these lasers bending around the Earth, we don't have any video footage of that? No photos, no nothing. Of a laser bending downwards, outside in the open air, wrapping around the ground over 10, 20, 30 mile.
Because it's too far.
Surely someone would have filmed this shit by now. What do you mean it's too far?
We have
Obviously,
videos
you've
of
not heard of
lasers
the
bending matrix.
Nikon cameras.
Videos of bending lights, lasers bending upwards. We have videos of that.
Yeah, I've got lasers bending upwards, away from the level surface of water.
Yeah, I will post in the chat.
Due to temperature variations. Actually, the fellows that did that went out for the specific purpose of getting that effect.
There's a picture of power lines curving over Lake Pontchartrain.
How much curve?
That's not a laser. And the other problem you've got with the Pontchartrain curvature, or as whatever you want to call it, is if the Earth was to continue around at that given radius, the United States wouldn't fit on it.
And what happened to refraction, bro? And what happened to refraction? So it's refraction when you want it to be, and not when you want it to be. Come on, bro. Get out of here. Oh, that's a mirage. That's not a mirage. That's the actual curvature. You just fucking choose and pick and choose what you fucking want it to be, don't you, dude? It's pathetic.
We do the same thing for gravity. Gravity and refraction are their fill-ins, their band-aids for everything that they can't prove for a globe.
I would like to also add that refraction of a laser beam in the air is not the same with the refraction in the water. These are two different mediums. In the air, the laser beam it looks like it's bending towards the upper plane, towards the sky, and in water, it's in reverse. It's bending down towards the ground.
Well, that's just it, get beget. I've seen videos of the laser bending up. I've seen them straight, but I've never seen one film or video, or photo, sorry, of it bending downwards, conforming to curvature that these guys claim.
Yeah. In the air, there's no way the laser would curve matching the Earth's imaginary curvature.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
So, Kiba, that's the issue you've got. When these guys go and chuck these lasers out, they set them up horizontal, and you they go and measure the distance at 10, 20, 30 mile. There should be these easily calculable distances that they should be expecting. When they get to these distances, it's not happening. So when you come in here with Professor Idiot or that other bald muppet that gets on and says, oh, but Mage 2 has proven this, we should be able to measure this shit on the ground quite comfortably.
Yeah.
Well, and your claims of refraction, how's this? I'll be generous and I'll give you 10%. There's physicists that'll say up to 8%, but I'll give you 10 just because I'm feeling super duper nice today. It's Sunday, I got my feet up. I'll give you 10%. So at 30 mile, what are we expecting? 600 foot? So you're down to 540 foot that you've still got to pull out of thin air. Pardon the pun.
I've seen where they used a tank of water and they mixed with salt or sugar something. Increasing the density of the water.
It's because of the rapid density change over a very short section. Yeah. And you can get it to bend. But out in the open air, I'd like to see it happen.
It's about 5 pounds of sugar, I believe, in a half gallon is what it is. 4 pounds of sugar, half gallon water or something like that.
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
I hope they made home brew out of it afterwards.
But the air has a refraction index closer to 1 than water. So air is a lot more transparent than liquid water.
So is there any evidence that doesn't involve light?
So what, you want us to just shut our eyes?
If that's the case, brother, you better just close your eyes.
Well, actually, yeah, there are infrared lasers. Infrared light is the least refracting type of light, and they use it for military targeting systems because it is a lot more precise than ordinary light or lasers. They treat the refraction index of infrared light as negligible in
I told him.
Weaponry.
I told him. I told Matthew also about it. The refraction actually destroys the globe.
Yes.
Because we can see further with less refraction. That was what Matrix came with a couple of months ago. The genius. The less refraction we have, we can see further.
More transparent.
Yeah, that's why when we use infrared cameras or filters, then we can see further because infrared eliminates or reduces refraction to the minimum.
Yes.
So refraction would not help you, Kiba. We debunked that already. Refraction helps actually flat Earth. Did you hear that?
I heard
Refraction
it.
helps flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm not
Shout
an
out to
expert.
Matrix.
I'm not an expert on refraction, but that's why I try to stick to things that don't involve refraction.
You were earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, the physics of refraction of light is a lot more complicated and complex than you previously thought.
Say that again.
I was saying that the physics of light refraction, it's a lot more complex and complicated than this guy previously thought.
Yeah, but the problem is the more refraction we have, the less further we can see. That's the problem. And they are claiming that the more refraction we have, the further we can see. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It helps flat Earth.
It doesn't. Higher refraction index means less visibility, and lower refraction index means further visibility.
Exactly.
I disagree. Yeah.
You disagree with what Get just said.
Yeah.
So you're claiming, Kiba, more refraction allows us to see further. That's what you're claiming.
Yeah, atmospheric refraction.
So let's just put two and two together here. You've got a perfect crystal clear day, zero interference, and now you're going to put refraction on that, which causes distortion, and you're going to claim that on top of a crystal clear day with perfect visibility, refraction is going to allow you to see further.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't work
love
that
the
way.
bots in these buildings.
Kiba, do you have a driving license?
I do.
Cut it up, drop the bit.
Have you ever driven on heavy fog?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you notice that you have a much better visibility when you are using the short range lights instead of the long range?
Low beam instead of high beam.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because when you turn on the long range lights, the fog in the air becomes brighter and reduces your visibility. The fog glows much stronger, but when you use the short range lights, then it doesn't glow that hard, so you see further through the fog.
Yeah.
So with the whole refraction thing, Kiba, if you're claiming you've got refraction and refraction allows us to see further, why is it when somebody grabs an infrared camera that they can see even further again? And we know infrared reduces these refractive effects. So on one hand, you've got you saying refraction makes further, and on the other hand, we've got people using infrared cameras going cut down refraction can see further.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and these people are from the military, as Get said. Normally, infrared used by the military. So.
Maybe you should jump onto YouTube and type in J. Tolan Media and have a look at some of his stuff. This is just a dude that gets onto planes and does infrared footage out of plane windows. I think he's up to 1400. Yeah, you've seen him? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you punch in the numbers on an Earth curve calculator to see how far he should or should not be seeing?
Not yet.
Maybe you should.
Yeah, I definitely need to look into that more.
Maybe the red spectrum doesn't reflect matrix.
But the problem
it does, just not as much as the other bands. That's all.
The preponderance of evidence that I've seen.
Just trying to help him out.
He was saying the preponderance of evidence. Go ahead.
Yeah, the preponderance of evidence that I've seen leads me to believe that the globe model is the most likely. So therefore, if there's ever an instance where we can see too far, that then I just assume, okay, well, we're already on a globe, so if we see too far, that must be refraction.
That's something you just heard from Matthew Learns, like word for word.
Exactly. Exactly.
What do you mean?
It's like something he said exactly word for word about an hour ago. The preponderance of everything I've seen, evidence leads me to believe we're on a globe. And if we see too far,
Well, they're reading the same script.
Yeah. So straight away, the preponderance of evidence, and anytime someone says they see too far, your knee-jerk reaction is refraction. Well, you've just discovered that refraction cuts down your ability to see. So next time someone says they see too far, you should be sitting back going, hang on a minute, what elevation is he? What distance is he looking? Except no, it's just blinkers on, la 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 la, refraction! That'll save me. Listen, mate, this is not a magic card game where you can just throw the refraction card out and you've got 52 of them in your hand. Like
the whole point of atmospheric refraction is that it enables us to see farther.
The whole point of atmospheric refraction is for yourself to make long-distance observations unfalsifiable. So you're making your ball tard unfalsifiable. That's all you're doing. You made it quite clear you didn't even know what refraction was.
Kiba, I tagged you in a 4-minute video. Would you be so kind as to check it out, watch the 4-minute video, and give us your thoughts on it? I just tagged you, and it should be the last post there, last comment.
Okay. Let's see.
Do you know how refraction happens?
That's funny. I was going to ask him if he knows how it's measured.
I only have a vague idea of how refraction works, but I'm not an expert by any means.
Okay, so the photon hits an electron of an atom while that electron is in a certain state at a certain position around that nuclei of the atom. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so the photon is absorbed in the atom and now is gonna exit. Where is this photon going to exit from? From which side of the atom?
I'm not sure.
From the backward side, according to its entrance. And if it's in water, it will exit at a 15 degrees lower angle trajectory. So light, the photon, doesn't curve when it's propagating. Light doesn't curve. The photon propagates in a straight line, but its interaction with matter, his trajectory path is in constant change.
So, what's your point?
Well, I was just telling you what refraction is.
Yeah, because the point is though, Kiva, that when you say the word refraction, it's apparent that you saying it like a parrot. You know, parrots when they repeat words and they don't know what they mean, they don't know what they're saying. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, light is not like a whip, you know. When you wiggle it, you're gonna see waves propagating through it, through the string. That's not light. When you wiggle the string of a whip, yeah, that string is gonna be bending while those waves propagate through the string. But light itself does not bend.
Correct.
Well, you say now correct, but minutes ago you were saying that refraction is making light bend and making you see further. So you are contradicting yourself.
Well, the photon always travels in a straight line, but its trajectory can bend as it enters and exits the electron cloud
Its
or whatever.
trajectory doesn't bend, it changes the angle of propagation.
So, like, it's going in straight lines, but then coming out at different angles.
Yeah, from atom to atom.
Right. But over a
That's how
long
change of direction of light's measured in angles.
Yeah.
over a long distance, you could like plot that path, and it would have like a approximate curve,
Over a
right?
begging the question sphere?
Yeah,
No.
that's what.
On a
That's
flat
what.
Earth? Yes.
I gave you the 15 degrees example because that is the angle when light shining from the air hits the surface of the water, and when light enters the medium of the water, there is a exact 15 degrees change in the angle of propagation. But in air has a lot lower refraction index. Therefore, that angle is not 15 degrees, but it's a lot smaller. and based on the air pressure outside, on the weather conditions, that dictates the refraction index.
In other words, refraction is not a phenomena that causes balls to look flat. You get that, Kiva?
Well, atmospheric refraction is claimed to be that.
Nah, refraction is just a fancy sounding word, and I think you feel very intellectual whenever you use it.
No, I really don't.
Yeah.
That's just the explanation that the globe model gives, and so I think that it's probably true. Even though I don't fully understand it.
That's sad, bro.
Well, this makes you a blind believer, what you just said.
Well, not completely, because I do have other evidence.
Yeah, you are, because you don't know the physics of light refraction. You just heard some fancy talk in a herd, yeah? And you follow that herd.
Well, no, because like I've tried to look into refraction to understand it better, but I haven't found any good resources. But I do have other evidence.
There are good resources. You have MIT in USA, Harvard, and stuff like that. Libraries, you know.
Right. Yeah, I just don't know exactly.
Yeah, those are
which
very
one.
good. I'm telling you, if you go to those ones, they have a physics section about light, and those guys know stuff.
Yeah, it's just when I look up refraction, it's typically not specifically about like the Earth curvature and stuff like that. It's usually like a more generalized topic.
Well, yeah, so why would you then believe that refraction proves the Earth is a globe?
Well, I think that information is out there somewhere. I just haven't like found it.
Well, I told you where it is. I told you where that information you just told us is coming from that herd you decided to follow. You didn't verify them.
Refraction is like a Hail Mary attempt that anti-flat earthers are using. They're throwing it into this conversation because they've got nothing else. That's why you don't hear it. Normal people don't know about this because it's like an anti-flat earther term. It doesn't actual refraction will have like a 7 to 8% effect on anything in this conversation, and they're acting as if it'll raise objects hundreds of feet over a curve, and it's just simply false.
Yeah.
They're claiming like over 1,000% effect, like nonsense. Like earlier, perfect example, they're saying refraction or obstruction or this thing in the way of the view, it's making you see further. When the opposite is true. You pull out the infrared, and you can see further by cutting the refraction. So the refraction
Oh,
is
that's
not,
still refraction. It
you
has
see
to be
further.
still refraction. It's all got to be refraction. Otherwise, my space pictures aren't true. And otherwise, my explanation for seasons doesn't make sense. And et cetera, et cetera.
With our sun in Antarctica.
Yeah, for example, the Russians, when they detonated the Tsar Bomba, they video recorded it from 3 locations, and the third location was almost 1,000 kilometers far away from the detonation point. And in the moment of the detonation, there was an island beneath that bomb. And that island became visible across the sea, the Northern Sea, when the bomb exploded, because the moment of the explosion of the bomb was a very powerful, bright event.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
1,000 kilometers.
That's
I have seen the video.
Yeah. So good luck, guys, explaining zero curvature over almost 1,000 kilometers.
Right. And I know you guys don't like to look at the sky to determine the curvature, but when I see
Okay,
the
how does
24-hour
looking
sun-
upwards determine curvature of something that's supposed to be downwards?
So
I'll give you an example. Let's say I go into your lounge room to measure for new carpet. Do I look up at the light bulb? No. I measure the freaking ground. Staring at the lights in the sky, or the light bulb in this case, is not going to prove what shape your lounge room is ready for the fitting of new carpet.
Yeah, you sound now like an Eskimo that just went inside his igloo, and you're saying, look, if we look at our igloo ceiling, we see that it's curved, so this snow surface beneath us is also round like the igloo ceiling.
But you're not considering the superfluid liquid helium.
So the difference
I'd like to hear what he had to say. I'd like to hear what Kiva was about to say about looking up. What did that prove? What were you trying to prove?
So, based on my understanding, I don't believe it's possible to have a 24-hour sun that happens both in the north and south poles.
What?
On a flat Earth.
Why is that impossible?
4 hours on both? When did that ever happen?
Well, in the summer and then in the winter, it's one or the other. Right? Like this switches back and forth. And
so, no, it was 24-hour day in Antarctica and 24-hour day at the North Pole, let's say on 31st December, or when?
Well, quite a few days throughout the summer and then quite a few days throughout the winter.
So why is it impossible on a flat Earth?
Because we would well, you know, like that GIF or that like animation thing.
Yeah,
That's a straw man.
The GIF is not an evidence of a 24-hour sun, because that represents just like
a cartoon.
couple
He's saying that cartoon doesn't
blinks
work.
of an eye. Yeah.
He's saying, look, this cartoon doesn't make sense. Therefore, reality doesn't make sense.
But I can't imagine an animation that would actually fit on a flat Earth with that, you know,
That's your
observation.
problem. That's your problem.
Well,
Trying
that's
to
your
think outside of they're trying to think outside of your ability to actually perceive, right? You'll never have that perspective, bro, ever.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to think outside of that?
Like if you can
That's not
show me,
Thank you, bro. Finally, someone says it. Thank you.
if you can show me an animation where that sun observation does work on a flat Earth,
Yeah,
then
he's not God.
Brother, you're not good. You're not getting it. You're not. It's not clocking, as the kids would say. You're never gonna get a perspective of the Earth like that ever.
Only
So
God
I don't know
has
why
that
you keep
kind
asking.
of
Exactly. That's a
perspective.
gut. Yeah.
It does work. The reason we know it does work is because we measure the
The Earth
ground with
measures
zero
flat.
curvature.
Exactly.
So
So your lack of ability to like imagine some sort of flat Earth where things happen a certain way, that's a you problem, not an us problem, bro. We don't need to close our eyes and imagine how the Earth works. It just works the way it does. Anything that's happening currently right now, whether it be a 24-hour sun or sunsets or boats going over or whatever, this is all happening on a flat Earth. So whether you can conceive it in your mind doesn't really matter.
well, there's a
Yes,
celestial.
and listen. You will not find a video recording, a 24-hour video recording with a sun in Antarctica. You can find with a 23 hours, but not 24.
Yes, and also a super fluid liquid helium.
No, I saw a 24-hour sun on Witsit's 3D video.
That's a 23-hour sun, which they claim it's a 24.
I'll have to double check that, but
I love how they claimed they'd seen the 24-hour sun and they'd only been there for like 8 hours. I thought that was spectacular.
Yeah.
If you're up to date, but there was like a group of people that went to Antarctica, like, what was it, like 8 months ago, 10 months ago? And they recorded the event, the phenomena, labeled the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Guys, how come the sun didn't go towards the horizon, didn't go down near the horizon like it does in the Arctic during Arctic summer?
Because it's not the Arctic.
Well, I understand that. I get that, right? But shouldn't we have seen something similar?
Yeah, that's a great question. Great question. Because if it's a sphere, it should do the same thing what it's doing in the Arctic Circle.
It's supposed to be 1-for-1, isn't it?
Yeah, it should wobble. It should wobble.
Someone
It
likes
should
to say.
wobble. Yeah, it should go down and touch the horizon and then rise up again and go down and rise up and go down and rise up.
Well, it
Great.
depends on what latitude you're at, I think, as well.
Yeah, it depends on. Yeah, just imagine. Yeah, and we have to trust you and not trust our eyes. Yeah. The same shame all the time.
You know how latitude measurements are made, Kiba?
No.
Well,
It's
it's
time
an
for the triangle test. Triangle test. Sorry, go ahead.
It's an elevation angle to a star or something in the sky. And elevation angles require straight, flat, horizontal baselines. You can't get a latitude measurement without a mathematical plane or a flat Earth if you want accuracy.
What is the distance of the bottom of that triangle?
It just goes and goes and goes. I mean, it doesn't have a distance it
It
stops
doesn't
at.
matter. The problem is the bottom of the triangle is flat, straight. You know, triangles, 3 straight sides. It could be an itty bitty
Travis,
little
I
one,
posted.
or it could be an epic huge one. It's still got a straight bottom, mate.
Yeah,
I
these
posted in the side
these
chat.
calculations are function on a flat Earth because we are using the horizon line as a reference line, which we can easily approximate the distance between our eyes and the horizon line.
Do you know what the definition of an angle is, Kiba? Well, the definition of an angle is it's the intersection point of two straight lines. If one of those lines is curved, you can't get an angle measurement.
Yeah,
I agree.
So you're not getting angle measurements if you're on the surface of a globe.
I mean, you can always just accept that there's a degree of error involved in the measurement or the math.
Well, then, if you're a navigator, if you're going to save somebody off in the ocean because you're in the Coast Guard, then whoever you went to save, your little amount of error while trying to get your latitude measurement just killed whoever you're going for. Your ship just wrecked. Your plane just crashed. There is no error in this.
Well, you could, if the error is small enough, then you're going to still get the same.
Dacă vii cu mine, nu vii. Dar ieșiți de aici.
You're just talking out your ass right now about the error being small enough.
Who's hot micing?
Get beget. I think. You're hot micing. Get
Gotta mute
beget.
him. Anybody got mute powers? Because I'm not touching my phone. Let me grab it.
So, like, if the error, is like 2 inches, right? Then it's basically the same thing, right?
Where are you getting 2 inches from? You just pulled that out of imagination?
Well, it's like a hypothetical.
Yeah. It's just, the point is, if you need a straight, flat, horizontal baseline, a mathematical plane to do any type of elevation angle measurements to anything in the sky. If the ground below you is curved, you're not getting that measurement.
Well, the ground is not curved.
Agreed.
On a short enough distance. So it depends on like how big.
And it's not curved on long distances too. It's just a bit of a bugger if you think you live on a ball tard.
The problem is you trying to have a 2-inch horizontal baseline is that there's going to be a ground position that could be thousands of miles away from you it's a zenith. It's underneath whatever star is that you are getting your measurement from. It'll create a GP or a ground position that will be a right angle or a straight line back to you. That's the problem here.
And
you can
why is
project
that?
A line off a curved surface to measure angles off a curved surface.
I mean,
what was that
from
from
my
our new
understanding?
volunteer?
Latitude works on a globe, so I'm not sure why that is a problem.
Okay. How does can you steel man what I'm saying to you about straight horizontal baseline to get an angle measurement? Can you explain that back to me? And the ground position specifically, how?
Yeah, I don't quite understand the logic of what you're trying to say. Like, I get like, yeah, if you put a triangle on a ball, like it's not gonna conform to the ball, but I'm not sure what that triangle represents in the math or in the, for latitude.
So if you have two ships trying to find each other that are thousands of miles apart, they can find each other. But if they're using a globe for the ground position, they can look at the same star. They can both head to that ground position, But if the ground below them is curved, it'll put them hundreds of miles apart. It's a circle of equal latitude. And it's just simply on a globe, they will never be able to find each other because the two ground positions will be hundreds of miles apart if they're, let's say, 1,000 miles away from each other. It requires a flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time understanding how that's the case.
Why?
You said that they'd be hundreds of miles apart if they follow the same star. Why is that?
Because on a globe, the ground position, it would be at a different angle. It wouldn't go straight down. If you're on a globe, the ground positions would be, for the two observers, would be in different locations.
Why?
One sec. Let me find something. I'm going to share it.
And what is this positioning system called? Is that like what is that called? Like astrology or something?
Celestial navigation.
Yeah, that. It's like with like a sextant and compass or something. I used to do that in RuneScape.
What did you do in RuneScape? You used a sextant?
Yeah.
Was it across a flat surface, or was the ground curving away from you? Curving down in a way?
It was flat.
That's why it's accurate, because you're using a flat surface with that flat baseline. See that image I tagged you in? If those two, if on a globe, those two ships wouldn't be able to find each other. This is something they do. They'll use the same star so that two ships out in the ocean can meet up at the same location. If on a globe, those lines, the zenith line that's going from the ground position up to the star, it would be curving, and it would put those two ground positions in different locations, and they would never be able to find each other. It's only celestial navigation is exclusive to a globe. It does not work, or it's exclusive to a flat Earth. It does not work on a globe.
So you said the middle line would curve?
The line coming straight down to the ground position.
And why would it curve on a globe?
Because the ground is curving away. It wouldn't put them at the same location.
I mean, wouldn't it just be that there's like a hump of water in the middle, but the same exact cone?
if you tilt those two ships away from each other, as you would on a globe, it would put the ground position in different locations for each of them.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to visualize that. So they tilt the ship, and then it's like the star would be basically, rather than being directly overhead, it would appear to be more towards the horizon. And then the other ship would see the star closer to the opposite horizon. Mm. Circle of equal altitude.
You know, I'm a carpenter, and when I'm told I need to cut a 13 degree, 45 degree, 60 degree piece of wood, that angle line, it has to be straight. The two lines meeting, if I cut into a 2x4, a 45 degree angle, if the 2x4 is curving, I cannot ever measure a 45 degree angle. It requires straight lines. It's just, I don't know how else to say it. If your lines aren't straight, then you are not getting precise measurements or cuts, for my case.
Right.
If you use tangents, you can, so you just don't know how to measure it accurately.
Okay, so let's say it's dark out, or where you are in the mountains.
Ricardo, you're assuming a ball in the first place with all your stuff. So how did you get your equatorial line and your longitude lines? How did you get those?
I'm saying hypothetically.
Oh, so your ball is just hypothetical? It's just imaginary?
You said that you can't measure on a curved surface, so I'm explaining.
No, you can't measure angles off of a curved surface. Perhaps you should listen more carefully.
Yes, I'm talking about angles. If you read it, you would understand.
So how do you measure an angle off of a curved surface without knowing all of this other stuff that you've assumed is a curved surface in the first place?
Because you just project a tangent onto it.
So you project a tangent onto a curved surface, and then you just measure everything off the tangent. So you're not measuring off the curved surface, you're measuring off a tangent. Again, how do you measure off a curved surface? How do you get an angle off a curved surface?
By projecting a tangent and where they intersect.
Wrong answer. How do you get an angle off a curved surface?
By projecting a tangent.
Wrong answer again. How do you get an angle measurement off of a curved surface?
Let me explain it very simply.
There's no explanation. The answer correctly is you cannot.
Well, I just explained how you can, so you're just...
No, you explained how to get an angle measurement off of a straight line. The straight line attached to the side of a curve. This is the wrong answer. You were supposed to be telling me how to get an angle off of the curve. You failed. It cannot be done.
I think you're just getting...
You might want to jump onto a basic CAD program and test this out for yourself, young fellow.
Geometry, like you basically just have two tangents.
You might want to learn basic geometry and learn how angles cannot be got off of a curve, Paulie.
By projecting tangents and measuring the angle where they intersect is very simple. It's basic geometry.
That's not getting it off the curve. That's got nothing to do with the curve. You might as well erase the curve and say, fuck it, I'm going to use a straight line
then where are you getting the tangents from then? If you have no curve.
You're not. That's the problem.
How would you get the tangents if there was no curve?
What tangent? Where are you pulling this magic tangent from, boy? Where are you pulling your magic tangent from? We're using the ground outside,
projecting it off
flat,
the
level,
curve.
horizontal, and you're saying it's a tangent. So you're begging the question. You're assuming it's a curve in the first place.
No, you didn't answer my question.
Yes, you are.
Erase the curve.
And you haven't answered mine yet. So how are you getting an angle measurement off of a curve?
By measuring.
You know the correct answer.
Intersect.
But you're not.
You know the
'Cause
correct
you're not
answer.
using the curve. You're not measuring an angle between
you are.
the
You
curved
get the-
surface
you get
and,
the
and another
tangent from
line.
the curve.
No, Rico. Are you measuring the angle between the curved surface and another line, or are you measuring the angle between your tangent plane and another line?
You're projecting a line of what's it called, a vector off the curved surface at a certain
Right.
point.
So
You can measure
not
it at a
just so
certain
you're
point,
not.
yes.
So, bro, answer my question. Are you measuring an angle between a curved line and a straight one?
Yes.
No.
Yes,
no, you're
you
not.
are.
You're measuring. No, you're not. No, you're not,
You have
bro.
a
You're
point
measuring an
on
angle
the-
between
you
your
wanna measure an
tangent
angle at.
plane.
It's the
You're measuring.
line.
No, bro.
Okay.
You are incorrect, bro. You're not measuring an angle between the curved surface and another line.
Yes, you are.
You're measuring the
By
angle between.
projecting
No, that's
a
not
further
an
line out from it.
angle.
That's how you do it.
That's not an
Ricardo,
angle, bro.
This is basic
It's not an angle.
geometry. I'm sorry that you guys are
An
so
angle
stubborn.
is the amount of degrees between two straight line intersecting straight lines, not a curved one and another curved one, or a curved one and another straight one. So you're measuring the angle between your tangent plane and something else, another line in the vertical plane.
Okay, where am I getting the
right?
tangent from?
You're imagining
The
that you
curved
can
surface
draw
that
one
you're
to begin with.
measuring. There you go.
No,
So
you're
that's how you measure on a
imagining. You're not drawing. You're drawing one on paper. You're not doing one in reality.
Okay, an angle is a thing on paper. Like it's all on paper, regardless.
No, people are out
you
there in
realise, though,
reality
the angle is an
measuring
imaginary line,
angle,
there's two
elevation
imaginary
angles,
lines
bro.
we're measuring off.
People are. Hey, one sec, guys. People are out in reality, actually measuring elevation angles in physical reality, not on paper. Using instrumentations, using tools like sextants and theodolites.
Oh, okay. So then, what happens when you put two theodolites really far apart? Do they measure under or over 180 degrees?
Oh my god, bro!
You ever
Is
done
that in
this?
the air or the surface?
What?
Is that in
You
the
ever-
air or the surface? Is that measuring your line
On
of
the
sight
surface.
or the surface?
They measure over 180 degrees.
Prove
Did you know
it.
that?
In
You
the air
didn't
or on
ask
the
what they
surface?
measured.
All right.
Is that
You guys prove
measuring
your
the
flat
line
earth
of sight
measurement.
or the surface?
Yeah, line of sight on the surface, they measure over 180
No,
degrees.
line of sight
I've done it
above the
myself in
surface,
Sydney.
right? Not line
I
of
live in
sight on
Sydney
the
and I've done it
surface.
myself over 4
Not line of
kilometers
sight
and I
on the
measure over
surface.
180
Line of
degrees
sight
on
above
two
the
theodolites.
surface. So you've got a spherical triangle in the air, do you?
Bruh. How does
This
that
is
have anything
something
to do with it?
Ricardo's never done.
Yeah.
You've never measured this, okay? You're just regurgitating something you read somewhere. You've never measured a reciprocating zenith angles ever.
Cap.
When did you do it?
The other day.
No, liar. What kind of tool did you use? Where? And where were you measuring from and to? And where was your the other person
North Head to
involved?
Mossman.
What?
North Head to Mossman, it's a 4.1 kilometer distance.
Liar. You did not do this the other day. You should, instead of just lying and making up nonsense, you should say, yeah, I haven't ever actually measured a reciprocating zenith angle. I'll be honest. It's something I read. So it's just ridiculous when you lie.
No, it's something I've actually done myself.
What
This is
kind of
why I'm
tool
a
did you use?
reformed-
What tool did you
why I'm a
use?
reformed flat earther.
You were never a flat earther. You were always a troll. What kind of tool did you use when you
then don't
measured this
believe me,
angle?
it's fine, but like I recommend you guys go do the same thing because it actually
You
helped
didn't
me,
never
like,
actually do this. Stop lying.
Good question.
What kind so you own a sextant, Ricardo? What tool did you specifically use to measure a reciprocating zenith angle? See, you should be able to
that's what I
answer
thought too.
instantly. You're just lying.
He didn't. Yeah.
Autumn.
So, like 2 weeks ago, he didn't know jack shit about any of this.
Hey, Temu has free delivery, and they deliver like in a few days sometimes.
What, you can get a Theodolite delivered in like 2 days? You guys should do that.
Yeah.
Okay, then go do that, and then you'll see the same thing I saw.
That surveyors do every day, and they utilize them using planar geometry.
80 degrees.
No, they measure Earth flat, bro.
Well, I mean...
So what did you use, Ricardo? A total station? Theodolite? Sextant? What was your tool of choice?
Answer the question or fuck right off.
Theodolite. What model is it?
Honestly, I don't know the specific model.
Busted. Mate.
Basically, I just went through North Head. I picked a spot on the other side of the harbour.
Stop lying, dude. Just stop lying. Stop lying.
Just walk with him through the methodology.
Let's sit here and let you both smoke up our ass.
Okay, fine. Be very precise and walk us through the process of what you did the other day when you just got this new
So I went
tool.
to North Head in Sydney, and it's like a big harbour, so you can see for a long distance. I picked a spot on the other side of the harbour. I took my measurements, went to the other side, took the measurements again, calculated the reverse and the forward, and then averaged the two out, and I measured above 180 degrees.
Oh, so this wasn't using two separate machines looking at each other. This was you moved, so there's a factor of inaccuracy that should have been calculated into this.
Well, when I used what it predicted, it should be.
There shouldn't be predictions. This should be direct measurements.
It was the same as the prediction, so there was no error.
What were the measurements? What were they?
Above 180 degrees.
What were they?
That's all he's going to give you.
Be very precise. What exactly did you measure? You just did this the other day.
Did you measure over?
Surely you took notes or a video of this.
Off the top of my head, the exact measurements.
Hey, you're just lying, dude. Jesus.
Well, then
What
you
was
guys
the
should go
distance?
do that experiment yourself.
Ricardo. Yeah, so we're going to do something that you haven't done to prove that you haven't done it. That is the most insane thing I've heard today.
I have done it. And
Yes, that's what you just said. So what distance did you do this over?
4.1 kilometers.
4.1 kilometres. So you're using a theodolite with a range of sub 500 metres over 4.1 kilometres.
The range is 7 kilometers.
So what theodolite is it then?
I don't know the exact model, but it was 7 kilometers. You can have a clear view. The only limitation to a theodolite is how far you can see through the viewing.
Incorrect.
What color is it?
Nope, they go for unlimited distance. The only problem.
No, they do not. The only time you use the unlimited range is to sight it in. That's all. The further the distance you sight it in, the more accurate they are.
Okay, and what's the thing preventing it from going further? It's how much you can see to get a clear spot.
No, it's got nothing to do with how far you can see. It's how accurate the machine's set up and leveled off in the first place.
7 kilometers on the model I used.
You don't even know what model you used, so stop talking shit.
I remember reading 7 kilometers, and it was 4.1.
You remember reading 7 kilometres?
Yes, I remember specifically.
Are you sure you can read?
It says it can be used.
The last guy reckons we have to do everything with our eyes closed. So, do you even read or?
Look, you can go do the same experiment yourself, and you'll get.
Yeah. Listen here, young Donald C. You can do the experiment. You can take notes. You can tell us what model it is. Not us. We're not going to go sifting through your piggy shit. Just for you have done nothing because you haven't posted anything. If you've done it, you would have posted it. I'll tell you something now. If you'd have done it, you would have posted it and you'd be rubbing it in our face.
Okay, then go do the experiment yourself if you don't believe me.
So, again, if you had have done it, you would have posted it and you'd be rubbing it in our face.
You're just like making.
We noticed.
Yeah.
So, in other words, cool story, bro.
If you were lying, that's what you.
Yes. If you'd have done it, I can assure you now, and you'd have verified and proven this, you'd strut in here, you wouldn't walk in here or slide in like a slimy little snake. You'd be posting that shit on every fucking channel we've got in this server. Because that's the type of person you are. So in other words, you've got nothing. We know it, you know it.
Your argument to prove me wrong is you're just assuming things, okay?
Well, your argument to prove yourself right is telling us to go and do what you haven't done in the first place.
It's very easy to do. Why don't
So your argument telling us what you've got is to get us to go and do what you haven't done yet. Because you've got nothing to verify it. So verify it. Back it up. What have you posted? I'll just scroll up here. I'll just scroll up. Hold on. Bullshit. Nothing. I don't see anything posted, mate.
And show differently. Show it doesn't.
No. You're the one making the claim. You're the one that's got to post your data. No data?
Said that this proves to you guys.
No,
said that
got
I did
nothing?
the experiment, and this is what it showed. Okay.
It's not an experiment.
Yeah, I did it. Well, I made an observation.
Yeah, no.
Observe the Earth measuring.
So you've done nothing. All you're doing is telling us a cool story about how you may or may not have done something, and you're telling us that the only way we can prove you wrong is to go and do what you haven't done in the first place.
But I have done it.
Well, you've got nothing to back it up, my friend. What can you now put on the table for us to believe you that you've done it?
I mean, literally, I could have videoed the entire thing.
What can you put on the table for us to back up your words?
What can you back up to show me that you measured the Earth as flat? The only way I can verify that is if I go out and do it myself. It's the same with this. You guys should go do it out yourself and verify all information that is told to you.
We have. That's why I'm a flat earther, because there's no measured curvature.
Have you measured with yourself?
So this is not a burden reversal, Sonny Jim.
I've done.
Put up your data.
Have you done the same experiment as me?
It's not a burden reversal. Put up your data or piss off. Exactly.
He has no shame. Just blatant lies. That was crazy.
Sorry, old dude, but he was just straight up lies, man.
What are you guys gonna do when someone finally proves you wrong?
Hey, bro, they were supposed to have already. Are you admitting there is no globe proof?
That's also an appeal to the future fallacy and a concession. So thank you for that.
He just said no one has proven it, but in the future someone will.
When someone gives you proof that you will accept, what are you guys going to do?
Like what?
Are you still going to stay friends, or what's you
the
guys
proof,
going to do
though?
with your free time?
What's the proof?
I thought it was already proven.
Well, at least you've admitted to yourself, Mansky, that it hasn't been proven yet.
I posted some studies a few weeks ago, but Heretic spurred doubt on me.
Ah, the studies that you posted a few weeks ago. Can you post them up again for the good people? Because one of them was a psychology study. I hope you realise that.
No.
Yes. I read
Not
one
the
of
one
them.
that I
It was a
linked.
psychology study about how if they teach kids at a young age that they live on a ball tard, they're more likely to accept it.
No, I didn't link any psychology studies.
That's what one of them was, a psychology study. So that tells me you didn't read it. And that's exactly what Heretic said, believe it or not, that you haven't even read your own crap.
It had nothing to do with psychology.
No, because you thought it was curvature, because these so-called experts are talking about the ball tard, and you went, oh, well, if they're talking about it, it must be true. So obviously you were told about it at a young age also.
It's just the technology you can look up, but yeah, they got these massive radio telescopes that essentially map out the geometry of the Earth and prove rotation.
So you acknowledge that the moon landing was faked. You don't think they can take that a step further and fake a globe too?
No, it's just way too much. Like, okay, the moon landing is obviously fake because that's like the one technology that just never improved, which
Wait a
every
minute.
technology will improve.
So we can't trust NASA when it comes to the moon landing, but we can trust them when it comes to the globe.
I think blaming NASA. I don't think NASA has that much power, and there are other space agencies.
No. She's not blaming NASA. She's questioning your trust.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Like in the flat Earth community, you guys really hate NASA, and there's like this big conspiracy that.
No. That's not the answer.
So we cannot. Okay, America was allegedly the first country to have people on the moon. That would have been NASA. Okay? So you can't trust NASA for the moon landing, but we're supposed to trust everything else that NASA does.
You don't have to trust NASA.
Is it going over your head? I think this is going straight over his head. Chat, is this going over his head?
Yep.
Does NASA control the space agencies in like China?
Oh my lord, that's such a straw man. You're not even listening. You're not fucking listening.
Okay,
For the
what
love of
am I
fucking
missing?
Christ. Okay, all right, listen to me. If your girlfriend fucking lies to you once and you catch her lying, she lies to you twice and you catch her lying, are you just gonna believe her about everything else? Or are you gonna have you're gonna have trust issues with your girlfriend?
Oh,
yeah, no one's
I have
just
a quick
blindly
question
trusting
also.
NASA.
So why hasn't China or Russia exposed the moon landing as being fake? Does it occur to you that maybe they're all in on it? Why haven't they exposed it?
Well, there's like that competition aspect where they can say that the U.S. faked it and they just look like sore losers.
They're competing on who can fake it the best.
Yeah, it doesn't make no sense unless they're all. And look, I would say NASA probably controls all of them. Actually, they probably all answer to NASA. Otherwise, why hasn't Russia or China exposed it? Because they're all in on it.
Does NASA even like have that big of a budget anymore?
Huge. But I don't know why this is so hard for you to answer. It's a pretty like yes or no question. Like if you catch somebody,
I get it.
you're right. Like there's a distrust that happens, and then how are you supposed to be able to trust anything else from that particular source? Just in general, right? I'm not talking about everything else, right? I'm highlighting this one singular point.
Yes, and the point of NASA itself, yes, you would have a point.
Okay, then, and like what Travis said, how come none of the other space agencies have called them out on especially the moon landing? Like we've all figured it out.
Well, like I said, there's that competitive aspect, and you just look like sore losers.
Yeah, competitive aspect. Like I said, they're competing on who can fake it the best.
So if like China goes to the moon in a few years and they record everything, is that just automatically going to be CGI, like fake shit?
NASA is now a spy agency.
Poison the well.
Oh no! It's going to be even better. We've got AI now. They'll be able to fake it really well.
You guys need to pull together some money so that somebody will give you the proof that you're looking for.
Oh, you're
Well,
under the
measure
misconception
drop
that
over
we're in
distance.
doubt. Yeah, we're not in doubt, bro. It's flat. It's
You
you
guys can
guys.
just say,
You have to pull together the money to prove that your idea that it's a sphere.
no, like I'm saying, if you're so confident, just, say, if you can prove us wrong, we'll give you
We
$100,000 bucks.
We have. We'll hand it over.
Mansky, do you know that NASA is now a spy agency?
I don't really care about NASA. I don't trust NASA. I don't look to NASA. I think you guys treat NASA like this boogeyman.
No.
Yeah, but you're quoting NASA. You're using NASA's videos as proof, as evidence. Sorry, go ahead, Linus.
I was just saying that we treat NASA like the liars that they are, along with the rest of the space agencies.
Yeah, space or spice agencies. That's funny.
Spice agencies.
Oh, we didn't mean space agency. We meant spy agency.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, the Chinese spy balloon.
Yeah, that's a Chinese spy balloon.
Turns out it was just a satellite or some shit that drifted. Satelloon that drifted a little too far.
Yeah. Oh my god. They keep telling us it's an UFO. UFO.
And yeah, and here's this. Maybe we should trust India. Their moon landing, right? We should just trust them. Right? Like fucking all the space agencies are trustworthy except NASA. Like, come on. Like you're not even critically thinking if you really think that we're only saying that only NASA lies. No, NASA's just the best example of holy crap, they lie.
What about those nice Japanese people? Are they lying to you too?
Those nice Japanese people, they lie too. They're all
There are no nice people.
Dude, they're rubbing elbows with each other. It's kind of funny how, there's all of these different countries that are, always at war with each other. There's always some sort of conflict, but they can all agree to keep Antarctica off limits. That's crazy. So we're just supposed to believe that they're not all in cahoots with each other? I mean, most of the ones with space agencies are also the same ones that are in the Antarctic Treaty. Boom! When you hit them with that logic, and it's just crickets.
You just blew my mind right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like.
Yes, shutting down Windows XP.
Yeah. This is interesting in the chat box, in the side chat. 99%.
So come to find out, Berserker, that's actually a pretty regular occurrence. It happens just about every year, from what I understand. Around the same time.
Yeah, how does that work on a globe?
It doesn't. You can try. You can do it. Try it with a basketball. Try it with one of those classroom desktop spinning globe decorations. Put a light on it, and you're not going to get 90% of the Earth's inhabitants all in sunlight. What is it? It was over 90%, wasn't it?
99%.
99% of Earth's inhabitants in daylight. How does that
and
work on the ball?
and if I'm not mistaken, it happens on more than one day in the year. It doesn't happen only on one day. I will post the link also, so
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm
everyone
saying.
can read it.
It happens more often than not. It's a more of a regular occurrence.
Yeah.
Wait, oh, you're saying that
Right.
the sun's covering too much land? Like that shouldn't happen?
Just look at the graphic. It's impossible.
But okay, but
Right.
but Berserker, I wanted to ask you something.
Don't ask me. Go and read the article and then wrap the map on a ball. Do you know where Australia is compared to the United States? It's on the other side of the globe. You can almost see the sun on Australia and in the almost entire United States. How is that possible on the globe?
If you use Google Earth, though, I know. Okay, it's Google Earth's bullshit. Blah blah blah.
Don't you know Australia is on the other side of the globe compared to the United States? The same problem and the same observation was made by the Go Fast GoPro rocket. One guy with a Russian accent watched the video until he found a hole in the video that it was possible to spot the moon, and he went to day and night. I don't know how the site is called, and he found the exact day and exact time of launching the rocket, and the sun was actually over Australia. So how was it at a height of 70 miles? How was it possible to be spotted by the Go Fast rocket? It's just doesn't work. Just do the math.
When those guys went to Australia, how was the sun up for like days at a time?
The sun
God
does
did
not
it.
stay up days at a time in Australia. It feels like it. It's hot enough. Don't worry. Middle of summer, pretty nasty, but it's not up days at a time, bro.
Isn't that what they were showing though? Like they had the camera going.
Not in Australia.
He means Antarctica.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I meant. Did I say Australia? I meant Antarctica.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I had a brain fart there because he was talking. Okay, he was just talking about Australia. Yeah, Antarctica.
Level Linus made a great point with the sun in the alleged sun in Antarctica. It doesn't move. It doesn't do what the sun in the Arctic Circle does. It doesn't drop and touch the horizon and rise and drop again, touch the horizon and rise, because of the axis of the Earth with 23.6 degree deviation. It should wobble. The sun was almost at the same level, and it looked fake. It just looked fake because of the flare. The flare never changed, almost never changed. It just looks so silly. I know most of the flat earthers don't like to argue about it. But for me, bro, yeah, you can use it. Okay, that's my observation. If the Globers can make all kinds of silly statements and claims, it looks fake. And the observations we have, like the observation of the black swan, of the oil rig at a distance of 10 miles, 9.41 miles. These are all observations which could be replicated and repeated by normal people, by us, by everyone. One could go also to a lake when he doesn't have a shore to the ocean and do the same observation on a clear day. Okay? But we cannot go to Antarctica. So it is required from me to accept and believe that they were really in Antarctica. But I cannot prove it. I cannot go to Antarctica and do the same observation. But you don't accept the observations which everyone can do, and a lot of people have done, a lot of flat earthers have done in the United States, in Europe, everywhere, in Australia. These are not accepted by the Globers. Nevertheless, you require from us to trust someone who is a criminal, convicted criminal. Will Duffy is a convicted criminal with records. It's not important that not everyone likes QNF. I don't like him also that much. I'm not a great fan, but when he has great content, he has a great content. And he made a video and showed documents, official documents, government documents from the FBI, conviction records from the FBI about Will Duffy, convicted several times, at least 5 or 7 times. One time for fraud about over 50,000, another time over 100,000, and another time over 200,000, and one time I think over 300,000. So make that make sense. That I should trust a criminal, convicted criminal.
So he's a
Convicted by the
scammer.
FBI. Yeah, he's a scammer and convicted by the FBI. QNF had shown the official documents from the FBI of his conviction record. His criminal record. He showed the criminal record. He made a video about it. The criminal record of Will Duffy. He is convicted. Has been convicted by the government of the United States and by FBI.
And during the final excrement, the experiment that wasn't one, he had outstanding fines to the tune of $350,000 in one case alone. Several cases where he hadn't paid the fine yet.
Yeah, I just said it, so I was not wrong. One of them was over 300,000, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, over $350,000. Another one was $260,000. He owes. These are unpaid fines that he's been fined that he hasn't paid yet, and then he scammed people for hundreds of thousands of dollars on top of that. That's why he got fined, because he was scamming people in these religious circles.
Yeah. I told Mansky about it. I saw it on the channel from QMF. He made a live stream about it. He streamed about it and made a video about it. He showed the criminal record of Will Duffy. He showed the documents, the criminal record.
I did. I checked that one too. It was like the SEC brokerage check website. You can put in his full name, and he's just got crazy crimes. In 2 different states, it specifically says crimes against or fraud against elderly or something like that. It's wild. He's just a criminal.
If you look for the documentary called Scamtarctica, which you can get on Flat Earth Bando's channel or Mark Sargent's channel, it's called Scamtarctica, and there's 2 of them. and it's the second one that actually looks into his crime. But you need to watch both because it shows about.
Can you post a link, Jin? Can you post a link in the side chat?
I'm in the middle of my dinner at the moment. Maybe later on. Yeah. Maybe.
Okay.
I've got to find it first. Yeah. But you can, whilst you're waiting, you can go to Flat Earth Banjo's channel there, and it's there called Scamtartica.
Oh, Flat Earth Banjos. Okay.
Yeah, so go to the latest videos and just scroll down, and you will see Scamtartica. Should be there. If not, go to Mark Sargent's channel. What's it called? It's called something World. Yeah, I've forgotten it now. Bloody hell. Mark Sargent's channel.
It's made by a guy named that goes. I think it's Space Busters. Is that the guy? Yeah, I think he has a YouTube channel. That's the main, that's the original channel. Should give him the view. But if you need to find anything, you just go to the search bar in the home server and just type anything in. You can find just about anything there. Everything's there.
Yeah, Scamtartica it's called. There's 2 videos under that name. 1 and 2.
Yeah, the best one. The best one I found is part 3.
Yes,
part 3. It's a really long one, and it goes over all sorts of stuff. There's a few errors in them, but overall, it's awesome content.
Yeah. With the ones I'm mentioning, they talk about the time, the so-called research stations there, and at what time do they see the sun? And they're all seeing it at different times when they should all be seeing it at the same time. That's the problem. Now I know they should have. I said they should have seen the sun at the same time. There might be a few minutes difference, but the discrepancy is like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hour discrepancies, according to their records, as to when they see the sun rising, for example. Time and date's got it at one time. And then there's another version of time and date, 2 of those. They've got it at different times, and then the stations themselves have got it at different times. So, you know, there's a problem right there. Have you found it yet, Scamtartica?
It's in the site. It's in the live stream.
Unfortunately.
Oh, it's in the live stream.
Is it?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, there should be 2 documentaries you need to watch.
Okay,
with the same
great.
name. One is called Scamtartica 2. Will be the difference. And that second one is really good because it does touch on the Will Duffy's criminal activities. I mean, back in, when was it he came in? He came in, last year, December. He came in with the federal agents right on his tail. Very dubious beginnings.
Yeah.
And according to Flat Earth Banjo, he approached some Brazilians the year before that. So we're talking what? We're talking 2020. So in 2023, he had approached a lot of Brazilians down to Antarctica, and they said, "Okay, let's go now." That's what he said to him. "Let's go. We're ready to go." And then Bill W said, "No, not yet. We've got to get it all together. We've got to get everything set up," he said. Right? The Brazilians called him out right there and then. He said, "Let's go now." And the reason why, he said, was because we have a station down there, in Antarctica, a Brazilian station, research station, so we can actually go there and start doing some work. Why can't we go now? And Will Duffy says they're not ready to go right now because they've got a few things they've got to get ready and things like that. There you go. Anyway, more scamming.
Is this guy bothering you guys?
Not more. Which guy's that?
Jin. Talking about Jin, CB?
Jin
Yes.
CBR1. I will bother you if you bother me. Believe you me, mate.
Is this guy, is he not saying chat enough? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and DJ, that was great about the article about the 99% Earthlings have daytime or see certain amount of sunlight
Yeah.
on July 8th.
That's right. We actually did that here on this server with Radwin and that, and I was part of that. We did the observation all around the world. I was here. So we did that. Yeah, and we proved it.
Yeah.
That
I
wouldn't
saw
work
that.
on a globe, because on a globe, only 50% of the globe is lit up. But yet you've got like
Exactly.
99%. Yeah. Lit up all around the world. That would be impossible on a globe. See?
Exactly.
Globe just being killed. Then. It's embarrassing, this situation. I'm glad I'm not a glober now. Bloody hell.
Debating with these globers is like debating myself, like the past mirror of myself.
Yeah. And of course, you would be innocent in that because you wasn't aware of a deception going on, you see. You took the information as truthful. Yeah.
Yep.
So you can be forgiven for that. But once you've been informed and then you continue to believe it, then you're in the realms of idiocy, lunacy, and what's going on. Come on, man. Go and check.
That becomes willful ignorance at that point, and that's a choice.
Yeah, that's right. That's why when you say to them, "Why don't have you actually?" Because you're asking all these questions and you're saying we're wrong, all the while you haven't gone out to check yet. You're carrying a belief that you haven't validated yet, but yet we're wrong. You're right. That can't be correct, can it? Have you gone out to investigate? No, they haven't. Well, then, so you can't even begin to say we're wrong. You can't. You can't even begin to say we're wrong when you haven't investigated it to know whether we're right or wrong anyway. So go check it, yeah? And you notice that they just don't want to check it. They want to live with their computer models. It's the models that they want us to believe in. I go, what about the reality, though? Can't we go out and check it? Yeah, I don't live by models alone, that's for sure. And the annoying thing was 3 days ago, I was on the Earth Awakenings, and I don't know if you know that. There's a guy called Pazza. He's from England, very well spoken, but he's a right slippery bugger, this guy. Okay, and he was trying to say that the steel in the Twin Towers wasn't up to the standards, so I had to put him straight on that. Put him straight on that live streaming it. Just told him straight, no, you're absolutely incorrect. And I gave him all the specifications and what would be required, and he just couldn't accept it. So, well, these are the I am quoting the engineers and the blueprint here. It's not me, right? In order for the building to be brought down the way it came down, you've got to remove 400 connectors per floor per second. I said, how can fire do that? So sit down.
You know what's so crazy? These guys, especially guys like Daza, they try to present themselves as intellectuals. They're bottom of the barrel retards.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I'm not trying to be, I don't present myself as like the most intellectual person, but I'm leagues ahead of these retards, dude. If you can't figure out that 9/11, like the 7-Eleven was a part-time job, you're an idiot. Period. Like, so and I've heard guys that speak. They really think guys like that really think they're smart.
Well, he's trying to put himself forward as he has some kind of degree or something in structural building design and that, which is like a new thing. I said, well, you seem to be an expert in everything, Bazza. What's going on here? I said to him, I thought I was the professional expert specialist. I thought I was the one. You're coming across like, no, and you're wrong in everything you've said. and I can prove it. Slammed him down, but and I don't go around like I'm like you say, the know-all, because I have to quote my sources and I have to give credit where I got the sources from. So clearly, I state at the beginning, it's not me. I'm quoting the experts that I've learned from. This is their findings, okay, which I understand as an engineer, and I'm now able to break it down so the ordinary layman and woman can understand. Okay, I'm quoting the experts here. Yeah, always give credit where you get your sources from, so people don't go around thinking, he thinks he knows it all. Because no, that's not my position at all. My position is to inform you of a deception that's going on, several deceptions that have gone on, are going on, and may happen in the future. Okay, let's get on the same page here, people. We need each other here.
I love to body slam Daza with his own double speak. Right here you go. Here's a great example of Ding Dong Daza double speak. And I body slam him with it all the time. Because, let's see, he was talking to Northern Rebellion here, and he says, GPS is a good experiment. And then in the very next response, he says, GPS is not an experiment. So the guy's retarded. There's nothing more to it. He's retarded.
Yeah. He's deliberately double speaking. He's making out he's an expert in all these fields, even aviation, and I've slammed him to the ground again every time.
For clarity,
sorry, go ahead, Jamesy.
For clarity, Jane is not speaking about DASA. He's speaking about PASA. They're two different people.
Yeah, PASA. Thank you. He's from England, PASA. Yeah, he's an Englishman.
Same shit.
Oh well, yeah. I like that one. Yeah, still coming from the same poo, isn't it? Still coming from the same poo, ladies and gentlemen. Literally.
Yeah. Same shit.
Yeah, but
usually we
there's
say
no confusion.
from the same cloth.
But yeah, PASA,
people on the wrong stuff.
Yeah. We usually say cut from the same cloth, but in this case, coming from the same, ladies and gentlemen, because they're not. You can't even classify them as cloth.
Fucking off the same teat.
Yeah, they're lucky they got that. But yeah, and you have to remind them of their position all the time. I said I learned about aviation at elementary school first by myself from a Ladybird book, and then he went out to look to see if I was lying about the book. And indeed, he found this series, because we're going back to the 60s. Okay, the series. I go, yes, the Ladybird book on aviation. Look at what it tells you how the plane flies, and then I learned from that series how the engine works and how ships work. Have a look at the series. Yeah, I started there, and then within 6 months after that, I was on a plane going to Nigeria. That is why I was studying it. It was my project, because I was going to Nigeria with my parents for the first time ever to fly. Of course I was excited. Of course I'm doing a project on aeroplanes. Of course. As a kid, growing up. And then shortly after that, NASA goes to the moon, apparently. There you are. So it was all there. Very apparent. And I've reinforced my knowledge on aviation that, you can tell when someone's a pilot or not. When they're saying you're flying over a globe, in order to fly over a globe, they've got to murder the principle of flight. They've got to murder it, and that's what they do. If anyone's telling you they fly over a globe, they're lying about the way the plane flies instantly, because they fly horizontal. And it's all in the in-flight telemetry data, but it's also in your own data as well. Your own body senses and your brain record horizontal. It's not recording that it's flying in a curved trajectory, because it would be noticeable. You would notice a curved trajectory. You're going to notice a curved line versus a straight horizontal line. You're going to notice these things. You don't need the in-flight telemetry data to be exact, to know that anyway. So yeah, the Globers have lost, and they will continue to lose now.
Okay, so Who's next? We have
Ricardo.
Mansky. I got smoke from Mansky.
Get him. Get him.
I've got you in my sights.
Somebody hot micing?
Someone's playing a game there, I think.
Someone's watching the news.
I've got you in my sights. What kind of news is that?
Got you in my sights.
Bad news. Bad news by the sounds of it.
Facts.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted. It's hot news.
It's high noon.
Who the hell's watching the news right now? Who is that?
Who the hell watches the frickin' news these days anyway?
It was Mansky. He's reindoctrinating himself.
Like, who the hell does that?
Who is it made his hat tricks?
Mansky.
Oh, it's Mansky. Wow, what a geek, dude. What a nerd, bro.
Yeah, I don't watch the news, but I do listen to the BBC World News Service as I'm doing my chores and that, and you pick up stupid news like Russia has been hacking into British satellites to glean some data and that. And my first question, what are you up to, Britain, that you're using satellites? What kind of communication's going on? In the world of fiber optics, you're talking about satellites when we know they can't be in space anyway. And then Russia's spying on Britain again. You know, what crap is this? What sensitive material would they be after, Russia? What would they be after?
You know what I do,
Britain's
Jen?
trying to hide from the world. Crap.
What do I do? Only because I'm just sick and twisted. If I was hacking these so-called satellites, what I'd do is I'd be hacking the satellite, then I would be putting out all the data that shows that it's planar.
Yeah.
And then pushing it back to the people and going, by the way, your country lies to you. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
if people don't realize that by now, they're just fucking lost.
Yeah, it's just silly news. They've got to keep space alive somehow, some way. And then the second bit of that news was there's a monster kind of baby planet, monster, devouring gaseous material. And it's quite alarming, apparently. And the thing's only a baby at the moment. This planet's yet to grow to be really big. This kind of stupid news is what came out 2 days ago from the BBC. Russia hacking into satellites, British satellites in space, taking out sensitive material, which is a lot of crap, and then this monster baby planet devouring gaseous material at an alarming rate.
Did they call it Unicron?
I didn't hear the name of the planet. Didn't hear the name of the planet yet, not yet. But what a joke. What a joke they are.
For those that want a quick catch up, the original Transformers, in the movie, the planet eater was Unicron.
Yeah, Unicron, yeah.
He's still hot micing this guy.
Why don't we mute him then? You know, that's it. I mean, come on. If that was me, I would have been muted. From last year, I would have been muted.
Shut up, silly woman.
That's Donald Trump, isn't it?
Yeah, man. W. Trump. We'll just mute him. Made a Tetrix, you got it? Mansky, you're fucking hot micing, dude. Your goofy ass.
Yeah, he should have been muted a long time ago. Copyright
Watching
infringement.
news.
Copyright infringement on the server. That could be a thing. So you want to have him muted immediately.
What?
How does the mass media get around the copyright thing when every single news station, allegedly all different channels, are projecting the same crap?
Run by the Jews.
That wasn't really the answer I was after, but...
What gets me is that an incident happens, right? And you're getting all different numbers as to the deaths of the people or the injuries or whatever. The numbers never tally up. The same news report, same incident, but the numbers are always different. Make you laugh, don't they? Bloody annoying, isn't it? You know, they say like 200 people died, and then the next day will say 99 people died, and another will say 250 people died. You think, what's the number? 3 different reports, 3 different numbers here. One incident.
They might be taking into account refraction, and it changes.
Yes, refraction will change the numbered index there. Yes, of course it will. Well, we've had mixed weather here in Japan. Cloudy, overcast, sunny, rain, shower, cloudy, overcast, and now it's dark. All the while it was warm. Very unusual autumn weather, to say the least. But it was nice and warm. Yeah, 28 degrees earlier on today, and currently 25 degrees Celsius. It's just gone 6 p.m. here. So that's 5 a.m. in the US. East Coast.
Wow, I need to go to sleep.
And then it would be, what's that? 2 a.m. West Coast. So I've now only got 1/4 of the day left. 1/4 of the day left, and then it's all over. We're into Monday morning.
It's not even Sunday yet. What the hell?
What the helly?
Don't say
Yes,
that.
it is Sunday. It's 4:08 Sunday. Sunday morning.
You guys are up, man. Wow.
Jin's in the future.
Yeah, Trailblazer.
I do time traveling, Jen.
Yes. And so is DJ and T-Dub and that lot. Matrix, they're all in the future beyond me.
Yeah,
they're at
in
warp
the
speed.
future, mate.
Well,
Damn,
actually,
am I in the past?
yeah, you're in the past, man. Actually, in Australia, they're at warp speed into the future, but they got 1 foot back in the past. Yeah, because they're an hour behind me as well in Perth, I think it is. Yeah. They got 3 time zones, Australia.
What the hell?
Yeah. I didn't realise that myself as well.
2.5.
Oh, yeah, 2.5. That's it. 2.5. There you go. Odd, isn't it? 2.5.
It is old, isn't it? Oh, mate. Anytime I meet somebody from Australia in real life, I'm like, oh yeah, I got some homies. Yes.
No, you're supposed to say mates.
Mates? Oh yeah, shit. Yeah.
That's right. You got some mates.
I just told them.
Homies,
I tell them
homies.
that you told me to crack some prawns on the barbie. And then I had another friend that was like, "No, they're offended when you say stuff like that. You're offensive." I'm like, okay.
I like how you said prawns because I don't know what a shrimp is. The fuck's a shrimp?
It's a prawn, isn't it? A shrimp is a prawn. Another word for prawn, shrimps.
In Australia, shrimp, we would call shrimp the tiny little miniature things.
Yeah, someone a short ass. Shut up, you shrimp.
Yeah, or the little tiny prawns, those little mini prawns. That's what we call shrimp.
Prawns that are sub 1 inch long.
Yeah, you might refer to somebody you don't like as a shrimp. Shut your mouth.
That's funny. That's funny. You little shrimp. Put your fucking man, you shrimp. Nah, but it was funny. That person that was like, "That's so offensive." That's like saying like the black guys like, "Hey man, you guys like basketball?" I'm like, I don't think that's the same.
Yeah, I did find that the Australians and the New Zealanders don't like us getting them mixed up. I noticed that over the years. Yeah. No, I'm not Australian. I'm New Zealand. No, I'm not New Zealand. I'm Australian.
That's the same with the Americans and the Canadians. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You can't get us mixed up. Are you serious? It's like thinking Neil's American, like Jin thought.
Well, he is. He's North American. I was still correct.
That's the same, dude.
Yes, North American he is. That's correct. I was not wrong. Thank you.
Those hockey
Ladies and
maple
gentlemen.
leaf ass gingers, they're not the same.
He's a North American.
No one even thinks of it like that.
I do.
You're weird.
Hey, aren't you Canadians going to stand up for yourself? What's going on?
Exactly.
There's no difference. T-Dub, there's no difference to us calling Kiwis saying that they're from East Bondi.
Oh,
exactly.
Bondi Beach, yeah.
Australians can just go live in New Zealand if they want as well, and vice versa.
Yeah.
You don't even need a visa or anything. Yeah, you can just go there, live there, whatever. That's why Australia's full of freaking Kiwis.
Yeah, that's a good way to be. I think that's brilliant. That is.
Yeah.
Actually, Perth is.
And get on the dial.
Brilliant for them.
Is that still valid? I thought they changed the rules.
I don't know. Did they?
Yes, because so many of them were coming over here and just collecting the dole straight up. They actually changed it. They had to come and work, or they had to be here for a certain amount of time before they could.
Ah, okay. Where I lived in Brisbane, it was like mostly freaking Kiwis.
Yeah, there was heaps in Perth. The theory behind it is we're going to go to the complete opposite end, or as far as we can go, without swimming.
I love how they change the rules without our consent. Like, yeah, we'll just do whatever we want. Then ask the
Yeah, we'll just pronounce E's like an I, and I is like an E.
They don't need the permission from the peasants. They don't need your permission, do they? Who are you to be even considered? You're getting above your station, you slave, you.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said a thing, Jin. Sorry.
Yes, you keep your mouth shut, peasant. Know your place.
Okay, mate.
Kosh. Across the head. Now get a move on. Prod.
I'll never forget when I was younger. I thought, oh, cool. When I get older, I get to vote. And in my head, I thought we voted for the rules, the laws and that. Now I get older and realise that we vote for someone that makes the rules. So what's the point?
You vote for someone who you think is going to vote for the right person, who then makes the rules.
What's the bloody point of that? So we got to be mind readers.
What's even worse, you vote for people who do whatever they want and they make whatever rules they want.
Yeah, that's more valid for sure. Yeah, and everyone's like, oh yeah, we got the right to vote. Happy days. It's like, yeah, it's pretty freaking stupid to think that. Are there any countries that vote for the rules and for the laws? There wouldn't be, would there?
The scary part is knowing that they're Globers and they can vote and make decisions for you.
Yeah.
And that they also have driver's licenses. And gun licenses.
It's pretty scary. Scary thought.
And children.
Oh, God. Those poor souls.
Mandatory voting is communism. Changed my mind.
You actually got a fine not long ago for not voting. $20.
It's not mandatory. You volunteered to do it. You put your name on the electoral roll.
No, I didn't.
If it was 100% certain that your vote counted and there was no kind of fraud, I don't think I would be against a mandatory vote.
If your vote counted, I can assure you now you wouldn't be allowed to do it.
What, you get to pick which piece of shit gets in there. And
That's a good
compulsory
point.
to pick a piece of poo. It's like, which shit do you pick? And if you don't pick one, then you get a fine.
That's an excellent point. I agree. But if there was a way of putting in, if there was good people, it's a hypothetical that would never happen. But if there was good people involved in an election and your vote actually counted, that might be a beautiful thing. But you're right. You're just picking one piece of shit over the other. That's really it.
Well, technically, in Australia, the only legal necessity is to get your name marked off the roll. There's not actually a written law stating that you have to place anything in a ballot box. So you could just technically you just walk in, get your name marked off, and then just walk straight back out. But there'd probably be someone to stop you and say, hey, but you didn't put anything in the box. Like, you haven't filled out anything. Like, you got to at least put a blank piece of paper in the box, and you can turn around and say, yeah, show me the law. It says I have to. They won't find one.
I mean, anything's got to be better than this system now where we've got freaking actors and Satanists and all this crazy shit going on. Anything's better.
If you know about the Looking Glass, I was talking about that in English Hub a few days ago. I think Jen was there. Yeah, Jen, weren't you there for that? I was talking about how at Project Looking Glass, the guy that was in the military assigned with correcting the timeline problem, basically said that in the probability of outcome, we're reaching this bottleneck of time where nothing the bad guys do is going to have much an effect. It's actually going to backfire on them. So basically, the good guys have already won, and the bad guy can only prolong the game.
Yeah, no, I don't think I was there for that. I might have come in after that, but no, I don't recall that one. But it's an interesting conclusion there. Yeah, they have lost, and they just keep shooting themselves in the foot anyway. That's the thing.
Yep, it's inevitable. Whatever they do is going to have an opposite effect. It's going to have completely the opposite effect that they desire. Right? They don't want the backfire, the ricochet to happen, but it's happening.
Yes. Yeah, the blowback or the ricochet. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, as long as we keep on that train of thought, the more likely it would be.
Oh yeah, definitely there happening.
They also
people are waking up all over the place.
That's also mentioned in the interview with him, and he's like, yeah, it's kind of basically on the quantum aspect of things, manifestation, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I like that. I'm getting better at it, but yeah, it's not easy.
Isn't it funny though, right? That people who are waking up, and these are people in prominent positions, like this guy called Richard Gage, AIA. Okay, he's architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. Okay, now he himself didn't believe this guy David Ray Griffin when he was breaking down how these buildings were controlled demolition, and he's an architect himself. He says this guy's talking crap. Let me debunk this idiot right now. Right? This is in 2006. He then, in that year, he forms Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. Okay, but he's blossomed now into all the other conspiracies. Right? He gets pushed out of Architects and Engineers because of the C word that we can't mention with the needle. Yeah, because and it caused a little bit of publicity problem for the company. So he's now Richard Gage 911.org. Okay, that's his new company, right? The funny thing I was trying to say is they've covered all the conspiracies, but they won't go to the flat Earth, will they? He knows the moon landings were a hoax, but they just don't seem to get to the flat Earth, do they? Isn't that not odd? Don't you think? These so-called truthers. Right, they cover all the other supposed conspiracies out there, but they won't touch flat Earth at all.
Yeah, I found a book not long ago on the bookshelf. I was like, oh, conspiracy theories. I'm flicking through it, moon landing, all this other stuff, JFK. So where's flat Earth? Not there.
Well, I think flat Earth is the big one, like the skeleton key to unlocking everything else. And also gaining back the sovereignty of the mind.
Yeah.
And they don't do that.
That is odd, though. Very odd indeed. because these guys have covered every track regarding all the conspiracies, the psychology behind it, the kind of mind that would do this, etc., etc. You know, they've forensically gone through it. You mentioned flat Earth, and they explode and implode. just doesn't. I don't get it.
Agents everywhere.
Yeah, they're either not there yet, and maybe they will be soon, or they're not allowed to, which is, you know.
Yeah, that's clearly the ones that are not allowed to. I'm aware of, but Richard Gage, he's not that kind of guy. He came in as an innocent believer in the system. He loved his country. When he found out about 9/11 being an inside job, right? He looked into all the other ones. You know, the USS Liberty, for example, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Lusitania for the First World War. All these false flags. He followed the trail. Then he went into the moon landings. He's covered everything. He's covered medicine. He's covered all the conspiracies, but he won't go to the flat Earth. In fact, they once or twice poo-pooed flat Earth as a silly thing. You know, you might be like those silly idiots, the flat Earthers. You know, blah blah blah. You know, he's done that once or twice. Not many times, but once or twice, this guy, Richard Gage, has poo-pooed flat Earth. Yeah. And if not him, the person he was interviewing was poo-pooing flat Earth, and he seemed to be in agreement, yeah. But, yeah, that really annoys me when they do that. You know, you just want to be in the same room, right? Same room, and hold them to the standards they've applied for like 9/11, all the other conspiracies, and your own industry architecture. Let's hold you to those standards. Right? Have you gone out to investigate? You haven't. So how can you say the Earth is a globe? What evidence do you have for that? If not just a belief. And your personal feelings do not matter here. It's what actually happening in reality. Yeah. Love to do that to them. See how they respond.
I can't trust the government about 9/11. I can't trust the government about Area 51. I can't trust the government about this. I can't trust the government about that. Oh, I can trust the government about the globe Earth.
It's just stupid, isn't it? It's fucking ridiculous. It really is. Honestly. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of these people, like I had mentioned earlier, they're really emotional. And when you're emotional, you're not rational. The rational mind allows the eyes to see more than what the emotional mind will. So if they can let go of the emotional attachment that they have to this globe idea and see it through rational eyes, well, then they would see the Earth for exactly the way it presents itself, as horizontal, topographic, and stationary.
That's right. That's right. Now, the reason why Richard Gage was actually pushed out of his own company, because he was the CEO and he was voted out, narrowly voting him out. Like I said, he was talking about the C word that we can't talk about here, and the injections, okay? And what happened was Spike Lee, the film producer, Spike Lee from America, you know, the Afro-American, had invited him on the HBO. He had a series on HBO, and he invited Richard Gage, AIA, to do a 30-minute presentation on how building number 7 came down, etc., etc. That was all lined up. And so he lined that up, and then he went on another interview later on and spoke about the C word, okay? And that got back to Spike Lee via other reporters. You're about to have this guy on, and this is what he said about the C word. Look, you're going to have him on, because Spike Lee was trying to promote the C to the black Americans, because we were supposedly underrepresented. Okay, not enough blacks are getting this. So Spike Lee was so he cut it off right there. And Richard Gage has been forever regretful on that, because that was a massive opportunity to get onto the main media and give a great presentation 30 minutes long, and he lost it. And, you know, he accepted being pushed out of the company, but then he formed another one called Richard Gage AIA, 911truth.org, and it's going great guns. Here, he's unleashed. So he can talk about all the conspiracies that are going on, which he was rather restricted in his first organization. All right? He wasn't able to speak his mind enough. But now he can now. He's calling himself Richard Gage AIA Unleashed. And he's a great guy. He deserves a Nobel for the stuff he's put out, okay? He has put out some really good material covering the conspiracies right in depth, good interviews with people of importance, and he's really done a good job of it. He really has. For somebody who's just woken up, let's say, okay? He's really organized himself really. You know, we have to take, I really mean it. He's really done a great job. Starting from zero, basically. Very articulate man, very intelligent, knows the architect. He's an architecture, so he builds these buildings, okay? And yeah, he covered all the conspiracies and highlighted them very well indeed, and has educated everyone on the Israel problem. He's covered everything, okay? Yeah, he's become like a beacon for truth, just pushing it out there non-stop. He doesn't care if he gets killed, he says. This is coming out. That's it. It's got to come out. Remember, this is the guy who followed for 24 years pursuing justice for the loved ones who lost their lives, right? Who lost their lives in the 9/11 and those who have died since then, and the architect and engineers' integrity of their building prowess. And he's pursued the legal system in the United States and has lost and has still not given up yet. They took it to Congress, Supreme Court, and they covered it up. And that has really pissed him off. So he's just continuing. He's making a 30-part series from the crime scene, which is ground zero, to the courtroom, which is what should have happened, and certain parties should have been held responsible. So he's doing a reenactment of what should have happened in the court, from the crime scene to court. It's a 20-part series. Such is his bloody anger. If we can't get them in the if we can't get them in the courtroom, well, we'll reenact the courtroom and put it to the public. This is what should have happened that hasn't happened yet. Yeah, I love this guy. I love this guy's tenacity, man. Richard Gage, you look him up. Yeah, a really nice guy, you know. You can call him a newbie because he basically just arrived, but he's done a lot of work in the last 15 years. And he has been very helpful for those who have lost their loved ones in pursuing for justice. His legal team done a great job. Richard Gage, AIA. And he gracefully took his outing of his first company. He took it on the chin, took it well. And he took the blame for that. It was his own fault. You know, okay. A little bit of overreaction from the company members, but there you are. It is what it is, he says. And now he's going great guns again now.
That 9/11 gets a crazy reaction too. I remember debating with somebody on Facebook about it, and this girl starts mocking me. She's like, "I had dinner with victims from that. I went to their funerals, blah blah blah." And then I end up going on her Facebook page, looking up her birth date, and she hadn't even been born when 9/11 had happened. It's like that Ricardo guy. They just blatantly lie. It's so crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Bloody retarded, that kind of behaviour. It's amazing what one meal can do for someone. or do to someone. One meal.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that guy's work too. His old website, 3,000 Architects, Engineers, or whatever. I haven't looked at it in a couple of years, but it was just a wealth of all kinds of good information.
Yeah, he's a really genuine good guy. He believed in his country. His country's let him down. He followed the legal system. I've learned more about the American legal system and how corrupted it is through this guy. Oh, I'm pissed off. And you've got people like Pazza in the Gem Panda server, when you're telling them that they're pursuing for this, they're pursuing for that, they're totally against it. And I said, well, you guys sound inhumane. Don't you want these people to get justice? I mean, people did die here. You're sounding like they don't deserve to get justice here. No buildings fall on any of you people. I hope a building doesn't collapse wherever you go. All right? You'll find me laughing, that's for sure. Bloody idiots. And when they try to accuse me of spitting on the graves of those who died, I say to this, and I say it live because it's on a live stream. I say, ladies and gentlemen, how can the man with the registration plate number 911 on his car registration plate be decimating the graves of those who have died, ladies and gentlemen? How could that be? I consider myself Mr. 9/11. I chose that number because of the atrocity that happened. I could have been there with my family. I could have been killed. And this is what the result would have been. So I am fully attached to what happened there, and I understand the ramifications. That's why I chose the registration number plate. So don't be telling me that I'm decimating and shitting and pissing on people's lives, you stupid assholes. Excuse the profanity there for a second or two. But yeah, that's when they had to shut up, you see, because I showed them my car with the registration plate number on it. So that's my car there, yeah? 9/11 was an inside job. Thank you. Yeah, got nowhere to run then, have they? Yes. I'm right in their face with it. Right in their face. Lucky you're not getting run over. Yeah, here in Japan, when you buy a car, you can choose your car registration number plate. You can't do it when you get a motorbike, unfortunately, because I would have had it on my motorbike as well. But with a car, you can choose a number, and I chose 911. And then the guy in the shop goes, why did you choose that number? I said, because I don't want to forget what America did to its own people. They killed Kennedy, and now they're killing their own people. And then the next week, anthrax. The following week. What's going on here? America's a crazy place. And what they did to those people was absolutely outrageously wrong. It was wrong. Blowing up buildings. Just to go to war with a country that had nothing to do with their... it's a joke. Words fail me.
In the legal system, if you were talking about the C thingy and the V shots, they throw away cases of people that have been damaged, children that have damaged. They throw away their cases just for technicalities. So
yeah,
that's the legal system. If a number is incorrect or is like a past date from the rules, the case gets thrown away in the trash.
Terrible. There's over 1,000 of bodies not recovered. People haven't got any part of their loved ones' bodies. Over 1,000 of them like this. The same with Pearl Harbor. Yeah, they were the sailors that died in the Arizona. They were banging on the wall for 2 weeks for rescue. Can you imagine that? 2 weeks. People are dying. Sailors are dying around you. That's fucking unforgivable, that is.
So they got attacked and they didn't go rescue for...
They didn't get rescued, yeah. Remember, and the attack was started by Roosevelt. America started the antagonistic and provocative behavior against Japan. They started it, right? Japan then responded, all right, and then they left the Americans. They left their own sailors in the ship to die. They were banging on the wall for help, banging, and they never got rescued. That's painful to hear for me.
Won't even picture the people begging for help in those moments.
Yeah, the sailors. Can you imagine that? 1,500 or whatever, 1,400 of them in there, banging and banging, for help. I mean, some of them are already dead from the explosion, but those that survived, were banging for help on the walls.
These young people in their prime of life, ready to make the world a better place for everyone.
And that's what they thought they were doing when they joined the Navy. Yeah,
their lives gets thrown away like trash.
Like trash, exactly that. Sacrificed because they knew the Japanese were coming. Remember, they knew exactly when they were going to strike, and they let it happen. Hence the expression, a my hop, make it happen on purpose. Lie hop, let it happen on purpose. As they've coined a little acronym for it as well. Look at this. Terrible. How can you go to sleep at night? You could never go to sleep at night knowing you've done that. You can't.
That's the globe system, the globe wars. The scam, sphere, scarcity system, neighbor against neighbor, son against father.
Yeah. If ever there's a shiny military individual, I would say it's the Navy, because when they're on deck on the ship and they're wearing white, and you see their ranks on their sleeves and the other contrasting colors, they look very smart indeed. And you know that ship is ship-shape and Bristol fashion. Nothing is out of place. Everything is clean, because you can't wear white on a dirty ship. So the integrity is there, right? Only to be sacrificed. That I cannot wear that. That hurts me every time I think about it.
Yeah.
Because I know what it's like to do all your kit and get everything ready and do all that. I've been there. I've done it. I know the feeling of being ordered to do this, ordered to do that, get this done, get that done. With Ali, 6 o'clock. Get your ass in gear. Move yourself. Horrible. Your horrible little shit bag. Move. Bang, bang, bang. Get a move on. Why aren't you ready yet? Where's your initiative, young lad? It's absolutely non-stop. Non-stop. Only to be sacrificed like that. Banging on the wall for 2 weeks and then you die there. Fuck. Honestly.
Abandoned by the leaders.
Yeah, abandoned by your leaders, and you wanted to represent your country. That's what I say to people. I'm the man that could easily stop anyone joining the army. They put me out there on a light hailer. I'll show them the errors of their ways quickly. So don't bother doing that, because you're just going to be literally cannon fodder. You're more valuable as a citizen. You wouldn't be of any use in the army, because you're just going to go and kill innocent people and end up killing yourself. And it's the burden is on the family and the taxpayer. So you're going to be a burden. That's all you're going to be. Cannon fodder and a tax burden. You will not be facilitating freedom for anybody. You'll be perpetuating and facilitating tyranny and treason. That's all you're going to be.
And war crimes. On top of that, you get experimented on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And they did, didn't they? They when these new vaccines were coming out, before they tried it on the public, they were trying it on the military. The military were being injected with this stuff. Iraqi War 1 and Iraqi War 2, yeah? Gulf War Syndrome, it was called. These people were sick beyond belief. They were impregnating their wives. Their wives were becoming sick due to the depleted uranium that was in their body already. The demob suits that were supposed to protect them from the chemical fallouts was totally useless, and it didn't work. And guess what? The company that made it went bankrupt. So you couldn't even find the company anyway. There you are. This is what it's like to join the military today.
This a scam of of generations. It's not a scam
Exactly.
like you get scam at the corner and you bought like an expired package of food or something. It's not a scam like
Yeah.
that.
No, they stole your life and
They stole your
devalued you to
life. It
nothing.
destroyed families that are supposed to
Yeah.
be going generations after generations.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I see the military for what it is now. For the scumbags who have amassed a lot of wealth, and they're up there, the generals, and that's general bastards is what they are. And then you've got the foolish young men who are naive, thinking they're doing the right thing for their country, wanting to protect the country, yeah, but they don't realize is that that stupid general and the higher ups are the ones that are putting you in danger. They're the ones that are creating the wars, actually, that these young men are now going to go and die in. Terrible. That shocked me, that to hear that people were banging. I've been to the Pearl Harbor twice, 6 times to Hawaii, but that place I've been there twice, and both times I explained to the Japanese tourists, because I was there on that tour guide, that the president of America knew the Japanese were coming, and when I told them that, they look on their phone. I said, "Are you sure?" I go, "Sure. Look, am I sure? Look, here's the book that the one American wrote because he was shocked. Day of Deceit. Here's Roosevelt. Here's the guy Kimmel, who didn't know." Right? And Short, they didn't know, but he knew. He knew, this man, the president. He and his team of cryptographers knew that the Japanese was going to strike. Why? Why did it? Because they want to fight with Germany and you. Okay, know it properly. That's what I was telling them on the tour. You didn't get the true story. This is the true story now. And this is like on the way to the, because you get a little boat ride to the Arizona, right? So on the way I was doing this. It was nice. The guide was shocked. I said, "Yeah, here's the link. If you want the link, there it is. Try and teach the truth. When you put this uniform on, you are dishonoring those who have died because you're not telling them the truth. You're telling these tourists the wrong story. Okay? They mustn't die for nothing. The least you can do is tell the truth."
I can only imagine their faces, and you telling them all of this in Japanese and English.
Yep, Japanese and English, exactly. And the thing is, the guide was like looking at me like, yeah. I said, yeah. When I was in the army, I said I was in the army. When you put the uniform on like that, and you're not telling the truth, you're disrespecting those who died there in that ship. That's what you do, because you're not telling the truth. And I looked at his boots, and I said, I can do my boots better than him. That's what I said. Yeah, I can shine those boots better than you've done yours. That's for sure. Spit and polish, I can definitely do it. I used to make my money on it. People used to give me their boots to do. And you know, when you do a pair of boots, that's 2 hours work. 2 hours, okay? It's not 5 minutes. When you're pulling up boots, it's not 5 minutes. It's an hour a boot. That's just your boots. And you've got to do your buckles and then your brasses and everything else. Yeah, there's a lot to do, yeah, to be sacrificed as cannon fodder. That's why I say, when I hear it, it hurts. I'm glad I wasn't in any of that situation. It hurts to hear that. You're banging on the wall for help for 2 weeks, pissing and shitting where you are. Okay? Take the reality for what it is, yeah, because that's what it's going to mean. Fuck. Terrible. They've got a lot to pay, these leaders. They've got a lot to pay across the world.
Brought to you by Globers.
Yeah. There's a song called Children's Crusade by Sting from The Police. Don't know if anybody remembers the group called The Police. Well, he went on to produce a song called Children's Crusade. And it's all about, documents the First World War and how these virgins with rifles passing through countries they've never seen. Yeah? All for a children's crusade. Cropulent generals safe behind lines. History's lesson drowned in red wine. Poppies for young men, depth's bitter trade, all of those young lives betrayed. It brought me to tears. It brought me to tears. That song did. Brought me to tears. Okay? And I was not in any war, but I was almost there with the Falklands War, so I know what it's like. And when you hear a song like that, and you look back at history, and you're living the legacy of no freedom, because it's not happening. We're still under tyranny. You see that those children were just wasted. It brought me to tears. I was moved to tears, that song did.
I feel you, because when you look at what they did during the wars, bro, this is a massacre of the nations at a scale never seen before.
Yeah. I remember taking the kids snowboarding once, right, and the song came up and I was moved to tears on the way to snowboarding. Yeah. Such a powerful song, you know. And then visions of this Pearl Harbor nonsense, where Roosevelt sacrifices his own people. Shit. Just disgusting. Right. And then you have this
use people's lives and generational life and wealth and families just for an excuse to create more destruction, change the course of history, more war.
In recent years, there was a guy who we know when they pulled out of Afghanistan. I think it may have been in 2021, where America pulls out of Afghanistan, leaving valuable tanks behind. Usually you would destroy the tanks so the enemy couldn't get it, but they moved out. One colonel was absolutely livid that he put 2 YouTube videos out, right, which is against military rule. You're not to do that. But he went onto YouTube stating that what America has just done has let down all those people who died in his unit. They died for nothing. And he said he's fed up with the military. He's not, you know what? And his pension was going to be like a million something a month. Sorry, a year pension. He goes, I don't want the money from the military. He said, all right. He's foregoing the pension that he was going to get as well. He was that angry when he realised what America was doing and what happened. A colonel. And he was absolutely pissed off. 2 videos on YouTube letting us know exactly what happened and what's going on with the pullout and that. And it was a waste of the taxpayers' money. It was a waste of lives. My men died in that war. They died, etc., etc. And we're pulling out. We're looking like pussies, and that he was saying. Yeah. The colonel, he was really pissed off. He says he doesn't want the pension at all. It's worth over $1 million. He doesn't want it at his rank. That's what he would have been getting a year, I think. That's a lot of money, isn't it? That a colonel would be getting that kind of money every year for the rest of his life. That's a lot of money.
Did you say $1 billion?
$1 million. $1 million.
$1 million. Okay, yeah, $1 million makes sense.
Yeah, $1 million. Oh, yeah. He was absolutely pissed off.
What's up, Bubbles?
How you doing, guys?
Wait, did he just leave? No, he's still here. His name's Richie or Bubbles. Your mic's open. I see you lighting up periodically. You got something to say?
No, just listening for now.
Yeah, okay. Well, it is a flat Earth server, by the way. Everything that I spoke about happened on a flat Earth and not a ball Earth that's spinning through the universe that you haven't confirmed to exist.
Yeah, nothing new to me.
Okay, good.
I wonder how do bubbles work on a globe? Bubbles, that was a question for you, Bubbles.
Hey, wouldn't they escape into the vacuum of space?
That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
There wouldn't be any bubbles.
Yes.
Isn't the definition of a vacuum a space that's entirely devoid of matter?
That's right. That's what they say.
I think Bubbles debunked the globe idea.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
so Bubbles,
definitely.
your name, Bubbles, it's a debunking of the globe.
Yes. Don't go to the universe because you will be gone instantly. Pretty bubbles in the air. I'm forever blowing bubbles. Pretty little bubbles in the air.
What about the bubbles that are filmed during the ISS walks?
Bubbles and
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, little bubbles in the ISS, the LISS. That's what that is. Parabolic arc aircrafts. The Vomit Comet, specially fashioned to be doing that, specially configured.
My favorite thing is when Globers say, well, it's not a perfect vacuum. And then I just simply have to ask them, do you think you live in a vacuum? Period. At all?
Yeah. Because they always say that, don't they?
Yeah, okay. I'm not claiming it's a perfect vacuum, right? But there is a claim that it is a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum.
Right.
Can breathe in a vacuum. That's not going to happen.
You're going to die. That nearly perfect vacuum, that almost perfect vacuum, the little bit that you can't get is magnitudes of pressure, negative pressure. It would instantly kill you. So the fact that you could go into space, even though it's not a perfect vacuum, they say, right? 10 to the minus 0.000000002 psi. That is orders of magnitude very, very bad for you as a human being, or for any object for that matter, because you've got nothing pushing against you, but everything in your body wants to get out, and you're just going to die a violent death. That's the thing.
Hence
The thing is,
bubbles.
you'd be knocked out before you feel it.
Pop like a bubble.
Yeah, you'd be dead before you popped, though, ladies and gentlemen. You'd be out cold, and then your body would explode. So you wouldn't actually feel the explosion because you'd be already dead first. You'd be knocked out within seconds. Within 3 seconds, you'd be dead.
So
and then your body would continue to expand until it popped.
Does that mean the Earth is a ball in a vacuum, and the Moon is also a ball in a vacuum, and all the planets and all the stars in a vacuum, and all the galaxies in a vacuum? I mean, don't you get it? Don't you get it? How could it be a vacuum when it is the place where all the planets and stars and the comets and the asteroids and the galaxies are? I mean, that's the opposite of a vacuum. That's the opposite of the vacuum. Vacuum means nothing.
Yeah, a space devoid of matter. Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. But it contains that, what they call a vacuum, contains actually everything in the universe. So it's not a vacuum, it's the opposite of vacuum.
Exactly. It is the opposite of a vacuum because you've got all that matter in there.
Yeah, it's always playing with words, like treating people like they are stupid.
Yeah, like children. That's what they say, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. A mockery. A mockery.
That's how they know they've got you when you're not picking up on all that. That's why that question that Jenna asks, do you think you live in a vacuum, is a great question. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a question to ask, ultimately.
Yeah.
When you're perfect. Okay, well, do you think you live in a vacuum? Do you think you would be able to breathe in a vacuum?
Yeah. That should wake them up.
I mean, if they're serious about their position on it, it's just an all-out spiral. And it devolves into, oh, you're just silly, or you don't understand, or it's not a vacuum cleaner that sucks.
That's right.
Not only that, not just a vacuum. I mean, like, you get a chamber and fill it with air, get to like 14.7, whatever, and stick a human inside it, and then cool the air right down till like the pressure drops below comfortable breathing pressure. There's still the same amount of particles in there, but that human is going to find it more difficult to breathe.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. I never knew that the outgassing phenomena was a thing until I watched these Apollo detectives, and I went, wow. So you mean to tell me that when you put something in a vacuum, it begins, that whatever you're putting in a vacuum starts to want to separate into its individual molecules. Wow. That's what a vacuum can do? Wow. No air equals outgassing? Wow. I was just blown away. Just blown away. That for me sealed the deal. Go ahead.
They're saying it's like a triad. It's like because they all need each other to circulate, right?
Yeah.
Liquid, ice, ice, solid, air, gas.
Yeah.
Or water vapor, and then
they're all interlinked. It's a great design, isn't it? It's a good bit of engineering there. Come on. Yeah. Absolutely. So when you isolate one, you isolate one just by no air, and then you can see the water boiling as evaporating. You can put some film, like Kodak Ektachromac, put that in there, and you can watch it gas off. Oh, amazing. Yeah, thus proving NASA could never have taken that to the space. Impossible. And remember, the value we're talking about is 10 to the minus 3, 10 to the minus 4 torr. On the moon, lunar surface, it's 10 to the minus 11. So that's orders of magnitude much, much worse. Much worse. These, it would be like it's catching fire. Such would be the rate of outgassing. Yeah. The closer you get to the perfect vacuum, as they keep going on about, the worse it is. That's why I had to say to the listeners in the Gem Panda server one time, or a few times, kept reminding them, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to remember that the 0.022 psi, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a nightmare for anything man-made and any human being. It's orders of magnitude violent. It's a violent death for you, instant death for you, and you're lucky that it's instant because you don't want to be alive as your body is stretching. Can you imagine that? You're feeling yourself stretch and bloat and expand. You're lucky you're out in 3 seconds or so. So you're spared that agony. And then your body will just pop.
No worries, mate. They fixed the hole in the space station with the duct tape.
Yeah. More insults. The thing should have shattered into a gazillion pieces, right?
Yeah.
But no,
exactly.
There's tape on it. Just stupid.
Yeah, all the time they show us. All the time they show us what happens when on a commercial airplane at an elevation of 30,000 feet.
5 miles.
Yeah. If the window gets broken or the door opens, they show us what happens. Decompression and
decompression. And everybody's
called
been
real
sucked
good
out.
engineering.
Before you reach the duct tape, you gotta put your finger on the hole. You call for help, ask for the duct tape, and then seal it with the duct tape.
Yeah, but in the movie Alien, do you remember? The alien got sucked. Got sucked out through a small bullet hole.
That was a joke. That was.
Yeah, I think the second part or the third part. I think the third Alien. I think it was called Resurrect. I don't know.
I remember once because I was looking
to see what happens to things in vacuum chambers, and I came across this video just by chance. Yeah, it was a vacuum chamber, and it had a toy spacecraft in there in the vacuum chamber, and then they hit it with a BB pellet, one of those yellow ones, right? And the thing shattered into a gazillion pieces. What they were trying to simulate was micrometeorites hitting the spacecraft. Okay, right? So it at the rate of speed that would be out in space here. And that spacecraft went into a gazillion pieces in that vacuum chamber. I can't find that video anymore. And I'm going back to 2016, okay? And I cannot find that video anywhere. I didn't save it. Didn't save it, unfortunately. Still new to the game of saving videos that you want, you know what I mean? So I didn't save it, but I remember it very well. And that spacecraft just went into, smashed into smithereens, and it was loud and it was rough. Yeah, I thought, right, so this is what the spacecraft, NASA spacecraft, would have been under these kind of conditions. There's no way they could have been there. No way. Remember, micrometeorites are traveling at the speed of light. Okay, and they tried to simulate that in this chamber, right? And they fired that pellet, and it just shattered the bloody spacecraft. Smithereens in there. I thought, wow. Whoa.
Yeah.
We just cannot go there. It's impossible.
Come on, bro. So you're telling me we're going to Mars and passing by the moon. And passing by the moon, not going to the moon, not colonizing the moon.
Yeah, well, they've got to get there. They've got to get there first. They haven't got to the moon yet. So they've got to get to the moon
where's the moon base? Where's the moon base?
Well, there you are. There you are. Look at Elon Musk, right? He's saying that, this is what he was saying, was that with his, what is it? His something heavy. What was it called? Something heavy. Whatever that.
Heavy. What, Heavy Dragon? Dragon, I think.
Yeah,
it's called
the
Dragon.
name of his spaceship. Falcon Heavy, that was it. The Falcon Heavy.
Falcon Heavy.
Yeah, this thing, right, is going to need refilling on the way to the moon. Yet the Saturn V rocket went there in one go and come back. You know, they jettisoned the first stage, which was 80% of the fuel used up, mind you, for just over 2 minutes. Okay. And then they've got 2 other stages left. But this thing is going to need refueling along the way. And it's going to take 6 days instead of 3 days. How is that advancement, ladies and gentlemen? How is that an advancement of technology? More days, more fuel, more time, more time,
just
more
back
days.
Just want to go back to the the whole hole in the space station thing, right? So see what I posted in the side chat there? That's a solid aluminum block, right? And that was apparently, that hole was made, that dent was made by a 3.6 millimeter ball bearing fired at about 15,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen that. Yeah. And
so they're going to say that something traveling even faster than that through space, smaller than that, is only going to make a tiny little hole in their space station.
Yeah, it's a thinner material as well, remember?
Right.
Yeah, they love to lie, don't they? They shoot themselves in the mouth all the time. NASA. They can't help themselves. They can't keep up and keep a clean breast of all the lies they're telling. It's impossible.
The whole world is being scammed.
Yeah. They're even scamming themselves with the amount of lies they're telling. They can't keep up with it. Yeah, I've seen that. Orders of magnitude, much faster, these micrometeorites, yeah, right? And there's no way that the spaceship should still be there, or the space station. Especially the way it's been configured. The G-forces would tear it apart anyway. The centrifugal force generated from a Mark 23 orbit That's just trajectory. That's mad. It's madness. 960,000 Gs. Nothing can survive. It will just tear itself apart. Yeah. They really have sold the world some serious lies.
It's peeling speeds that would flatten you out and just drain your organs of every fluid, but you can't feel it. It's such a gaslight. Hey, have you guys heard that joke about the gaslighting?
Go on.
No.
Come on, yes you have. Yes you have.
Tell us.
You've heard it before.
Which one?
The joke about he's not getting it anyway.
Okay,
Yeah, several gaslight. They gaslight us every day of the week, don't they?
It's like, have you heard the joke about gaslighting? And if somebody says no, you're just like, yes, you have, and kind of like that.
Yeah, you just have.
It's like, well, I don't feel the Earth spinning. Well, it's spinning, and just believe it. It's spinning.
Yeah, there's your gaslighting right there.
Yeah, there's your gaslight, right? And it's the same thing with, well, the Earth is curving. There's curvature. But like, I don't see curvature. Well, it's there. Just believe it. It's there. You're just crazy.
Anyone can Google helium-3. They used to tell us about helium-3, mining helium-3 from the moon. The United States and Russia are fighting for the rights of helium-3 on the moon. And since the flat Earth became mainstream, or came very well established, they stopped talking about mining helium-3 from the moon. I would go back to the moon in a nanosecond.
Yes, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, he says. But the problem is we've lost the technology and it'd be a painful process to rebuild it or whatever he says after that.
Yeah, exactly. Painful process to build.
Yeah, the technology that had like less tech than a toaster.
Yeah, well, what did they say? The walls were so thin that if you would drop a screwdriver, it would go through the Moonlander. Oh, man.
17,000 miles per hour in orbit in an aluminum paper mache.
Yeah, exactly.
with solar panels sticking out like that, where they can bring it. Come on, what a joke! Please,
curtain rods, duct tape.
Mark 23 on a 20. What is it? Mark 23 on a 26,200 mile circumference trajectory.
Yeah,
Carrying an old army Jeep frame that's got lawn chairs tied to it.
Oh yeah, and the inside out fucking umbrella, the antenna, their little satellite.
Yeah, by the way, 23 Mach, which Jane is talking about, is escaping velocity from gravity.
Yeah, that's mad, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah.
And yet the rocket, when it takes off, is not moving at that velocity.
No.
Is it?
What do you guys like this one? Washington, we have a problem. We've got footprints, but no tire tracks.
Oh yeah. See, there's just one embarrassment after another with that Apollo mission, man.
Houston, we've got a problem. This backdrop is a replica of a location in Arizona.
Oh, I wonder if there's a video. There's a video I've got, this clip of a guy who's jumping around. And he's like, look, I'm on the moon. And it's the same exact terrain with the same hill and everything. I'm going to see if I have it.
Yeah, they're trying to say that guy went missing. I don't know how true that is, but they're trying to say he's gone. He's disappeared. Like he went, literally, he's a missing person.
Because he mocked them, mocking us. It was crazy, crazy times. Like that you would go missing for mocking the people that mock all of humanity is like, whoa. It's kind of scary.
Yeah.
I just can't remember. Besides Gus Grissom, there was another guy who was put in charge of making a report. If it would work.
Oh, Thomas Beering. Thomas Beering
with glasses. Was this guy?
Yeah. Thomas.
Was this the guy?
Thomas Beering. Yeah.
Was this the guy who died in a car with his family, with his wife and his child?
That's the one. That's the one. Yeah.
On a railway, huh? His car
on the NASA-owned railway system. NASA owned that car as well. Yeah.
How is his? What is his name?
Thomas Ronald Beering.
Wait a minute. Thomas Ronald.
Yeah, Beering.
Beering. Okay.
Yeah, I've got his report saved somewhere. I'll find it, and it's on NASA's website. NASA throw all the blame at the NAA or some other agency that was supposed to manufacture the parts, then ship them to NASA, right, or something like that. Anyway.
Right.
Big blame game going on with that one because there was a Congress hearing and all that. Like there wasn't an investigation and everything. Like of course, somebody had to answer questions, right? It's 3 people died.
Right. And Thomas Ronald Beering, when he gave his report to Congress, right, he was nothing was going well there for NASA. The people were drunk and disorderly on duty. Everything was a shambles. Well behind schedule, very shoddy workmanship. That was what was in his report. It was a very damning report against the Apollo missions at the time. Right, and then shortly after that report, that hearing, he gets into his car, obviously, with his wife, his stepdaughter, and daughter. Yeah, and daughter. So he's got his daughter, of course, because I think he married, again, probably. And then they were driving, going somewhere, and then somehow got stuck on a level crossing, and the train that came along was owned by NASA, took them out. The daughter survived. But Thomas Beering's daughter survives, but the stepdaughter and his wife and Thomas Beering, they die. Yeah,
guys, I can't find anything about him, Jin or T-Dub. T-Dub, you said you have his report. Can you post a link or something like that?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think you're getting an information block out where you are. Yeah, they've singled you out. You're not allowed to get anything. You're one of those troublemakers. So you won't be able to get anything now.
Thomas Ronald. Okay, Ronald.
Yeah, Thomas Ronald Beering.
Beering.
Yes. 500-page NASA, 500-page report. And then, what's his name? Bill Casing has a 50-page report that he used to put in his book. Bill Casing.
Yeah, there you go. I posted the Barron report on the side chat.
Oh, yeah, Barron. That was it then. Yeah, Thomas Ronald Barron. Well, it was Baring, but Barron. There you go. Close. Close.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thomas Ronald Barron. I thought it was Baring, but Barron. There you go.
Okay. Thanks, T-Dub.
Yeah, well done, T-Dub. I've got so many names in my head. So many names running around my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. It's okay. You're good.
Yeah. I'm going to have to get an upgrade on the gigabytes in my brain. Okay. That's what, or I'm going to have to delete some of the junk I'm carrying. I'll do that tomorrow. Not delete
just go into space and the vacuum will absorb it.
Yeah.
Throw it into the vacuum.
Now, you know what, yeah? You know what? Before I became a flat earther, yeah, I had this idea of getting rid of, the nuclear waste from the Fukushima plant, all that irradiated water, yeah? I said, I don't know why Japan doesn't build these rockets and send that water to space, because you can't get rid of it here on Earth. So why not jettison it, get it up into deep space, jettison it, and come back and do it that way? Yeah. That was my idea.
Legit question. Great question. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it was. But at the time, I didn't realise the ramifications of the question myself.
Oh wait, there is no space.
You can't go there anyway.
Yeah.
You can't go there anyway, can you? You know what I mean? There you are.
Yeah, because there is no space.
That's right, but I didn't realise that at the time, so I thought it was a great idea. Because you can't get rid of it here on Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you can leave Earth and then jettison it in space and return, because it's radiation out there, it's well at home. That's the place for it to be. Yeah, that's what you should use your money to do. It'd be worth spending money to do that. Only to find out that it's a flat Earth. You can't go to space. You know what I mean? I went, wow, look at the ideas I had.
So, do you guys know about how the Apollo 11 Earthrise picture was on the wall in the president's office and Nixon's office the day he called the astronauts on the moon with the landline? That's weird.
Yeah, that would be weird. Yeah, definitely.
Like, how in the hell are you going to have that and they're not even back from the moon yet?
Wait, what mission was that claimed to be taken from, though? Because they did orbits around.
Yeah, it was Apollo 8, the Apollo 8 mission. That's where the Earthrise came from. Apollo 8 mission. Yeah.
Right, they claim They claim it was from the orbiter.
Yeah, well, wasn't the name of the first moon mission, the first moon landing, called Apollo 11 with Buzz and all them?
Oh, that would be the first moon
that was-
landing. Yeah, yes, that's
Yeah.
moon landing. Yeah,
Yeah. So
you're right there. That's correct.
yes. Okay. So yeah, let me show you. This is so much fun. Here we are. There it is. Okay. So there you have the Earthrise, Apollo 11 Earthrise, right there on the wall. Nixon's about to call the astronauts on the moon with a landline. Like, what? Isn't that great? How does that even happen? Yeah, that right there on the wall. And they weren't even back. They weren't even back from the moon yet, dude. Like, wow, wow.
There were also people who used to say that they didn't have the electronics to send a signal, radio signal to the moon that far and back.
Yeah. I mean, they were making claims that they could send bounce signal off the moon without the reflectors, but can they really bounce signals off the moon? Is another question. I don't believe that in itself. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't accept that for 1 second.
I mean, there were people who were saying that they didn't have this technology at that time to send the radio signal to the moon and back.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's a lie. I knew that was a lie when they were saying that they can, the ham radios can bounce the signal, and the military was bouncing signals off the moon. No, they're not. They're not bouncing signals off the moon. Stop lying. You'd have to be on the moon for me to believe that. I would have to be on the moon and receive that signal, and it would bounce off of my receiver. Okay, then I know that we can go that far. Supposedly 238,000 miles. We know that the moon isn't that far out anyway. What the distance is, we're not sure of. But again, it's not a 238,000, and it cannot be 93 million miles to the sun either. So there we are. Local, very local indeed. The exact distance, we're not sure of yet. Not able to measure it properly. There's a lot of guesstimates out there. Estimates and guesstimates, but there's nothing precise. No actual fact of that distance. But it's not 238,000 miles away, and there's no way it's a 3-day journey. Just too close. But that's what NASA would have you believe, that it's a 3-day journey to the moon. All right? It's a 3-day journey to the moon, but it takes a day or two to get to the ISS. I don't get it. And that's only 240 miles up.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. It should be there within minutes, really, but it takes days. They're going around in an orbit around the Earth, and then it takes its time to get to the ISS. Why does it take so long? I remember, and all that action is happening at Mark 23. Get out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. 23 times the speed of sound. I want to say that the space astronaut engineers the engineers, the builders in astronaut suits assembled that at that speed. Mark 23. Assembling the ISS. Putting it together.
Dabea 69, you are now unlocked and free to talk.
You
Please
are
feel free to join
unleashed.
into the conversation.
Welcome. If you have any questions or queries, please ask. Do not hesitate. Go ahead.
Actually, if you've got proof of curvature, throw it on Jin so we can shut him up.
Yeah, please. Shut me up. Somebody stop me.
Sounding like the Mask over there. Somebody stop me.
Yeah, that's right. I like the mask. I did like that. It was a good animation. That was pretty funny. Back in the day, Cartoon Network. Yeah.
I was thinking Austin Powers.
No, it was Jim Carrey. Was the man.
Yeah, I know, but I was thinking that could have been done well with an Austin Powers accent too.
Yeah. Sorry, you're right. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, somebody stop me, baby. I do better Jim Carrey impressions anyway.
I think the Truman Show is gaslighting. That was a bit of gaslighting going on, don't you think? Truman Show? No?
Did you? Yes, and as a matter of fact, as I was reading the end credits, there's a Rockefeller as one of the director producers.
Oh, well, there you are then. Even more gaslighting for sure.
That movie made me cry at the end. I was like, holy shit, I'm Truman. We're all Truman.
Well, yeah. Yeah. And you might remember the character who was the guy that was looking into Truman. He had the glasses on. That character played the head man in Apollo during the mission. You know the guy with the waistcoat? Same actor, would you believe? Okay, there you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was a good actor, actually.
Yeah, I forgot his name.
Yeah. Played his parts well.
Are you talking about Ed Harris?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Right, so yeah, he was mission control director in the Apollo 13
Thank you.
movie,
Yeah,
right?
he was.
Was it Apollo? Yeah. And I think he...
and then he was also in the Truman Show.
Don't quote me. I think he was also in The Right Stuff.
Yeah. Yes, I think he was, yeah.
But
Because
the
you had
Mercury
Tom
mission.
Cruise. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you had Tom Cruise. What's his the other with the guy that was in The Shining? Come on, Jack Nicholson, right? Yeah, and then this Harris guy.
Yeah, he was also in the movie with Clint Eastwood, Absolute Power.
I don't remember that film.
Gene Hackman.
Gene
Absolute
Hackman. Yeah,
Power.
that was a good. Yeah. Now you said that. Yeah.
Gene Hackman was the president.
He died recently, by the way. Gene Hackman.
Yeah, I know.
I think even last year.
Yeah. Very recent, yeah.
Yeah, Gene Hackman. I was surprised he was still alive. I thought, wow.
Me too. But he always had great movies. He only did
he was a
good
good actor.
movies. Yeah.
Yeah. one of the last films that I saw of his was when I was on my way to Japan, 1999, Enemy of the State. That was a Gene Hackman movie, together with Will Smith.
Yeah. Will Smith, Enemy of the State, yeah.
I thought they were trying to gaslight me because I could be seen as an enemy of the state because I didn't like America even then, you know. So there you go.
Yeah, everyone is the enemy of the state.
Yeah, but being a black guy on the plane, I thought, wow, this is me. I'm an enemy of the state. Is there a secret agent on the plane as we, you know?
Yeah, these ruling class criminals, they are so hypocrites that even the state could be called the enemy of the state.
Yeah,
as whatever goes with their plan.
Exactly. I checked my seat number, making sure it's not passenger 57, as in the Wesley Snipes movie.
Yeah, Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, I was checking.
Yeah. Wasn't Bruce Willis also in Passenger 57?
Who? Bruce Willis? No, not in that. No, not in that one. No.
No, in that. No.
Nah, not Bruce Willis. No, I don't think he was in that one. No, not in that. I don't remember him being in that.
Passenger 57. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that was the hijacking with Wesley Snipes as leading role.
Yeah, I remember the movie.
Where's your flat Earth map without distortion?
Yeah, where is it?
Well, the thing about it is the Mercator projection, the Mercator map, is distorted.
Absolutely, it's like a Pac-Man map, isn't it? When you look at it on the wall.
So they take Mercator, right? It's distorted, and then they flatten it out. They flatten out their distorted ass globe, and then try to straw man us on this flattened out projection of their globe, which is distorted and fucked up. And they're like, "See, your map is wrong. Like, it's not ours, dude. That's your distorted ass ball.
Not ours, yeah.
That is your distorted ass ball, flattened out, worsening the distortions, and y'all are trying to pin it on flat earthers."
Yeah, but Gleason's did his one in 1890. Yeah, before the Queen of Hawaii was dethroned. 1 year before the Queen of Hawaii is being dethroned by the United States, you have Gleason's map. So, you know, he did it himself. Gleason took it from the azimuthal equidistant map. I like the map. I think it's pretty good. It's working out to be accurate. All the emergency stop arms work on it. Don't work on a Mercator.
Exactly. Plane flights work perfect.
Everything works, and he solved. Yeah, and Flat Earth Banjo solved that mystery. Yeah, the Korean Airlines plane actually strayed into Russian airspace for a short time. Okay, but when you look on the globe and the flight path on the globe, that plane was nowhere near Russia, nowhere near. But when you look at it on the Gleason's map, it's definitely flying over Russian airspace, just entering, and Russia was threatened to shoot it down.
Which flight was that?
There was a flight that it was North Korean Airlines or Korean Airlines. Yeah, and they flew. This was I think it was in the 70s, and
I remember that incident.
Yeah. It was said to have been flying into Russian airspace, but when you look on the globe, that flight path. The flight path took the plane nowhere near the Russian airspace on the globe, but then when you translate that onto the Gleason's map now, you can see the plane going right across Russian airspace, just entering. Yeah, so I thought, wow, that Mercator map's completely wrong. And we solved the problem, because I couldn't understand why Russia would want to attack a plane that wasn't in its airspace. But then you're looking at the globe and you look at the Mercator, you see. So only many, many years later, you're now looking at the Gleason's map and you're thinking, that's why. That's why Russia, because it was in its airspace, just getting in. Look at that. Wow. Flat Earth map, correct. Mercator, incorrect.
Yeah, that's why I said why should I trust Will Duffy, because he's not trustworthy.
I'm not going to trust
trustworthy, and he's a criminal, because because of the claim of Will Duffy and journalism. That's why now the Gleason's map is being thrown away. Even though
I said to them,
I never said since 2015, I never said that I could be sure that is the real map, because I haven't been high enough and haven't seen it by myself. But to be decent, to be honest, the map is working. I mean, the
flight paths.
The flight paths are working with the Gleason's map.
Yeah. That's what I said. You know what I said to them? I've got the Gleason's map engraved on my teeth and tattooed on my chest. It'll be me. When I decide the map is of no use, that's when I'm going to remove it. Until then, that map is working for me at the moment. I'm happy with the map. I don't see anything wrong with it at the moment. Okay? It's definitely working.
And do you remember the null school Earth?
Yeah. Yes. No school Earth.
Null school Earth.
Yeah.
This was a website where they show the patterns of wind, temperature, pressure, in all kinds of maps. And on the Gleason's map, it was making a perfect circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it made a lot of sense on that, and then they took it down.
The thermal.
They took it down.
The thermal temperature. Yes, I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
Everything. Temperature, pressure, wind, everything is making sense.
On the Gleason's map, right?
And you could even point your mouse on in the middle of the Arctic circle, and you can get minus 50, minus 54 degrees. But when you put when you did point it to Antarctica, you got up to 90 minus 90 degrees.
That's right, and that's the record they have. On record, it's about minus 80 something. 80 degrees Celsius was the coldest on record, thereabouts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you can see even through vegetation and animals, the North Arctic Circle, it's full of life.
That's right.
I mean, Norway and Alaska is above 60 degrees north, right?
Yeah.
But beyond 60 degrees south, you can't find anything.
No, there's nothing. Like they said, you have the emperor penguins, and then you have your walruses and that. But that's it. You're not getting any bush, any twigs and stuff. There's nothing going on. But towards the inner part of Antarctica, there's places where they've melted and they've found rocks and grass. So there is something there. There are something there. There's something there that we need to go and investigate, I would have to say. But it is colder.
That's why. That's strange. And that's a problem, because we cannot go there. No one can go. No one can go there. And that's why no one can confirm if there is really a place where the ice or the snow or the ice in Antarctica is molten, and we cannot how do you call it, confirm it, validate it.
Of course we can. You've got all these research stations down there. That would be perfect research. They're not conducting that research. What's the point of being down there? What are they doing down there? It's terrible.
Just like on the space station, what are they doing? They are just playing with bubbles, water bubbles, and
playing with bubbles inside the
brushing their teeth and brushing their teeth.
Yes, in the vomit comet or in a studio somewhere. That's all they're doing. They're not in space. They're not above the Earth. That's for sure. We know that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Astronaut
with the harnesses. With the harnesses.
That's right. Yeah. And that astronaut, what's his name? Something Cassidy, slipped up when a young man asked him, "Why did you want to become an astronaut?" And he said, "Oh, well, I wasn't very good at English." He said, "I was very good at sports." Right. So yeah, I got into the sports thing and that. I got into reading in here. I like English now, and that all happened in a place called Maine in York, from where we're talking to you from now. He said.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right there. And then the look on his face afterwards, his face became long. Oh my God! What have I just said? Shit! Oh fucking hell! Right, and then the female assistant, his colleague, took over the damage control with the mic.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that was a good one. Well done, Cassidy. We knew you weren't in space.
Yeah,
thanks.
That was the young guy. How is he called?
His name is something Cassidy. Can't remember his first name.
Okay. Cassidy.
Yeah, his surname is Cassidy. Anyway, astronaut. Yeah. And he let slip.
And then there was another guy. There was another young woman, young girl or young woman. She also was talking about experiments which we are doing here on Earth. She was on the space station.
There you are.
Yeah.
Slipping up again.
Yeah.
Another fraudulent. Okay, let me see.
And a long time ago, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, 7 years ago, I was just watching. I was watching all kind of documentaries about Antarctica, trying to have a look how it looks, because even the light of the sky, it's completely different. It looks really strange. The lighting is different there. So I used to watch every document I could find about Antarctica. And then one day I started watching a document, a normal document, not a flat earther document. So it was a normal document which was not claiming that Antarctica is the rim of the flat earth. No. It was a normal mainstream document, and in the second minute, about a minute or 30 or 50, he said, "Yeah, this is the closest you can get to space." And I said, "What? What does he mean with that?"
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? He was talking about Antarctica, the edge of the Earth, the closest you can get to space. Why is he saying that? A mainstream document. But I was never able to find the document because I saved so many documents about Antarctica, and I had so many bookmarks that it became impossible to find that document.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It is annoying when you're looking for it and then you can't
Yeah, I
find
mean,
it.
how do you call it in English? The narrator of the document. So
Yeah,
he
the
was
documentary. Yeah, the
narrating.
narrator. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. You got it right. The narrator of the
And then,
documentary. Yeah.
yeah, and then I remember how he said, "The closest you get to space." What the hell?
Yeah, what does he mean by that?
I mean, on the globe. On the globe. Every point on the globe is the closest to space, or let's say Mount Everest is the closest, right, on the globe.
Right, if you're talking about altitude, yeah.
Yeah. That was strange. I was never able to find that document. Again. Yeah, were you here, Jin? Today we had another incident. The guy called Kiba. He said, no, he cannot prove that he has hands.
Yes, I was here. I wasn't there. Didn't see the. I was here when you were talking about it, and India was talking, and I was laughing because I thought, well, there you are. You know, this is what I mean. You read.
No. Today another guy. Today another guy called Kiba. Today another guy. He said, yeah, he agrees with Dr. Blitz that science cannot prove that he cannot be sure that he has hands. He cannot prove that he has hands.
Silly people. It's just childish behavior.
They don't actually mean that. They just want to win an argument. That's all.
Or not want to concede an argument as well. That's the other one. Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah.
Pure, unabated, disingenuous behavior. That is pure, neat, clear to see like glass.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's why I held Dr. Blitz to that standard, that he didn't want to admit that, if you say that you have hands, he's like, well, I need you to provide a logical, deductive argument that you have hands. I'm like, I could easily put my hand on your shoulder and move you with my hands. You and I will know, we both know that I have hands.
Yeah. That's it. And how can you wriggle out of that unless you want to lie?
No. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. These guys are intellectually dishonest. Because I wanted to ask him, but I didn't get the chance. I wanted to ask him. You just posted the link in the side chat. So isn't that proof that you have hands because you punched something on the keyboard, right? But
yeah. Or you've got fingers, but you don't have hands. So there's a gap there.
fingers without hands.
Oh God! Then it just gets worse, doesn't it?
Sounds like intro song. Sounds like intro song for James Bond.
Right,
007.
The partial invisible man.
Fingers without hands.
Yeah, people were telling me that I think it would have been better if I had told them about Flat Earth. I'm like, I don't even think this guy understands reality, much less him comprehend anything about Flat Earth. The audience would have, because he was having his audience believe that none of these things in reality you can prove. So.
Yeah, but it's a testament to to the standard that you put them under, Miggy. That it's entertaining because we would be laughing now if it wasn't
from
for you.
Blitz was just a ego stroking exercise. I've got a PhD. I'm more intelligent than these guys. That's what he was trying to put forward to his crowd.
What a lunatic!
Yeah.
That's the thing that the common man has over these guys. is that they don't have to think deeply and philosophically. They could just live in the real world with everybody, and things make sense here. So
yeah, no need to pretend.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. It's 26 people. Entertain me, damn it.
Do you have hands?
Unfortunately, we don't have Globers, I think, to entertain Elijah.
Yeah, but is Elijah sure he's got hands, though?
Maybe we can, as flat earthers, talk about, truth having 6 colors.
Oh, thanks God you heard that. Did you hear that, Elijah? 6 colors, and each color has 4 faces or 4 mouths.
Who said that?
Yeah, he's still here. Get me get. And then six multiplied by 4 equates to 24. These are the elders around the throne of God in Revelation. The ultimate truth.
Yeah, but like
look what I googled.
Because he's doing work, some work with a chip, with a computer chip. He's calling it the Oracle chip. He's here, get. But afterwards, he talked like he's a flat earther. So I'm confused now.
It's interesting because I just googled truth has 6 colors, and this Reddit post comes up where it says the rainbow that you see in the sky has 7 colors, does it not? The Lord establishes that his number is 7 multiple times in the Bible. And then it also says, people also ask, why does the LGBT flag only have 6 colors?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it does. Yep, I've made this argument before. The LGBTQ flag has 6 colors, but the rainbow, God's rainbow, has 7 colors.
What color's missing out of their flag?
Say that again, Miggy? I mean, AB?
Which color was it that was missing out of their flag?
I think they blend. I think they blend to the blues.
Yeah,
Like
they've
deep
got
violet, like violet.
They've got red,
I think it was like
green, blue, and purple. It's indigo that they're missing.
right. Okay, but there was like cyan in there. They blended this like the light blue and the dark blue or some shit. Anyway,
That's interesting. I think there might be something there. I don't know. Maybe not.
I think there's something there. Just like when you put the words pride and month together, there's the word demon right in the middle.
Wow. There's always something with those guys. There's some kind of gematria or something.
Yeah, it's really weird. 6 colors to their rainbow and demon in the middle of Pride Month.
So interesting. But yeah, I don't understand what truth has 6 colors, and each color has 4 mouths. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that was stupefying. Please, get. I mean, the truth has 6 colors, and each color has 4 mouths, and these 4 mouths speak simultaneously different truths, but they are all truths and similar truth. And yeah, you can ask him. He's here. Get. So it's like,
Berserker, you just did. Like, maybe he could respond if he's here.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can ask him.
Oh, I don't want to rehash this.
Oh, he already said it?
This went on for a couple of hours.
Yeah, GBG is pretty long in the tooth. I ain't gonna lie.
It started off as an interesting kind of warm welcome because Get Beget hasn't been here for a while, right? So he and Gemsy were chatting it up. Get Beget had like a personal project he was working on, some chip architecture he's working, on Solo or something. And he was talking about how he's kind of modeling this whole thing based off of some biblical stuff. And that's where all this, 6-color stuff kind of comes into play, But then it turned into a bit of a shit show when he was being critiqued. Somehow the way it was being critiqued or whatever, it kind of sparked some fire and some shit and went haywire,
I mean, even Googling truth definition, it's just a wiki definition, but it says truth or veridity is the property of being in accord with fact or reality. But how is it the reality that there are 6 colors?
Okay, yeah.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
The flat Earth. Sorry, regarding the flat Earth, Get Beget is definitely a flat earther, a very formidable force to be reckoned with. By the way, Get Beget, he's a good flat earther, that's for sure.
Yeah,
never heard it.
That's what I said. Now I'm confused because afterwards he sounded like a very solid flat earther. But
he's a solid flat earther. He's been a solid flat earther for the longest of time.
But that is somehow.
What's one of his flat Earth arguments, Chen?
Oh, just the standard stuff that we say. Everything that we go through. You can't have a pressure without a container. The standard. The Earth isn't rotating. No curvature. Right, the moon landings were definitely a hoax. Right? No, he's been there solid for the longest of time. So
Yeah, but what I agree with what what did you mean, Elijah? I mean, you meant what does that have to do with the colors? I mean, it's not empirical. This is what you meant, right? I mean, what?
Every time I've experienced Jet Bejet, he's talking about something that it usually affirms the consequent. But like last time we were speaking, he was talking about the super fluid, super helium or some shit like that, with zero viscosity. So I was like, well, how can you test something that has zero viscosity if it can't be held by anything tangible on Earth? I personally didn't get it, but was he able to describe to me or tell me exactly what I would have needed for that to make sense? No. I'm like, well, then why are you saying it then?
Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah, I get it. A superfluid helium. This is, I think, what they used to also claim that on Globebusters. They used to claim that space is actually superfluid. Is this what you mean?
Yeah,
well, that's what the Jet is saying, to say that because they'll say that to say this is how things up there can be moving at the speeds that they're moving, but we don't know what's up there and what speeds they're moving. That's just more baller trap
speculation. Yeah, speculations.
Yeah, he usually offers people like an alternative, and that's why like we started getting away from that a while back. There's no alternative that you need to offer if you can't prove what it is that's up there. So there's a lot of people that do like to offer the alternative.
Well, there's no alternative to bullshit, because bullshit is going to be non sequitur to anything. Technically, an alternative to bullshit is nothing. Now, if I say something that's actually relevant, like the Earth is measured flat, that's just what it is. That's not an alternative to anything.
Yeah, the alternative for bullshit is bullshit again. It's bullshit too. That was what was disturbing, because it was like taking the ground from under the feet of someone, the empirical ground on which you can stand, because flat Earth is standing on empirical evidence, empirical observations. So, I mean, truth, and then he associates these colors and the truth, and he associates them with the ultimate truth and with revelation. What does that have to do with revelation and the 24 elders and the oracle chip which he's working on? So what 20 Cubs said, that that the criticism became a shit show. I mean, his argument, his statement, his claim was actually a BS. I mean, the truth, as Elijah said, it's something which goes with the reality. It must be specific, concrete, empirical, objective, not subjective. This was going like into New Age mysticism. Like everyone now can invent some story about, he comes with the story that the truth has a color, and I could come with a story that the truth has a musical tone. Yeah, come on.
So, just to reiterate, right? Like the conversation was interesting up to a point, right? Because his claim was his project basically led to, kind of like, I don't know, a product or a chip or whatever. Like the end result of his thing led to some like 60 or 96 fold increase in speed or something like that. Like whatever, right? Something practical. That was really interesting. The weird part came about when he was trying to describe why it works, supposedly being because it was inspired by all this stuff. And kind of like the interpretation of that is like, oh, well, the chip is kind of like abiding by this kind of metaphysical rules, imbued by this story of the elders and stuff like that, because all the numbers are fitting with that. And therefore, truth is somehow a combination of these things. Like, that's where I was like, what the fuck? Like, I don't want to, put words in his mouth or botch his statement, but it did turn out very strange along those lines, aside from the actual practical 96-fold increase, which is, still yet to be demonstrated, of course, but like, whatever. I mean, that can come later. That's fine. That's the actual, important part. So, whatever. Like, it was mixed,
but
interesting,
20 Cub,
weird.
But 20 Cub, that was his fault. I mean, no one did. I mean, he was opening. He even hinted into knowing things which are secrets, which he cannot talk about, because we will not grasp his and it was like opening the door for Narnia and fantasy stories. I mean, I know. Why do we feel frustrated? Because we have been lied to by NASA and the mainstream with fantasy stories, and we fell into these fantasy stories, and we became like children who believed everything they put forth in front of us. And that is the danger of not being empirical and not being able to prove what you claim. That's why AI was frustrated. I was frustrated before AI joined in, but I didn't say anything. You saw I didn't say anything. And if you can go back into the chat, side chat, you can see when AI jumped in, he was also friendly and said, okay, we have Glober here. Can we give him a chance to say what he thinks, or if he he has a question. Yeah, and then Jamsey interrupted AI and said, "Why doesn't frequency and atoms exist on flat Earth?" Then AI was triggered and said, "Yeah, I would like to criticize him. I mean, he can say what he wants to say, but I will call him out and tell him, yeah, can he elaborate on what he's saying and what he's talking about, because it doesn't make sense." And in the chat box, when after AI Overload jumped in and tried to bring back the conversation, the topic, to the flat Earth, I even chatted in the side chat and said, "Thanks God, I was waiting for a mod to jump in and ask this guy what the hell is he talking about? Because he's not making sense." So it's a legitimate question. And then Jamsey, AI kept telling Jamsey, don't white knight for the guy, let him answer. And Jamsey was taking him into protection, and at the end, I repeated the question, which AI tried to divert the topic back to flat Earth, and then at the end, I said, "I have a question. Can he maybe explain to us how this talk about his Oracle chip and these colors of the truth contribute to the flat Earth?" And Jamsey then said, "I'm moderating him, and I should let him talk." And then I told Jamsey, "Actually, you are moderating me, and it's a legit question. How does that contribute to the flat Earth?" At the beginning, even the first thing when I jumped in and chimed in, I told Jamsey I like him, bro, but everyone was cooking. Actually, Jamsey telling him straight in the face that you are gaslighting and you are talking BS. Just stop what you're talking about. I mean, you can go back and listen to the stream. That was a shit show in a sense, but you have to point out it became a shit show because of GetBeGet. And then I noticed, and I chatted in the side chat and said, I mean, just take a look, just pierce into his profile name, GetBeGet. It sounds like beget, begotten, beget. I mean, really. I mean, are we playing like Illuminati games here or what?
I don't know about that, man. But certainly, the critique that AI had towards GetBeGet was well founded. I think the friction arose, as you were alluding to.
Just to make clear, sorry for interrupting. I was on the side of AI. I even thanked him when he chimed in. I wrote in the chat box, "Thanks God, I waited for."
Yeah, for sure. I don't know why, man, but Jamsey stepping in, trying to take the bullets for him. I don't understand why, or even what he was saying in his attempt to take the shots for him, right? Like, I don't know if you guys heard it, but his words, the way he was rationalizing his way through, like, to defend the points, it didn't make any sense to me. Like, more than 50% of the time, like, it was rhetorical defenses most of the time, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, just let AI and him talk, man.
Yeah. And bro, GetBeGet contradicted himself all the time. I mean, I asked him something. I think I asked him to explain to explain exactly or elaborate on what he means with his elaborate chip, to elaborate on his Oracle chip or the colors. What does the truth have to do with colors? And then he said he could explain to me, but I would not understand it. So I said, "Excuse me, Do you mean I'm not smart enough? I'm not smart enough to understand. Yeah, the level. I mean, do you mean we don't have the comprehension level to understand what you would be able to explain to us? And his answer was, he cannot talk to me because I'm talking like someone who thinks he knows everything. Really? You can go back and listen to the stream. I said, really? And then I said to AI, okay, I'm out. I cannot reason with this guy. He doesn't make sense at all. I muted myself then for a couple of hours. I just kept listening.
And I was kind of hoping that Mika would be able to reiterate there. I don't want to like put words in his mouth or misrepresent the whole thing there, or based on what I remember. But yeah, I guess he's not here, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's good.
It looks like I dodged a bullet there then. Yes, it was all guns and blazing by the sounds of it. Because I was there momentarily, but then I had to go up and do what I had to do. And in that period, all that had happened. Wow. A lot of gun smoke.
I see. I've been trying to figure out what this 31 Atlas thing is. There's a lot of talk of aliens and this, that, and the third. I said, well, I googled, do scientists actually think that there are aliens in the solar system? And the obvious answer is no. Just like always, USA Today, other like venues like to make people think that this is totally possible. Now you got like Instagram and TikTok videos about it, all that. When in actuality, it's just another object sky that heliocentrism did not calculate for. That's the one and only thing that's actually notable about all of it. But you know what? No one's gonna stop there or arrive there or give a fuck about anything I just said.
Yeah, your audio's just gone south slightly there, Elijah. Can you speak back into your mic?
I might have put my finger over the hole.
Yeah, you've done it well now. That's it. I can hear you better now.
If all it is an observation in the sky, where you have yet another comet that they didn't predict, all this other rhetoric that came out about it, and the general discussion around it is taking away from the fact that this is not something that's accounted for in your belief system.
Well, I heard a news report today stating that a news reporter said that the scientists said they believe it's a comet, and the news reporter went on to say, but they don't know what they're talking about. And then there's other news reports where the scientists say, it's an alien craft. So they can't make up their mind.
It's not a comet, it's the third interplanetary object to enter the solar system that we know of. So that's why it's called 3I. So it's not a comet that is in like a constant orbit around the sun in our solar system. It's from another. It's a rogue object. It's not going to do a loop around the sun and come back again. It's like, unless it's doing a loop around our sun and then doing a loop around some other sun, like it's not doesn't really classify as a comet. I don't get it.
Because it looks like it. Because like a comet is really a comet is really just what they call the things in the sky that look like it. Shit. I used to post a video. The pictures in New York City. You would have these lights at the top of buildings, and if it was a really foggy day, it pretty much looked like that. Exactly like what a comet looks like, and it just looks like what it looks like. You know, talking about it has a tail and all this and they don't know any of that. It just looks like what it looks like. A light in the sky that, other than focus, looks like, some sort of projected light.
Right. Yeah, and there's contention over whether it's producing its own light or if it's reflecting light, all that. But I've got to correct myself because I said interplanetary. I should have said interstellar.
Mm.
I thought they weren't supposed to start lighting up until they get near the sun, like enough for the sun's heat to the sun's light to start sublimating the ice and all that. Blah blah.
From what I read here, it says that NASA doesn't support the whole alien claim at all. So it's like, I don't know what people are doing or thinking.
Well, there might be independent astronomers that are gauging like its trajectory and its motion and all that, and going, "Well, this doesn't make any sense." I don't know.
Right. Oh, this doesn't make any sense. Alien.
Well, their minds would be struggling to try and like justify its motion or its trajectory or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it's not showing the traits of the usual cosmic, objects, then they've got to try and explain it somehow in their mind, right? Because it's going to be a paradigm shifting. I guess like some others are just like looking at it and going, well, it's just something we don't understand yet, right? There's no need to jump to wild conclusions about aliens and stuff.
Basically.
But it is weird, like that they've shut down NASA and they've shut down, the government and all this. Like, it's like there's rumors that we're going to war, and there's rumors of this thing in the sky and these other objects in the sky, which is unprecedented. 7 objects entering the solar system, blah blah. Same time, dark comets.
Maybe we use Get Beget's chip to figure it out.
Yeah, I missed all that, but just been listening to some of what you guys are talking about. Sounds like I missed a good party.
I know y'all didn't eat.
But I mean, I like things in the sky, like occurrences that make the mainstream go, oh, and backtrack and have to go back to their whiteboards and start doing more mathematics. And I like it because it's just another chip in their freaking bullshit. You know what I mean?
T-Dub, are you a space cowboy?
You might say that, yeah. Nah, I don't know. What do you mean?
No, but his real name's Maurice.
Yeah. I don't think there's a lot of people that's old enough to get that, what I just said.
Close. Does contain some of the same letters.
This song by Steve Miller Band.
Yeah.
Yeah, this server doesn't really get too much globe or foot traffic other than the other ones do. Unless somebody actually intentionally invites somebody in or YouTube actually reels someone in.
I like listening to you guys chat because at least this makes sense, unlike Globers.
You've been
Yeah, you
hanging
find the
around for a
Globers
while,
are
I'll
just
tell
lying
you.
to each other. They're just sitting there lying to one another. That's all they're doing. Lunatics. Sit there lying upon lie until a flat earther comes in, expose the lie, and then they just lie some more. So their days just lie from when they wake up to when they go to bed. Just lying, living the lie. That's all they do. They can't even tell the truth about that either. They lie about that as well. They lie about lying. What a world they live in. Bunch of lying bastards. There you go. I said it.
I think it comes in two parts, like people knowingly probably deceiving, and then other people just like blindly following. So like,
Yeah, that's definitely happening for sure. Yeah.
I guess it's just sad when, especially when I see academic people like defending it, and
yeah.
Are they defending it or are they defending their own position? Because they don't want to look like clowns.
Because they're lying. Lie to do that.
that probably their paycheck probably depends on it.
Yeah, so they've sold out.
But no, even like talking people who academic and understand the scientific method, and then they bring up sticks and shadows, like it's just baffling.
But to them, the scientific method is not what we say it is. For them, they make a model and then they go out and test the model. If it doesn't work, make another model, adjust it to suit until we get the model right. Doesn't prove cause and effect relationships.
Yeah, they love predictions, don't they?
Yeah, they've loosened the ties on, like the strictness that was the reason that the scientific method was it was designed. It was designed specifically to reduce bias, right, for a start, and to leave a possibility of only two outcomes, right? So that it's just brilliant, right? It's simple and brilliant, right? And it can get complicated depending on what you're trying to test. But I mean, the method itself is just so very simple. And it's been the ties on it have been loosened, right? So that you can add or subtract steps and add methodology to it in order to be able to weasel your way around a claim to say that, well, I've got something that supports it, right? I've got something empirical that supports it.
Well, I see
Seems
arguments
that way.
on the independent variable. Oh, sorry. Like the sticks and shadows, wouldn't the independent variable be the sun? Like you'd have to, when they say it's their position. So, because you can manipulate your position, but ultimately, isn't it the sun you have to manipulate in that so-called experiment?
Yeah, you have to start adding in more ifs, right? So if the Earth is a globe, if the sun is right, far enough away,
Yes. If we could get to the sun to verify what we're putting forward there, if we could, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
That is a very big if indeed.
Right, and then if I can use the shadows to indicate an angle by which I can gauge a distance between 2 points and blah, 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 right?
Yes.
You can do all that. There's all these ifs involved, whereas, and it's not really the cause. The cause of what? What is it the cause of that you're trying to figure out? Cause of the what? You've already got your conclusion baked in. And then you, like you said, you manipulate your distance, right, as a variable. But you haven't tested your other ifs yet. It's silly.
True.
You haven't demonstrated your other ifs to be true in the first instance.
I guess
Whereas with the scientific method, you've got a phenomenon that is true. It's just that's what wouldn't, if it wasn't true, wouldn't be a reason why you're trying to figure out what's causing it. Right? And then you've got a variable that you think is involved in the cause of the effect. So you've got something that is real and true, right? And you're going to manipulate that or vary it in some form to produce the effect, or see if it varies the effect or something like that, right? But you don't have that in Eratosthenes.
But that's how I always see too. They try, I always say that they can try to compare earthly things to heavenly things, where they can, measure the height of a tree or building based on the triangle thing. But I know you can't take that to stars and the sun. See what I'm kind of trying to say? They say, if we can measure the height of a building with angles, and then we should be able to measure the height of the sun. But it's just not the same thing. Guess I'll elaborate. The building, we can walk up to it, we can touch it, we can, do all these things. But the sun, we can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's more than one way to skin a cat with with your buildings. There's nothing you can do with the star.
So yeah, and I hear him a lot. It's like, well, if the Earth was flat, the sun should be doing this, and the sun should be doing that, and it's just like, come on, bro, like you don't know what it should or shouldn't be doing.
Always love that, man. If the Earth is flat, and I'm not the only one that does it, you'll sit back and go, insert straw man now, and you see what comes out.
Fred Hoyle himself, renowned astronomer, right? Opponent to the Big Bang Theory, but is accredited pretty much with our modern day, astrophysics understanding of star composition and star behavior, right? Said himself that you're not an astronomer or an astrophysicist isn't really a scientist in the sense that you can do experiments with the stars. You can't go out there and peel them back like an onion and see what they're made of. There is something to be said for spectroscopy too. I mean, like, there is only certain processes in nature that take place which can produce the bands that they read when they point shit at the sky, okay? Right? Receiving light, and they get bands in the spectrum which indicate to them that it could only be possible that we know of if those things are behaving according to, our understanding of physical reality. Down here, then there's only a certain amount of things that could possibly be producing that light, right? That's the pretty much the premise that they're going with. Not dissimilar to us saying how there's only one way to demonstrate gas pressure. Right. But the variables involved are unknown. So medium between light source, whatever, all that, absorption, emission, different types of reasons why, right? So there is no way to tell exactly, even within their limited amount of possibilities to produce that light. They don't know which ones to pick from, right? Because they don't know what is in between there and whatever is producing that light.
What's spectroscopy again? Light stuff.
Just study of light. Yeah.
Is that when they look at like a star and they're like, God, it's red or something, therefore it's got this type of gas, or
Right, or it's just it's going away from us, coming towards us, etc. Yeah. But yeah, on but they're regarding composition, yeah, right. So yeah, they're receiving light from the sky, from things that seem to be light sources, and comparing it to the spectrum analysis, the spectrum results they get from those things in the sky, they compare to things that we know how to do in a lab and produce those same bands, right? The same frequencies and same colors. It's all they got to go with. Like, they can just speculate that, well, could be that we're doing here in the lab that's producing the same result.
I'm kind of following. Have you seen when they shoot that laser into the sky and it bounces back or something?
No.
There's... let me see if I can get it. It's like an observatory or like a thing with the telescope. But instead of a telescope, they got this like laser. They shoot it into the sky, and it bounces back. Try to find it.
I've seen one where they pointed a green laser light at a star. That was it was a light in the sky, right? And it appeared to shoot it back. Might be what you're talking about. I don't know.
Yeah. They shoot it up and it comes back. Like it's bouncing off something. I know, it's crazy, like all the manipulation going on, like I kind of give it up to them, like it's no easy thing, like to be able to pull this off, So, you're not dealing with idiots, very intellectual people who understand like civilizations and groupthink and human behavior and plus, like they're handed everything. Space organizations, technology, health, the food. Like, I know. I just think it's pretty like scary, but amazing at the same time.
Yeah, I've always thought the same thing. They must be quite intelligent to pull this off.
Yeah, definitely. For sure.
There's genuine curious minds. I mean, like that they truly are curious about how physical reality works, right? Like, even to the point of why it's here, right? But to the philosophical questions. But they want to understand why stuff's happening, why things are the way they are. But James Clerk Maxwell, man, he was just so obsessed with trying to understand physical reality. And he made some breakthroughs and developed some, practical use in what he is talking about, when he's investigating. It's advanced us technologically and scientifically. But some of what he was into was also very speculative, highly speculative. And he was a globetrot. And he was into, just like as long as you could develop an equation, right, with some variables in there that you think is involved, but you haven't necessarily proven is true, right? If it matches the observation, right? That's what this is all. He was like into that too, right? And even back in his time, he'd like done that with some things and was scoffed at by his peers. Like, to say you can't just say that because you've got an equation that fits that it's correct, but like you might be able to use it as a clue to get on the right track. You know what I mean? To then make a discovery that supports what you're talking about, and I think that's what happened with his what was it? His unified field theory or something like that. There was something that he came up with, and he was sort of scoffed at the time, but then supposedly proven right after long after his death, like in relatively recent times. Yeah.
All right, kind of lost track. Some dude.
Sorry, yeah, monologuing a bit. No, I'm just saying, like it does. It apparently, it supposedly happens that it has happened that people have come up with an idea that they couldn't necessarily prove experimentally, right? And in the past, right, and was scoffed at, like James Clerk Maxwell, right? But then later proven to be correct, like long after his death. That's what I was trying to remember. Something that was, I think it was the unified field theory or something like that he came up with, which was like not really taken too seriously. It was interesting, but not like, it was just in the realm of speculation, but has since been experimentally proven to be correct, or something like that anyway, right? Or that they now accept it. But these days, it doesn't even have to involve the experiment, as long as what you're proposing is mathematically sound and can explain the observations, then it's considered to be in the realm of feasible, right, and worth consideration. And I think a lot of it too, like I think a lot of these researchers are somewhat honest and don't really publish their material as being fact, but it's taken aboard by others, their peers, and the media, and put forward as being fact, and that scientists have discovered blah blah blah, that that their work gets these headlines that aren't necessarily what they are saying.
Scientists have discovered. Just throw that into anything. Who's the dude that, he said the moon was plasma? Seen that dude?
Yeah, it's really difficult to find any information on that guy.
Yeah,
right. It's like
how did he come to that conclusion?
Yeah, it is so unreliable that, like, I've not used it since I've looked into it, because there's no information about that dude. There's nothing about his education or qualifications. Nothing. You can't find anything about him. It's like the ABC made him up. Yeah.
But I don't know why. I don't know. I guess that just that curiosity. Like I don't care about his qualifications. How did he?
Excuse me.
Conclusion.
In the interview, he just talks about having done extensive studies on it. Doesn't really go into detail about what he did. He apparently did, or how he came to those conclusions. Just sort of states it as matter of fact.
Well, pretty similar to many inventors of technologies that their patents were stolen, put under the rug. There's many examples of people like this that propose ideas or new technologies, and you can't find them. You cannot find their technology. You cannot find much information about them anymore. There's many examples of this. People get killed, disappeared, and their ideas stolen, thrown under the rug. It wouldn't be the first one nor the last one. He was proposing something near the time they were gonna go to the moon landings. Remember about that guy that was supposed to go into the rocket and he was questioning the whole moon thing, and he got burned alive inside the rocket? Just think about it. What they do to these people.
Yeah.
Just questioning the thing. This guy was saying the moon is not. I mean, it's not what they said it was. He said the moon is plasma. I mean, yeah. He's probably lucky he didn't get burned at the stake. Or maybe he did. That's why you don't hear from him. You know how many doctors were helping people with many issues? You cannot find their work. There's many examples of this. They were invented? No, they weren't invented. They did work, they helped people. But then one day, people found them dead. Hanging from their own belts.
Yeah, I guess there's all types of ways for them to deal with those situations. What was it like? I think one dude said he was like, they offered it, you got a gun in one pocket or money in the other. You kind of got to like choose one.
If you cannot find the work that this guy did, well, it doesn't exist, right? Doesn't mean he didn't do it, but it doesn't mean that it was passed down. Like Tesla stuff was stolen, right? After he died. That's another example. So maybe this guy wasn't correct about what he was saying, but if he did some work to support his claims, you cannot find it. I mean, there's a hidden hand somewhere. Because he didn't look AI to me. Was he AI? Maybe.
What is plasma anyway? Is that just high energy of something? I don't know.
It's a good question. How did he come to that conclusion that the moon is somewhat plasma? Yeah. And what is that? What does that actually mean?
What's plasma because we can do it here on Earth. This high electricity or something, or I don't know.
Higher energy state.
Maybe what you see on a plasma TV. Maybe you're looking at a screen up there, on a flat screen. You're seeing what you see on the plasma TV.
Isn't plasma ionized gas?
I think
It's
you're right.
ionized gas.
Sounds. What does that mean? Charged gas?
Yeah.
Electrical gas?
Electric charged. Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of like lightning? Am I going to have to Google this?
Yeah. I will make a screenshot.
It will make sense that there's a medium up there, some type of superfluid of some sort, and there's electricity in the equation, and we're looking at some type of image that can be observed and described as some type of plasma in that medium.
Yeah, here you have it. Plasma is essentially an ionized gas, a distinct state of matter characterized by a high proportion of charged particles, like electrons and ions, along with neutral atoms.
Yeah, they're showing lightning here. Neon signs.
Pentagram. Well, Jude posted it. Pentagram on Saturn. Hexagon, no, sorry, hexagon. Yeah. The hexagon on the pole of Saturn. Sorry.